Sefer. And that's a big mistake. Skip what you missed, go back to the shir, go back to where Klal Yisrael is holding, write down what you missed, and you'll make it up at a different time. But today, you must skip. Don't fall for that. And don't be a perfectionist when it comes to that V'yayim. Don't say, well, I didn't finish the Sefer, I don't want to do this. I need to finish. Because at the end of the day, if you finish 2,700 daf versus 2,711, it's not the end of the world. It's better to do that than not to do it at all. And now, let's just jump in to the beginning of Shas. The Mishnah discusses Kriya Shema. The Torah says, there's a chiyuv d'oraisa to say Kriya Shema twice a day. When you go to sleep, nighttime, and when you arise in the morning. And what is nighttime? The Mishnah and the Gemara brings down 6 shitas. The shita in the Mishnah says, and the Mishnah uses a lashon of when the Kohanim who are Tamim, you go to Toivel, to the mikvah, and then after Tzeis HaKechavim, you're able to eat Truma. Until what point can you eat? Can you say Kriya Shema? Rabbi Eliezer says, until the end of the first Mishmar of the Malachim, the night is divided into 3, so the third into the night. Chachamim say, until Chatzos, halfway through the night. And Gamliel says, until Amud HaShachar, until the light of dawn. In fact, the Gemara says, Chachamim agreed with Gamliel that the time is Amud HaShachar. But in order to distance people from an Avera, they made a siyag, they made a gather, they said, you must say Kriya Shema before Chatzos. The same halacha applies to Hektor Halav and Mevarev, and to, in other words, when Kohanim put the karbanos, the limbs on the mizbeach, and certain karbanos that are only eaten for one day and a night, such as chatas and asham, the shear is until Chatzos, and the real shear is until Amud HaShachar. The reason why our Mishnah starts with Kriya Shema of Ma'ariv and not Kriya Shema of Shachar is 2 reasons in the Gemara, because the Torah says, you go to sleep, and then only afterwards you come out when you get up. Or, because by Kriya Soil it says, Vayi Erev, first the night, and then Vayi Boiker, the day. As we mentioned before, a Kohen can eat Truma after he's Toivel, after Tzeis HaKechavim, and even before he brings the carbon, because the Torah says, unlike the typical meaning of the pasuk, Ubah means when the sun comes up, Ubah here means when the sun goes down, the Torah, and the Tzeis HaKechavim came the day the light is God. And now we'll go to the 6 shitas that the Gemara brings down. Rabbi Eliezer says the time of saying Kriya Shema is Shkia, that's when Shabbos comes in. Rabbi Meir in the first shita is slightly before Tzeis HaKechavim, that's when the Kohanim are Toivel and Mikvah. Yeshua says Tzeis HaKechavim, the middle shita, that's when the Kohanim can eat the Truma. And Hanina says after Tzeis HaKechavim, that's when poor people sit down to eat. And Rabbi Meir in the second shita says when you eat Friday night, that's slightly after that. And Rav Acha says this is the latest man. It's when people sit down to eat a weekday meal at night, have a wonderful day. We should be zoicha to finish Shas together. Amen. Bracha is Dav Gimel. Tremendous mazel tov to every single one of you who started Shas. You should be zoicha to stay on board, stick it out, and finish Shas Be'ezer Hashem. Welcome to the over 1,500 new subscribers in the last 24 hours. That brings us up to 7,500 new subscribers in the last 4 days, I think it is. Our goal initially was to get to 10,000 new subscribers during the Siyum HaShas. We're almost there. With your help, just send out the link, put it on your status, tell your friends about it. It'll make a tremendous Kiddush Hashem and a big difference. We learned in the Mishnah that according to Rabbi Eliezer, you can say Kriya Shema until Soif HaShmur Rishayna, until the end of the first Mishmar. There are 3 Mishmars according to one sheet on Shemayim, that where the Malachim say Shira, and when one Mishmar ends and the next one begins, that's when you can say Kriya Shema. The question is, if you divide the night into 3, it equals to 4 hours each. So why did the Mishnah just say you can say Kriya Shema until 4 hours? The answer is to teach us that the Mishmaris and Shemayim coincide with the Mishmaris down here. We also have Mishmaris. For instance, the first Mishmar, you'll hear the donkeys neighing and making noise. At the middle of the second mishmar, you'll hear the dogs barking. And the beginning of the third mishmar, the babies wake up to nurse. And when a couple wakes up, the wife starts talking to her husband. According to another pshat, all three of these signs happen at the end of each mishmar. End of the third mishmar is already daytime. I don't need a sign. But it's to tell you that if you're in a dark room and your wife starts talking to you, or your baby wants a nurse, you should know it's time to say Kriya Shema. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Shoyei Ka'ari. He roars like a lion 3 times a day. And he says, Oyi Labanim Shabbat Nisei Mechrafti is Basi. Wow to the nation that because of my sons, I had to destroy my house, and I had to burn my heichal, and I had to send flies around the gulfs. Says Rabbi Yossi, I was once on the way, and I had a daven. So I went off the path, and I went into ruins.
How are you?
Now the Rabbi waited for me by the door, and when I finished, he said, Shalom. And I said, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi and Moiri. He says, what are you doing here? I said, I had a daven. He said, daven, you can daven on the way. You should daven in Tefillah Tzara. Says Rabbi Yossi, I learned 3 things from here. First of all, you don't go into a churva, and if you're traveling, you daven on the way. And what do you daven? Tefillas Habeneinu, the Tefillah Tzara. And Eliyahu continued and asked him, what did you hear in the churva? And he said, I heard a voice that sounded like a pigeon cooing, and the pigeon was saying, or the voice was saying, Oy Labanim, like we just said, that I had to be machriv my house and burn my heichal, and had to be magnified Yisrael. Says Eliyahu in the lashon of a shvuah, and a double shvuah, I swear to you, double. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says this every single day, 3 times a day. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees Klal Yisrael going into shuls, and they say, Amei Yesh Mi Rabba, he bows his head, Kaviyachal, and he says, and he's mitzvah Kaviyachal, that he sent Klal Yisrael into Golos. Why don't you go into a churva, into ruins? There are 3 reasons in the Gemara. First is chashad, for suspicion. And that's a reason if you're going with 2 people, they're not that good.
Ayana.
So there's still a chashad that a person will.
How's your day going, Ayana? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
How's your day going? How'd you find out about me? How did you find out about me?
I don't know.
Well, you've got to know. How did you learn about my Discord?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. Here, we're watching that.
It will be with a Zaina. People will say this with a Zaina. The second reason is Makkos were worried that the ruins will cave in. And that's a reason, if you're going in with 2 kosher people, that you don't have a shot. Finally, the third reason is Mazik and Shadim. If it's a brand new place, and 2 people that are kosher, but it's in their place that the Mazikim like to hang out, it's still dangerous even though you have 2 people. Or, if you're just with 1 person, or you're by yourself, and you're in a field, so there's no women, there's no chashad, yet there's Mazikim. Rabbi says that the night consists of 4 mishmaros. In other words, 3 hours each. The Rabbi says he woke up every night at Chatzos, and it says, Chodmu Eini Hashmoros. I woke up 2 mishmaros before the night. Now, if you hold that there are only 3 mishmaros in the night, and you woke up in Chatzos, which is in the middle of the night, that means there's only 1.5 mishmaros left. How do we reconcile this? So the Gemara, because the Rabbi was saying that he woke up 6 hours for the end of the night, plus 2 hours, because kings would sleep 2 hours into the day. Basically, he woke up 8 hours before everyone else. 8 hours divided by 2 equals 4 hours. In other words, there's 2 mishmaros that he woke up before the other. Yes, it was only 6 hours of nighttime, 1.5 mishmaros, whereas 8 hours before the kings, which is equals 2 mishmaros of 4 hours each. Rabbi Ashi says you could call 1.5 mishmaros, 2 mishmaros. The Gemara says halacha, in front of a dead person you should not talk and learning, because it's loig l'rosh. Since a dead person can't talk and learning, he'll feel bad. Unless you talk in learning that the dead person was machadish. Another pshat in the Gemara is you shouldn't talk any shituyot, you shouldn't say anything in front of the mace that still makes him feel bad, unless you're talking about the mace himself. There's a contradiction seemingly in the Pesukim. In one pasuk it says that David HaMelech woke up at Chatzos, other pasuk it says that he woke up before the night. The Gemara has 3 pshat. Either David HaMelech was saying, I never slept past Chatzos, Or he said that I was learning Torah up on the Chatzos like a horse that dozes off, but he was learning in his dozing. And then from that point on, he would be misgaber kari, he would strengthen himself like a lion. Or the shot is until Chatzos he would learn Torah, and then from Chatzos on, he would be basically Shiros, Message Bachos. The word Neshev means when something goes away, when the night becomes day, or when the day becomes night. The Rabbi says, Chatzos Laila Akum, I'd wake up at Chatzos. So in other words, the Rabbi knew when Chatzos was, and on the other hand, it seems like Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know when Chatzos was, because he says, Kach Chatzos Laila, he tells Pharaoh, Kach Chatzos. Almost like Chatzos. 4 pshatim in the Gemara. Either David HaMelech knew and Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know, because David HaMelech had his kinar, his heart, which told him exactly when Chatzos was. Or the pshat is Moshe Rabbeinu also knew, just David HaMelech needed his kinar in order to awaken him. Third pshat is Moshe Rabbeinu knew when Chatzos was. He was just worried that people will say Moshe Badoi, he's lying, Moshe Rabbeinu. So that's why he said Kechatzos, so they don't catch him on his word. Or the pshat is that Moshe Rabbeinu on the 13th of Nisan he said Kechatzos, just like now, tomorrow, Kechatzos, tomorrow, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to take Klal Yisrael out of Mitzrayim. By Elisa Shach, the Gemara tells us Chachmei Yisrael came into the Melech. It means one time they came in. Every day they would come in by Elisa Shach, but once they came in and they said, we need Paras for Klal Yisrael. So let them do business with each other. Say, it's not enough. The Mefaners everybody. She said, go out to war. Says the Gemara, how do you go out to war? You ask Achi Toifel. In other words, the strategy of war you get from Achi Toifel. Niyobni Yoda means you ask for shus from the Sanhedrin. Aviyasa means you ask the Urim V'Tumim, and Yoyav led them to war. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Daled. I'd like to thank each and every one of you. A few months back, when I found out that my sister-in-law got sick, that day I started taking the daf. Just recently, I promised her that for Schus of Refuah Shlema, I'm going to try to get 10,000 new subscribers during the Siyum HaShas. In fact, today, Baruch Hashem, in your Schus, we achieved that monumental occasion, and Shoshana Razia Basilka should have a Refuah Shlema. I also like to thank the over 1,500 people who viewed the regular 42-minute cheer. You can find that on YouTube. Search under Eli Stefanski or Ramab at Shemesh Daf Yomi and subscribe. The pasuk says in Tehillim, David HaMelech says, "Shomra nafshi ki chassid ani." David HaMelech tells HaKadosh Baruch Hu, "Don't you think I'm a chassid? Two pshatim. Don't you think I'm a chassid compared to the other kings of the world who get up 3 hours into the day, and I get up at chatzos? Or the other kings, they sit around with their friends. Well, I act as a local rabbi. I check out afterbirths with my fingers. I get my hands bloody to make sure that women are tar to their husbands. I'm a chassid. I ask Mipi Boishes, who's known as Ish Boishes. The reason why it's called Mipi Boishes is because he embarrasses David HaMelech. David HaMelech asks him questions and he says, is this tar? Is this kosher? And he embarrasses him by halacha. He's not much better than David in halacha. But David HaMelech got his revenge, so to speak, when he had a son Daniel, who was called Kilab because he was able to embarrass Mipi Boishes in halacha. It says in the famous pasuk, Lule hemanti lirois betuv Hashem. The word lule has dots on top of it, nekudos. David HaMelech wasn't sure that he would be zoicha to Olam Haba. And the reason is because he was worried, Shema Yidroim HaChet. Perhaps he'll sin and he won't be zoicha. As we see by Yaakov Avinu, even though HaKadosh Baruch Hu promised him shmira, protection, it says in the pasuk, by Yira Yaakov, he was worried. Why? Shema Yidroim HaChet. In fact, we see that the chet was guarded. Ezra should have had the same kind of nisim of Kriyas Yamsuf as Klal Yisrael had the first time when they went into Israel. And the reason why he wasn't Zoich is because Gorav Hachet. According to Rabbi Eliezer, we know that the Shachbacha means when people go to sleep, the time that they go to bed, which is a 4-hour period from the time it turns dark until the end of Ashmura Rishayim. According to Rabbi Gamliel, the Shachbacha doesn't mean when you go to bed, it means when you are sleeping, which means the entire night all the way till Amud HaShachar. Chachamim agreed to ring Amnei. That's what the word B'Shachach means. Though they say that you can only say Kriya Shema Tichatzos, that to distance a person from an Avera. We are concerned that a person will come home from work, a hard day to work on the field, he'll eat a little bit and say, let me take a little nap, and he'll fall asleep for the rest of the night, and that will be Mechayev Misa. Why is the Gemara so strong with its language? It's Chayev Misa. Because sleep is very dangerous. If you try to take a short nap, you can fall asleep for the rest of the night. And another pshat is, because we want to tell you, you should know Ma'ariv is not a Rishus, it's obligatory, you mechuyev to daven Ma'ariv. You say Kriya Shema, it says in the Gemara, and then immediately you say Shemona Esrei, that goes according to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says you have to be Soymech Geula L'Tfilah. When you mention Yitzias Mitzrayim, you have to say Shemona Esrei immediately. Rashi explains beautifully, and that is because, first, you praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and Kaviyachol, you open HaKadosh Baruch Hu's heart, and once his heart is open, you can jump in and ask for your tzrachim, and you say Shemona Esrei. Shmuel Levi says, you don't say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei. The opposite. You say Shemona Esrei and then Kriya Shema. You make a sandwich. When you wake up in the morning, you say Kriya Shema, then Shemona Esrei, then Shemona Esrei and Kriya Shema. In other words, there's Kriya Shema on both sides. Why? What's the shayla? The question is, whether do we consider the Geulas Mitzrayim, the main part happened during the day, we know, but perhaps as Rabbi Yochanan, there's a little bit that it started at night, and therefore at night also you have to be Soymech Geula L'Tfilah. Shmuel Levi says no, the main thing happened during the day, and that's what we need to concentrate on. Or the question is, B'Shach B'chol Kum Echad is a hekesh between laying down and getting up. According to Rabbi Yochanan, just like when you get up, you have to say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei, so too when you go to sleep, you say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei. Shmuel Levi says there's a hekesh. But what we learn from the hekesh is that when you get up, you say Kriya Shema. In other words, Kriya Shema is closer to the sleep. So at night also, first you say Shemona Esrei, then you say Kriya Shema, so that Kriya Shema should be closer to sleeping. If you have to say Kriya Shema and then immediately Shemona Esrei, why is it that during Ma'ariv we have brachas in between Shema and Shemona Esrei? And the answer is, once a chomer were mistaken it, it's considered a geula arich. It's a long expression of the Yitzias Mitzrayim, and then for the same reason when we say Hashem's Chosai Tiftach, Kfi Agiti Yosecha, it's a tefillah aruka, it's part of Shemona Esrei. Whoever says Ashrei 3 times a day, the famous saying is Muftach L'Shu Ben Olam Haba, because Ashrei contains the Seder of Aleph Beis. Every pasuk starts Aleph, and then the second pasuk Beis Gimel, and the other reason is it's a combination of these 2 reasons that contains the famous pasuk of Hoseach Es Yodecha U'Mazbiah Al Chai Rotzah. Notice Ashrei is missing the pasuk that starts with the nun, because that pasuk talks about how Klal Yisrael falls and doesn't get up. Yet in Eretz Yisrael they learned that pasuk that Klal Yisrael fell down, but they will get up from the fall. As David HaMelech had in Ruach HaKodesh, and he said right away the following letter: Samach Soymech Hashem L'Chol HaNoiflim, which Baruch Hu will lift up those who fall. The Gemara tells us that Malach Michal, when he flies, it's non-stop. But Gabriel has a stopover. He makes 1 stop. So basically he has 2 flights. Eliyahu Navi has 4 flights. In other words, there's 3 stops. The Malach HaMavis has 8 flights, because the Malach HaMavis has 7 stops. We want the person to be able to do tshuva, and we make it harder for the Malach HaMavis to arrive at his destination. Yet if there's a Mageifa, where many people are dying, then the Malach HaMavis has a direct flight. Shmuel Levi says that there's a mitzvah to say Kriya Shema L'Amita, as we see in the pasuk Rigzu B'Alpechto Imru B'Lvavchem Amishkafchem. When you're laying down, you should say Kriya Shema. However, a Chacham who constantly repeats his Torah does chazaras, or perhaps watches the Eidim in a daf, not really. A Chacham like that doesn't have to say Kriya Shema L'Amita. Rabbi says even Talmid Chacham should at least say 1 pasuk. For instance, B'Yadcha Avteruchi L'Disa Yisi Hashem like them Hashem Keil Emes. Have a wonderful day. Daf Hey. I'd like to apologize. We're simply overwhelmed by the vast amount of new subscribers that we just had in the recent days, and it's very difficult for us to get the video out to everybody. We're working on it. We bought new technology, and hopefully in the next few days we'll have it all sorted out. The Gemara says that a person should use his Yetzer Tov in a battle against his Yetzer Hara constantly. If that doesn't work, he should learn Torah. If he sees that he's not beating the Yetzer Hara, he should say Kriya Shema. If it's still not working, he should remind himself of Yom HaMisa, the day of his death. This has come as a surprise to some people that even Shas, all of Shas, came down to Moshe Rabbeinu on Sinai. As we learn in the pasuk, that's referring to the Luchos, the Aseres HaDibros, V'HaTorah, that one is mechuyev to learn Torah, Chamisha Chumshe Torah. V'HaMitzvah is referring to Mishnayos. Asher Tosafti is Nevi Mitzuvah. How do I get halacha? From Gemara. You cannot derive halacha from a Mishnah, rather from Gemara, and all these came to Moshe Messina. The Gemara discusses Kriya Shema Lamita, that Kriya Shema Lamita acts as a double-edged sword to kill away the Mazikim, and Rosh Hashanah says to get rid of Yisurim. Says Rabbi, I don't need a pasuk for that. Every kid knows that the pasuk says if you do everything like Baruch Hu tells you, Torah is something that gets rid of Yisurim. Says Rabbi Yochanan, if you don't learn Torah Chas V'Shalom, then Baruch Hu sends terrible Yisurim. Says the Gemara, Baruch Hu doesn't act like a regular king. Regular person who gives a present to somebody, or he sells something, he's upset. Baruch Hu gave us the Torah, and he's excited about it. He says, if a person has Yisurim, and this is a Yisod for life, a person should introspect, should check to see what might have caused his Yisurim. If he can't figure it out, he should assume it's because he's not learning Torah's Mevatel Torah. And if not, he should understand that Yisurim Shalahava. There's a concept that Baruch Hu gives you Yisurim in order to double your Sechar in Olam Haba. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, says the Gemara, gives Yisurim to the people he loves. On one condition, that those people accept it ba'ahava, and if they do, they'll be zoicha to children and arichas yamim. The machlokes, if Yisurim Shalahava is only in a situation where it doesn't create bittul Torah, according to one man, it's only in a situation where it doesn't create bittul tefillah, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, even if it creates bittul Torah and bittul tefillah, it's still considered Yisurim Shalahava. Gemara brings a kavachomer. If a slave leaves his master when his master knocks out his tooth or his eye, certainly Yisurim, which take hold of the entire body, they should give you a kaparas avanis. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai says, and this is also a great yesod for life, anything good comes with a struggle. Baruch Hu gave us 3 gifts, and they all came with a struggle. He gave us the Torah, he gave us Eretz Yisrael, and he gave us Olam Haba. If a person is involved in learning, or in Gemilas Chasadim, or Rahman al-Islam buries his children, says the Gemara, all his averos are forgiven. The Rebbe says, although tzaras is considered a kapara on the Mizbeach, yet it's not considered Yisurim Shalahava. Those Yisurim, the difference is, those Yisurim come to take away Chatayim and Averis. Yisurim Shalahava, as we mentioned, means that it comes to double your Sechar. You can make a distinction, says the Gemara, perhaps if somebody has Saras in Eretz Yisrael, where he has a lot of Busha, it's very embarrassing, he has to leave the Machane, he has to leave the cabin, then that's considered not Yisurim Shalahava. But if it's in Chutz La'aretz, in America, in Babel, if you have Saras, that's Yisurim Shalahava. Another distinction you can make is if the Yisurim are visible to others, if the Tzaras is visible to others, that's not Yisurim Shalahava. But if the Tzaras is covered, then it's Yisurim Shalahava. Famous Lashon of Rabbi Yochanan had 10 boys that were nifter, and he carried on himself a bone of one of his children, of the last child that died, and he said, Dein Garmo that Sirah beer. This is a reminder of the Yisurim of the Hava that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave me. Because Rabbi Yochanan was a tzaddik, he didn't have Yisurim that weren't Shalahava. And the Gemara makes a distinction. If a person never has children, That's not Yisurim Shalahava. But if a person, Rahman Islam, loses a child, that's Yisurim Shalahava. B'chir bar Abba was sick, and Rabbi Yochanan went to visit him. And Rabbi Yochanan asked him, "Are you happy with your Yisurim?" And he says, "No, I'd rather not have Yisurim, and I'd rather not have the Sachar." The explanation is because it causes too much little Torah. Rabbi Yochanan says, "Give me your hand." He gave him his hand, and he healed him. Rabbi Yochanan himself was sick, but he couldn't heal himself because a person cannot take himself out of jail. Rabbi Yochanan said the same thing. He says, "I'd rather not have the Yisurim, I'd rather not have the Sachar." And Rabbi bar Abba took his hand and healed Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan once visited Rabbi Lazar, who was also sick, and he saw that his house was dark. He rolled up his sleeve, and it became light in the house. Rabbi Yochanan's skin shined. And he asked him, "Why are you crying? If you're crying about the Torah that you didn't accomplish, the famous concept, doesn't matter. The quantity, it's the quality that counts. And if you're crying because you don't have parnasa, not everybody has 2 shulchanos, 2 tables. You have Torah, you should be happy with that." He says, "Rabbi Lazar, I'm crying about you, about your beautiful face, your beauty that one day is going to be buried." And they explain, because Rabbi Yochanan the Maharsha explains, Rabbi Yochanan was the last of the beautiful people that lasted from Churban Abayis. And that's the end of an era. So they both sat and they cried. Rav Huna, 400 of his barrels became vinegar. Chacham came to Yufayim, and they said, "Listen, you have to look into what you've done. There's a reason." And he said, "What you choshed me?" And they told him they knew. Explained to Rishonim, they knew that he did something. And they said, "What you choshed the Rabbi Shalom that he'll do something without a reason?" You see from here, every Yisurim, all Yisurim that we have comes with a cheshbon. And he said, "I don't know. Could you tell me?" And they said, "Well, perhaps you didn't pay your sharecropper." And he said, "Well, the sharecropper is a ganav. He stole from me. That's why I didn't pay him." And he said, "Nevertheless, even though he's a ganav, if you steal from him, then you taste a little bit of the gneva." So he said, "Okay, I accept it by myself. I'll pay him back." And in fact, either all his 400 barrels became wine, or the price of vinegar became higher than wine. Abba Binyamin davened before he did any malacha and before he ate. And Rashi says a tremendous chiddush before he learned Torah. Tosfos says we don't understand what Rashi is saying. Of course, you can learn before davening. You should put your bed between north and south because the Shekhinah is facing east and west. And if you do so, you'll have banim scharim, and your wife won't miscarry. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is da'vav. If we had the capacity to see Shadim, we'd be so scared that we wouldn't survive. They're all around us, and there are many of them, many more than us. In fact, each person has 1,000 Shadim on his right side and 10,000 Shadim on his left side. And you can blame the Shadim for everything. The fact that our clothing is worn out, that our feet knock each other, that our knees are weak, that when we go to a shear, it feels as if it's crowded. It's all the Shadim that you can blame. If you want to see evidence of Shadim, you take ashes, you put it by your bed, and in the morning, you can see footprints that look like those of a chicken. If you want to see them, that's kind of dangerous, but you can if you take a black cat, a female black cat, who's the eldest, who's the daughter of another black female eldest cat, you take the afterbirth, you burn it, you put the ashes in your eyes, and then you can see Shadim. Rabbi tried this trick, and it actually damaged him, and Chachamim had to daven for him to be healed. Abba Binyamin continues to say halachas, and he says that tefillah is heard only in a shul. It says, "L'shmaya el arina v'la tefillah." In a place that is rina, that is singing, there's where the davening should take place. Hakadosh Baruch Hu is found in a shul, and he comes to where there's a minyan. He actually comes before the minyan gets there, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu is there when they're doing the Torah, when there's 3 dayanim. The Torah is considered Torah. Hakadosh Baruch Hu is there when a chavrus is learning Torah, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu is even there when a person is learning by himself. The difference between a person learning by himself and a chavrusa is that a chavrusa his schusim will be written down in a sefer that's for everybody to see. Yet, for an individual, it will be in his own private sefer. That's how Tosfos explains this. It says in the pasuk, "L'choshvei shmoi," the famous Gemara, that if a person thinks about doing a mitzvah, if he had an einus and he couldn't do the mitzvah, he'll get schar as if he did the mitzvah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu wears tefillin. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if Klal Yisrael gave me this one great shvach, and he said, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad, I'm going to say, Umi K'amcha Yisrael Goyechad Ba'aretz. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu put in his tefillin? In one of the batim he has, Kimi Goy Gadol, and the parasha Umi Goy Gadol. In the second bayis he says, Ashrecha Yisrael, and the parasha of Mika Amcha. In the third bayis it says, Oy Anisa Elokim, and in the fourth bayis it says, Uletitcha Elyon. If a person is used to coming to a shul and he doesn't show up, the Baruch Hu asks about it. He says, "Where's this guy?" If he finds out that it's because he went for Dvar Mitzvah, the person will have light. But if he finds out that he went for Dvar Rishus, even to make a Parnasa, he won't have light. The Chofetz Chaim brings this Gemara, and the Chofetz Chaim says it's impossible if HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells a person, that this is what a person is going to earn this year on Rosh Hashanah. Rosh Hashanah. It's impossible that if a person has kavudik time to go daven and to go learn, and he takes that time instead of learning, he goes and he earns a parnasa. It's impossible that Baruch Hu will take away from the earning that you're supposed to earn. In other words, you should stay and learn, and nothing will happen. It'll make the same amount of money. Rabbi says if Baruch Hu comes to a shul and the minion is not there yet, miyad koyas, he gets upset immediately. If a person has a permanent place for his davening, then he's like Avram Avinu, and it says Elikei Avram be'Ezra, Hashem will help him. And when he dies, they say, "Who's this Anav? Who's this Chassid?" The child of Avram. When you go towards the shul, you shall run. But when you leave a shul, you don't run because it looks as if you're running away from shul. In fact, on Shabbos, when it's asked to run, you're allowed to run. It's encouraged to run to shul. The Gemara has a list of things that what we might perceive that you get schar for, it's in fact something else. When you go to shul and listen to speech, you don't really understand the speech, you get the schar not for listening to the Torah, but rather for walking to shul. The schar for arguing and learning is the schar that you get for the tircha, for the amelos haTorah that you get from coming up with the svar. The schar that you have going to a Beis HaAval to be Menachem Aval is not to talk. The opposite. Shtikusa is being quiet is what's preferred. When you fast, on a fast day, you think that the schar is for fasting. In fact, the schar is even greater when you give money to the poor person to break his fast. The schar of being maspid, somebody saying a hesped, is not in the speech that you give, but rather in the crying that you do. And the schar that you have from going to chasana is the schar for telling the chasan great things. If you daven in a shul, outside of the shul, according to Rashi, means opposite of Daran Kodesh, that wall, and your back is towards Daran Kodesh, you're considered a Russian. The Gemara says a story that Eliyahu Navi met somebody that was davening outside the shul, and his back was towards Daran Kodesh. He said, "Shouldn't you turn around?" And Eliyahu Navi took out his sword and he killed the person. It says in the pasuk, "Krum zulus livnei adam." These are the things that people are used to, such as davening, and people disregard the davening. They don't treat it with the proper respect. Rabbi says krum is a lashon of a bird. When a person is being supported by others, he has a certain busha that his face turns to the color of this bird called krum. Not only that, he is nidain. We gave him a punishment with eish and mayim, fire and water. The Gemara says you must be careful with all three tefillos. Mincha, you see that Eliyahu Navi, he was answered during Mincha. By Ma'ariv it says Mincha Serev, and by Shachris it says Hashem Boiker Tishma Koili. If you benefit from a wedding meal without creating simcha at the wedding, you're over on the 5 koilos that says in the pasuk Kol Sasim, Kol Simcha, etc. If you are Misameach Chasim Kala, you benefit from the 5 koilos that it says by Matan Torah, by He Koilos Ubrachu. The continuation of Kosas and Kasichas is a very long pasuk. It says that some say that when you go to a wedding, it says if you brought a toida. Or it says if you built one of the ruins in Yerushalayim, because that's also the continuation of the same pasuk. It says, if your friend says hello to you, you should try to say hello before your friend does. As it says in the pasuk, Baki Shalom V'Rutfei, you should seek out peace. Now, if your friend says hello to you and you snub him out, you don't say hello back, you're considered a gazlan. It says in the pasuk, a lashon of Zeilas Anim. You're a poor person, you don't have anything. All you have is the ability to say hello, and somebody stole that ability from you. That other person is a gazlan, having a wonderful day.
And really big, strong guys with cauliflower here, or if they're Navy SEALs, you know you're going to find good old bride saddled up to them. Did you talk to Mr. GSB? What a sweetheart. He's such a good guy. And he's still in Montreal. He's out here trailing dinner. Yeah, he comes out here and trains with Gordon Ryan. Yeah. Because he was there, he was good. He was thinking about going
Bracha is Dav Zayin. The Gemara tells us that even HaKadosh Baruch Hu davens. But what does he say? Who does he say it to? The Gemara says he says it to himself. It's actually the same exact words as the famous song, just he says it to himself. The famous song, Tanya, Omer B'Shmuel Ben Elisha, Hamachas Nefnasi L'Hakdosh HaKadosh. I once walked in the Beis Hamikdash to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu with Paris. V'ro'isi HaKadosh Svikol Kfa Hashem Tzvakos. I saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. V'yoyeshev and he's sitting, V'omar Li, and he told me, Barucheini, give me a bracha. Amarti Lo, Yirotzeh Mefonecho, She'ich B'Shur Hachamecho Schascha. Your mercy should overcome your anger. As the Gemara is going to explain, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gets angry. And your mercy should overcome your midas. This is snaigin bonecha b'midas haracham. You should treat your children with mercy. And he shook his head in agreement. The Baruch Hu says it a little differently. He says the same words. He just says, "Rachami es ka'asi." What do we learn from Rabbi Yishmael? We learn that HaKadosh Baruch Hu asked a bracha from a basar v'dam, and he gave it to him and he agreed to it. So then, any basar v'dam, even a hedyot, al tia birkas hedyot kalbena, even a hedyot, a simple person can give you a bracha and you should enjoy it and benefit. We learn from HaKadosh Baruch Hu that you don't appease a person when he's still angry. Wait until he calms down. Baruch Hu says, wait until I'm not angry anymore. When does HaKadosh Baruch Hu get angry? Every single day, for a split second, for a 16th of a second. The Gemara says it's 158,888. One part of that, which is a 16th of a second. Or the amount of time that it says that it takes to say the word rega. And Bilam knew that second. Bilam wasn't that smart. His own donkey beat him in an argument. But he knew that split second, and when you know that split second, you could use it to curse somebody in the curse words. The fact that Baruch Hu knew that Bilam was about to curse Klal Yisrael, so he didn't get mad those few days. Had he gotten angry those few days, Chas v'Shalom, there wouldn't be anything left. The Lord says a story that Yeshua ben Levi was upset at a certain student who was bothering him, so he wanted to kill him. What he did was, he took a chicken and tied it to his bed. There's a simon. When the chicken's comb turns from red to white, that's the time that the Baruch Hu gets upset. And he waited there, and he noticed that he fell asleep, and he realized that it's a sign of Shemayim, and you're not supposed to do such a thing. It says, "V'racham al kol ma'asav." HaKadosh Baruch Hu has rachmanis even on the bad tzdukim. HaKadosh Baruch Hu gets angry when the kings of the world, they take off their crowns and they bow down to the sun. If a person has self-discipline, it comes from within himself. It's not from outside. It's a lot better than if somebody would hit him and give him malchus. So Rish Lakish is better than 100 malchus. That says the Gemara that Moshe Rabbeinu asked for 3 things, and he got all 3 things according to one man Amar. He asked that Klal Yisrael should have Shekhinah. He asked that the Goyim should not have Shekhinah. And he also asked to understand why is it that sometimes Tzaddik V'Ralo, the good guy, is sometimes has a bad life, and sometimes Rosh of the Tov life. The bad guy has a really good life, supposedly. And he was told that one shot is Tzaddik V'Ralo. We're talking about a Tzaddik that's not a Tzaddik Gomer. If it's a Tzaddik Gomer, you wouldn't have a bad life. What's the shot? Baruch Hu wants to give a person Yisurim so that the tzaddik who's not gomer should be gomer. Going to Gan Eden. And Russia, the third life, Baruch Hu wants to erase all his chusim in this world, give him his fire in this world, so when it comes to the Olam Haba, he shouldn't have Gan Eden. The mayor says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, I want to see what you look like. The Baruch Hu said, listen, I offered you by the snare, you didn't agree. Now that you want, I'm not interested. Says the Gemara Bereshit says in the Sechar that Moshe Rabbeinu covered his face. He was zoicha midah keneged midah that his face glowed. The Sechar that Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful of Hashem, so humans were fearful of him. That Yivru Migeshet. The Sechar that he didn't look at his Baruch Hu, his Baruch Hu showed him his achayra. What does achayra mean? Says the Gemara. He showed him the knot of the tefillin shoulders. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu says something, he promises something, even if it's connected to a condition, if the condition doesn't happen, HaKadosh Baruch Hu still will fulfill his word. For instance, Baruch Hu said, I want to kill all of Israel. And don't worry, Moshe Rabbeinu, I'll make you into a great nation. But then he didn't kill Israel yet. He made Moshe Rabbeinu a great nation. In fact, Moshe Rabbeinu had, as the Torah tells us, 600,000 descendants.
Well, then you got to take care of it.
Look, it says in the name of the Shema Yochai. Rabbi was the first one to call the Rabbi Shloim Master, Adon. And when Daniel was saved, he was in merit of Avraham Avinu calling the Rabbi Shloim Adon. Leah was the first one to be Moed HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to sing praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and realize that what Hashem gave her is more than what she deserved. The name Reuben, says the Gemara, is made out of two words, Reuben. See my son. Leah was saying, look at Esau. He sold his Bechar willingly, then he complained. And he said that Yaakov took it away illegally. My son Reuben lost his Bechar to Yosef, yet he didn't complain. Not only that, he wasn't jealous, and he tried to save Yosef by Tzilei Miyodam. The name Rus comes to describe David HaMelech that would sing Shiros V'Sishbachos HaKadosh Baruch Hu. In fact, you see that the name of a person has a tremendous effect on the person. A son, a kid who's rebellious is worse than the war of Gog and Magog to his parents. And the Gemara asks a question, when David HaMelech was running away from his own son Avshalom, which should have been the worst thing in the world, yet David HaMelech says, Mizmor LeDavid. He's saying a praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, should it be Kina LeDavid? David HaMelech was relieved, like a person paying off a big debt. It's upsetting, but it's a relief. He was relieved that HaKadosh Baruch Hu told him you're going to have a rebellion from within your house, and he thought perhaps it's a mamzer or an eved that's going to rebel. He was relieved that it's his own son. His own son is not going to kill him. When are you allowed to start up with a bad guy, with a Russian? So there are four ways. Either when it's Mila Deshmaya, it's the Shem Shemayim, it's not in danger. Otherwise, it might be dangerous. Or if the Russian is not having a good time, it's not a good time for the Russian in his life. He's on the down. So on the down, you're allowed to go after him. Or he's on the up. He's doing really well. But you're a Tzaddik Gomer, go after him. The other thing is, even if he's not a Tzaddik Gomer, still go after Russia if it's not a good time for him. If a person sets a permanent seat in the shul, then his enemies fall from within him, in front of him. And finally, the Gemara says it's better to serve a Talmid Chacham than to learn from him. Have a wonderful day.
So you see that right there? That's a mule, bro. That's a mule. You know what a mule is? Oh yeah. It's a mix between a donkey and a horse. Yep. So it can't breathe. Yeah, but they're gangster too. They don't like it. You want a mini donkey? So you can go to your house and share with them. Like Robin Big had one of them to be a mini donkey. Mini donkey. I don't want a giant donkey. I want a little gray.
Baruch is Daf Ches. Today must be one of the highlights of that Yomi career. I was saying over the Gemara's Tanya, Amr Bishmal ben Elisha, when suddenly one guy started singing the famous Avraham Fried song, and then the entire group, 60, 70 guys together. It was an unbelievable feeling. If you want to be part of a Geshmak Chevra, a fun, entertaining shir, check us out on YouTube on the Rabbi Stefanski. Understand why there are close to 2,000 subscribers. The halacha is, if a person has an oinus, he's sick, and he can't make it to shul, and he can't gather 10 people to his home, it's preferable that he should daven at the same time that you're davening in shul. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't turn down the tefillah of the tzibur of the rabbin. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says Whoever learns Torah, does Milos Chasadim, and davens with a minyan, is as if they redeem me and my children from within the nations. Rabbi says, if there's a shul in a city and he doesn't go in, he's considered a bad neighbor, and because of him, he creates galus for him and for his children. Rabbi Abraham was under the impression that there are no extremely old people in Babel, because it says in the pasuk "L'man yirbu yameichem," that's referring to Yisrael. When he found that there were old people, he said it must be because they come to shul early in the morning and they leave shul late at night, and that gives arichas yom. Rav Chisda says one should not sit right by the door to the entrance of the shul because it looks as if he wants to run away from shul. Rather, he should give himself 2 doors distance into the shul. The Gemara brings 4 pshatim for this pasuk. Al zois yispal kol chassidei lecha. Every chassid, pious person, should daven for this le'eis Messiah. Right before he needs this thing, and he'll get it if he davens for it. What is this thing? The first pshat is, Rav Chanina says, it's referring to looking for a wife. As it says in the pasuk, matzah isha, matzah taif, the matzah matches matzah in the pasuk. In fact, in Eretz Yisrael, they would ask, matzah, or you might say, after you married, now that you find out the woman you married, is she a matzah isha, matzah taif, is a good woman, or umaytzani marmi maves is a isha? Rav Nosson says it's referring to Torah. You should ask for Torah and you'll receive it. Rabbi Yochanan says you should ask for kvura, for burial. Rabbi Yitzchak says it's talking about death. You should ask for a good death, a pleasant death. In fact, Gemara says there are 903 types of death. The worst one is askara. The best one is Mrs. Nashika, like taking a hair out of milk. Askara is like taking thorns out of wool. Very difficult. So you should ask for a good misa. My Sutra says it's referring to a bathroom. You should find a good bathroom. The Gemara says, in fact, Mar Zutra seems to be the best out of all of them. Says Rav Chisda, it's in the pasuk, Oyav Hashem Shari Tzion Mikol Mishkenos Yaakov. What does Hashem love the most? He loves Oyav Hashem Sha'oram Tzion B'Halacha. He likes the places that they come to the bottom of the halacha more than shuls and Bati Medrash. The halacha is one should daven where he learns. When Rabbi heard this halacha, he changed his ways. He used to learn at home and go daven in shul, but then he changed it to where he would daven and learn in the same place. Rabbi and Ravasi, they had 13 shuls in Tveria, yet they chose to daven by the pillars of where they used to learn. It says, "Miyom shechar beis hamikdash, ein lo la'akadosh baruch hu elo dal ames shel halacha b'levad." From the time the Chur ben Rabbi, Baruch Hu only has 4 ames of halacha. So in other words, that's why Rabbi also he decided to daven in the same place that he learned halacha. That's where HaKadosh Baruch Hu is. Gemara says somebody who has Yiras Shamayim and earns a living is greater than somebody that just has Yiras Shamayim without earning anymore. It says in the pasuk, Yagia kapecha v'soichel ashrecha v'toivlach. You learn ashrecha b'olam hazeh, v'toivlach b'olam haba, whereas just Yiras Shamayim only has olam haba, not olam hazeh. There's halacha that one should live right next to his Rebbe if he's subordinate to his Rebbe, if he accepts everything his Rebbe says. Otherwise, it's not good to live next to your Rebbe. We see that Shlomo HaMelech didn't sin, didn't marry the daughter of Tyre as long as his Rebbe, Shimon Megeri, was alive and lived next to him. It says in the pasuk, "Va'oizvei yichalu." There's a halacha that if the Sefer Torah is open in shul, you're not allowed to leave the shul. Rabbi would leave the shul between Garba and Garba, between aliyahs. Rabbi asks, what about between psukim? If there's a pause, can you sneak out? And he remains with the teiku. Reb Shimon says, I turn my back to the Sefer Torah and I learn. They're doing what they want to do and I'm doing my thing. The halacha of Shnai Mikra V'Echad Targum brings Arichas Yomim. You should say 2 psukim and 1 targum. What if there's no targum on the pasuk? Like a terrorist divar, Atras divar. Says Rashi, in that case, the Gemara says you should still say it, meaning you should say the pasuk 3 times, once instead of the targum. One should not wait until Yom Kippur to say the entire Shnai Mikra V'Echad Targum, because Erev Yom Kippur is the day that we eat. It's as if you're fasting, and do not say Shnai Mikra V'Echad Targum earlier than the week that you need to say that. Rishon Levi told his children, first of all, when you chef the bird, be careful that you chef all the breed in the veins, make sure that all the blood comes out. Be careful with the Talmud Chacham Azakin that had Torah, even though you forgot it now because of Ha'oines, just like they put the broken luchos into the Aron. This person is a broken Sefer Torah. Rabbi told his children, do not cut meat on your hands. One shot is because it's a sakana, you might cut through, you might slip and cut your hand, or you might nick your hand, some of the blood will go into the food, and it'll disgust everybody. Halacha is, you're not allowed to sit on a mita aramis. A bit of a gaya. One shot is, it's referring to going to sleep without saying Kriya Shema Amita. The other shot is, Rabbi was telling his children who were Kohanim, do not marry a Gyaris because you're a Kohen, it's also. And some say that it's a Goya Mamish. Why can't you sit on a bed? There's a story of Rapata. A woman told him, a Goya said, sit down. And he said, let me see what's underneath the bed. And she lifted up the bed and there was a dead baby there. She wanted to blame him for his death. Lacha is, one should not go behind a shul. It looks as if you don't believe in the shul. Gemara says there's a number of conditions here. If a person is carrying something heavy, it's obvious that he's not trying to avoid the shul. If he's wearing tefillin, it's obvious that he's Yerushalayim. If he's running, it's also obvious that he's trying to get somewhere. And if the shul has another door, then people think he's trying to go to the other door, and it's not a bezayim to the shul. Rabbi Akiva loved three things about the nation of Matai: that they cut their meat, they don't cut their meat on the table, and they would kiss each other only on their hands because of germs. And when they discuss private things, they would go into a field so nobody else could hear. Rabbi Yehuda says, I like three things that the Parsim did. They had sneers in three areas: when they ate, when they went to the bathroom, and when they had relations. Nevertheless, the Parsim are ready to go with all the sneers. They're ready to go straight into Gehenna. The halacha is like a will in the Mishnah that you could say Kriya Shema all the way until Amud HaShachar. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai says that there's a possibility of saying Kriya Shema one after another. One will be for the night, one will be for the day. That is, if you say Kriya Shema right before Amud HaShachar and right after Amud HaShachar, the one after Amud HaShachar will count for the daytime, even though halachically right after Amud HaShachar is considered night. Since people get up then, your Yotza, Kriya Shema Shachris, have a wonderful day.
They're supposed to be smart. This fucking thing. Yeah. And then some people buy alibis. You just be barking at random shit, man. I'm like, I thought you were smart. That sucks. It barks at me when I'm walking down. If you're small, you pick up the trash and come back in. That's really smart. Man, I hate how small he is. I thought Golden Doodles were going to be huge. Yeah.
Rocha is Daf Tes. The Gemara tells us a story of two Talmidim that came home from a wedding drunk. And they didn't say Kriya Shema. They asked Rav Shimon ben Levi, the father of the Chassan, whether or not they can say Kriya Shema, even though it's the Netzach Chama. Shimon ben Levi says, yes, we pass it like Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, that in a time of a oinus, like being drunk, you could say Kriya Shema of Ma'ariv all the way to the Netz. In fact, that's the halacha. You're supposed to say Kriya Shema of Ma'ariv up until Chatzos. If that doesn't work out, you have until Amud HaShachar, and only in the case of an oinus, you go till Netzach Chama. As in our Mishnah, we had that the sons of Gamliel, they also went to a wedding, but they didn't have a oinus. They didn't come home drunk, and they asked Gamliel, should they say Kriya Shema? And he said, yes, up until Amud HaShachar, because they weren't sure whether or not Chachamim, who are the rabbis, argued with their father or not. They knew their father should, but they weren't sure if Chachamim agreed. And Rabbi Yehuda says, yes, Chachamim agree with me. The shir really is up until Amud HaShachar. Chachamim made a takana siyag, say Kriya Shema before Chatzos. Elazar ben Azariah has a Zer Shalom. There's an extra word, hazeh. And he learns out that the time to eat the Korban Pesach is only up until Chatzos, whereas Rabbi Akiva holds the time to eat Korban Pesach is all the way to the morning. Rabbi Akiva learns from the word Chipazah. Chipazah, he holds, is the hastiness of Klal Yisrael. When did they leave in hastiness? In the morning, so therefore you can eat the Korban Pesach till the morning. Elazar holds that Chipazah is referring to the Mitzrim. They were in a rush to get Klal Yisrael out. The Geula started by Chatzos, by Makkos Chayrus, they wanted Klal Yisrael out. In reality, Klal Yisrael only left the following morning. There's a pasuk that seemingly has a three-way contradiction. It says, Sham Tizva Pesach, when do you shut the Pesach? Bo'erev, which means in the afternoon. Pasuk continues and says, Kivay HaShemesh, as we learned, Kivay HaShemesh, referring to Shkia. And the pasuk continues and says, when did Klal Yisrael leave Mitzrayim? In the morning. So which one is it? Is it the noon, Shkia, or the morning? Says the Gemara. The pasuk is telling us three different things. Shchita of the Korban Pesach happens in the afternoon. The eating of the Korban Pesach occurs only after Shkia. Until what point can you eat the Korban Pesach? According to Yeshua, which is like Rabbi Akiva, you can eat all the way to the morning. According to Rabbi Elazar, it's until Chatzos. The Gemara now goes on to explain a few psukim.
What are you talking about?
When Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu to tell Klal Yisrael to borrow gold and silver from the Mitzrayim, the pasuk uses an interesting lashon. Daber no ba'oznei ha'am v'yishal. What's this no? I beg of you, please.
And she was like, and they were watching her. They were like, you just.
Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, I don't want Avram Avinu to come to me with kindness. I promise that the Mitzrayim will enslave Klal Yisrael, and that they did. But didn't happen. So therefore, I beg of you that you should beg of them that they should borrow gold and silver. So that Avram Avinu doesn't have kindness. And Klal Yisrael said, we don't want to borrow. We want to leave. If we should leave, why should we wait until tomorrow? Let's leave right now. Vayashilum, with a mem at the end, says Rabbi means that it happened forcefully. What happened forcefully? One shita says that the mitzvah were forced to lend. Another shita says Klal Yisrael didn't want to borrow. They felt that it might be too heavy and they needed to run away from the mitzvah. The mitzvah might get chased. They wanted to go lighter, and therefore they didn't want to borrow. So Klal Yisrael was forced. But in that case, Mitzrayim, says the Gemara, that once Klal Yisrael borrowed from the mitzvah, everything was desolate. It was as if it was a trap for an animal without a bait. Or Vainathus, like Mitsulas Hayam, just like in the depths of the ocean, there are no fish. So too, Mitzrayim had no values left. Eya Asher Eya. What's this double lashon? It's going to be told Moshe Rabbeinu, tell Klal Yisrael, but just like I was with them now, I will be with them in the future goals. So Moshe Rabbeinu said, Klal Yisrael has enough on their head. Why should I tell them about future goals? Says Rabbi told me right. Just tell them I'll be with them. What's the double lashon by Eliyahu Hanavi? Aneni Hashem Aneni. Famous story. Eliyahu Hanavi wanted to prove the Uvei Abal that they are false. So he had them try to consume meat with fire from Shemayim. It didn't work. And then he begged Rabbi Shalom, bring an ace. Bring down fire from Shemayim and consume the meat. In fact, that's what happened. But Aneni the second time was Klal Yisrael shouldn't think it's witchcraft. They should understand that it's going to Shemayim. Says the Mishnah, Yishma in the morning is said to when you could differentiate between Chelas and Lavan. This is Chelas and Lavan. That's one shot. We had the opportunity today, the owner of Psik Chelas came to our shir and gave us a live demonstration and lent this to me. The Gemara says that the Chelas is within the Lavan. It's a piece of wool. It wasn't dyed completely. It didn't catch completely like this. When you could differentiate between the white and the blue, that's the shear. That's what you could say, Kriya shear. Rabbi Elazar says between Chelas and Karsi. Karsi is a leaf. So when you could differentiate between the blue and the green, that's the shear of Kriya shear. The same shear, the Gemara brings in another way, which is the differentiate between a dog and a wolf, between a donkey and a roid, which is a wild donkey. And Achirim say it's when you can differentiate, when you can pick out your friend or an acquaintance, an associate from 4 Amasorah. Up until what time can you say Kriya Shema? One sheet is until Netzach Hama. That's the Chachila. The other can go even further. The Shua says until 3 hours Zmanios. In other words, you divide the day into 4. The light, that's the Machlik from the Gra and the Magen Avram. Magen Avram says you start from Amar Shachar. The Magen says you start from Netzach Hama. And that's when kings wake up 3 hours into the day. The Mishnah says, whoever reads Kriya Shema past this time, at least they'll be the time the mitzvah d'oraisa of Limud Torah. The Gemara explains what's the chiddush. He says because this person is saying it al peh, and Torah Sheb'Ksav can't say al peh, nevertheless he gets sechar. Rav Huna says the halacha is that Kriya Shema can be said the shear of picking out your friend 4 amos away. Rabbi says no, that's only in regard to tefillin. But Kriya Shema is kivasikin. The sikin means a type of a person that's a fasid, and a fasid would say Kriya Shema immediately before Nate, and have a Shemona Esrei right after Nate, because it's reason like in the mitzvahs, he wants to say Shemona Esrei the earliest possible time, but you have to be son of Gulul Tefillah, you have to put Kriya Shema right before, and therefore, in order to time everything, you have to say Kriya Shema at the last available moment, right before Nate. It says, how do we know this concept? It says, Yiru'ucham Shemesh. You should have fear right when the sun comes out. That's Kriya Shema, Ol Nafesh Shemayim. Plus continues, is talking about Mincha should not be said after Shkia. Rabbi Yosi and Eliakim said in the name of the people in Yerushalayim that whoever says Geula right next to Tefillah won't be damaged that day. Rabbi Zera said he was damaged, and the Gemara says Why? Because he had a monetary loss. He had to bring Hadassah into the king. People pay money to see a king. You're supposed to see even Gentile kings to see the difference between a guy and a Yid king. Rabbi Bruna says in Gemara, he was son of Gula Tefillah, and he was happy the entire day. He had a smile on his face the whole day. Hashem's Fasai Tiftach that we say, Gemara in one shot says that we only say that in Mincha, otherwise it's a hefsek between Gula Tefillah. More like we had in the beginning of the Masechta, that since Chachamim were Kedayad in the Tefillah, it's like part of the Shemona Esrei, like Ashkiveinu, we said it's part of the Gal Yisrael. Shemona Esrei is because of the 18 capital Chilim that David HaMelech had that correspond to the 18. Yir L'Ratzayin is in capital Yud Tes, in the 19th. That's why we say Yir L'Ratzayin after Shemona Esrei and not before. Have a wonderful day.
Humanized when his daughters came to visit him. Really? He said when his daughters came, he was like you think this great dad, like just this normal, you like hug him and cry and tell him all this nice stuff.
That's the thing about the complicated nature of a monster or a human being, a bipolar ape called a human. Monster, destroyer, and then also, so a lot of people like.
Baruch is that view. The Gemara tells us a story where a mayor had really bad neighbors. So he davened that they should die. Baruria, his famous wife, told him that's not the way to do it. You're probably thinking, you should get rid of all the chataim. Yes, get rid of the sins, but don't get rid of the sinners. What you should do is daven that they should do tshuva. In fact, he davened that they should do tshuva, and they were chayzer with tshuva. A min once asked Baruria, how does the pasuk make sense in Navi? Rani akara shalei lada. Because she didn't give birth, she came out in a song, and she said, Shaita. Look at the end of the pasuk. Lost and loved by the Geula, there are going to be many more cries from Yerushalayim than Edom. In fact, the word Akara is referring to that our children don't go into Gehenna like your children do. So Rabbi explained to Amin, why is it that David HaMelech put the parak of Avshalom, him and Avshalom, is the third parak in Tehillim, and the parak of him and Shaul is all the way at parak Nun Zayin. Shouldn't be the opposite. It's not in order of how it happened. So he told them, we believe in a concept called smuchim. When a pasuk is next to another pasuk, or a parak is next to another parak, we learn something from it. We learn from the parak Gog Magog, which is parak Beis. If somebody might tell you, how is it possible that Gog is going to rebel against the Kadosh Baruch Hu? I'll tell you, look, my own son rebelled against his father. Shimba Yochai explained the famous pasuk in Esheschaim. Feel pasuk b'chachma, v'sari as chesed al shayna. Shlomo HaMelech wrote it about his father David, that he had Ruach HaKodesh later on in life about 5 times that he was in different worlds. One of them was the world in his mother's womb. He said Shira, he said a Baruch Nafshi about it. When he came out and he gazed at the stars and the mazalis, he said another Baruch Nafshi. And when he nursed, he also said a Baruch Nafshi. Two pshatim, either because humans are different than animals. You nurse from a clean place, or you nurse not in the Makom Erva. And he said Shira when he had the falling of the Rishayim, and when he spoke about their death. Rishonim Pazi says that it corresponds with HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Neshama, the 5 times. HaKadosh Baruch Hu fills the whole world, the Neshama fills the whole body. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees it, but it's not seen. The Neshama sees it and is not seen. HaKadosh Baruch Hu feeds Mefarnas the whole world, the Neshama is Mefarnas the whole body. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is pure, he's pure, so is the Neshama. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sits in the inner rooms, so does the Neshama. So therefore, the person that has the Neshama within him should come and praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Baruch Nafshi, it says, my innards. Because Baruch is not like a human being. Because artist paints a picture on the wall, he can infuse it with life and in the Neshama word. Because Baruch not only can he infuse it, but it can infuse something within something. A baby that's within its mother can infuse it with life. As Chana said, Ain't Sur Kelikenim, and we learn Ain't Sayer. There's no artist like our God. In other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu could create humans, and nobody can do anything similar. Ke'ein Biltecha, we learn Ke'ein Levaloischa. Ein Levaloischa meaning HaKadosh Baruch Hu outlives everything he creates, whereas an artist, usually his art outlives him. You want to know what happened in the story between Chizkiah and Yeshayahu, who were both tzaddikim. Chizkiah was the king, Yeshayahu was the Navi. They didn't want to visit each other. Each one held that they had more honor, the other one should come to them. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu made a compromise. He made Chizkiah really sick, and he told Yeshayahu, go visit Chizkiah. So he went to visit him, and he said, Kimeis ata, you're going to die, Veloitich, and you're not going to live, which is a double lashon. The Gemara explains, you're going to die in this world, and you're not going to have Olam Haba because you didn't do Pru Revu, you didn't get married. Chizkiah said, because I saw in Ruach HaKodesh that I'm going to have descendants that are not worthy. So Yeshayahu told him the famous line, why are you getting involved in the Rabbi Shalom's business? Let him do his thing, you do your thing. So he said, okay, so give me your daughter, and our two schusim will be zeicha that I won't have bad descendants. So he told him it's too late. The Xer already happened. So Chizkiah got upset. He said, even if a sharp sword is on your neck, you should never stop davening. And the Gemara tells us that immediately Chizkiah took the musar, he got up and he went to the wall. What's the wall? The walls of his heart. He said within his heart. Or, lady says, he said something that has to do with a wall. He said, if Isha Shunamis, with a story with Elisha, that Elisha did Chis HaMesim to her son, in the schos, because she built him a wall, as the Gemara is going to discuss later. So my grandfather, Shlomo, he built the entire Beis Hamikdash, shouldn't I deserve a schos? Chizkiah told her, Baruch Hu, I did everything. What did he do? Says the Gemara, an amazing thing. He was soymech geula l'tefillah. Lady says it means that he took the book of medicinal remedies and he buried it. As the Gemara says, Chizkiah did 6 things. 3 things the Rabbanim, Chachamim agreed with, and 3 not. He buried the book of refuahs. He broke the copper snake that Moshe Rabbeinu made to heal people. People started doing a desire to it. And when his father, the Rasha Achaz, died, he dragged his body in the streets on a bed of rope to show people that this is what happens when you do Avodah Zarah. Those 3 things Chacham agreed to. But what they didn't agree to, that when he plugged up the water of Gichaim in order to thirst, to create that the soldiers of Chayr shouldn't have water, they didn't agree to that. They said, let HaKadosh Baruch Hu deal with it. When Chizkiah gave the doors of the Hamikdash, the golden doors, to Chayr, they didn't agree to that. And when he did, he made an extra month of the year. On the last day of Adar, he said that's not good because that last day could be Nisan, and because it could be Nisan, you don't do Iber Shana on that day. If somebody uses other people's chusim when he dies, he says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu answered me in the chus of my forefathers, like Moshe Rabbeinu did in the chus of Avram, he's answered in his own chusim. But Chizkiah used his own chusim. He said, answer me in my chus, asher salachti lechonecha, etc. So they used the chus of David. Now going back to the story of Isha Shunamis and Elisha, she said, let's make him a wall. So the machlokes, where did she put Elisha? She put him in an open achsadra, and she had to build a wall to divide achsadra. And then, what does aliyah mean? Aliyah usually means in the attic. It means she put him in the best of her houses. Or the Shabbos, she put him in the attic. And she had to build a roof. So why is it called a kir, a wall? Because it's kiru, is a lashon of roofing. It says that she put a bed, a table, a chair, and a lamp. The Gemara says, Elisha benefited from it. You're allowed to benefit from favors that people give to you. But Shmuel would refuse favors. He came with his own little suitcase. Wherever he went, he had all his belongings. Nobody could give him a favor. She knew more than her husband that Elisha was a kaddish. How did she know? She noticed that flies wouldn't land on his table. Another side is she noticed that his sheets were clean. They didn't have any carry on them. Whereas his Misharis, Gechazi, didn't have dusha. He grabbed her inappropriately. Says the Gemara that if a person hosts the Talmud Chacham and gives from his own belongings to the Talmud Chacham, it's as if he was a makir the Talmud. The Gemara says 3 halachas in Tefillah. First one is that you shouldn't stand in a high place when you daven. There should be no haughtiness when it comes to daven. You're supposed to put your feet together like we do during Shemoneh Esrei. And you're not supposed to eat and drink before davening. If you do, it's as if you have gaiva and then you try to be ma'am with Shem Shamayim. Shmuel said Allah like in Yeshua, the Kriya Shema is said until 3 hours into the day. The Rabbi says that if you say Kriya Shema after this man, it's as if you were Mekayim Talmud Torah. But you should say Birkas Kriya Shema 2 before and 1 after. Rav Chisda agrees to that. And in one lashon, Rav Chisda argues with that. Ramani says, somebody who says Kriya Shema in the right time has a bigger schos than learning Torah. Have a wonderful day.
When I got this Prius stolen that I bought from somebody, veteran, and it got stolen. When I got it back, I found crack vials. I found all kinds of shit. I think we found a condom and so forth.
As we learned, the pasuk says you must say Kriya Shema b'shach b'chov kumecha when people go to sleep and when people get up. We try to take it a step further, and they say just like when you go to sleep, you're laying down. So when you say Kriya Shema Shel Arvis, you have to be in a laying position. When we say Kriya Shema Shel Shachris, you have to be standing up. Otherwise, the pasuk would say, "Ba'boker u'ba'arev." They still say, "Wait a minute." The pasuk says, "Uvelechtacha v'derech." You must say Kriya Shema even when you're walking on the way. Walking is not laying down, and it's not even standing. Therefore, say still, you can say Kriya Shema when you're sitting, standing, laying, and even while you're working. Both Beisil and Bisham agree that from the words of Shavchav Kumecha, we can learn a big chiddush. That somebody that's Oisig a mitzvah, he's preoccupied doing another mitzvah, he's putter from saying Kriya Shema. Uvelechtacha v'derech teaches us that not only a person that's actually doing a physical mitzvah, but even somebody like a chassan who's tarad in his machshava, his mind is preoccupied, he's also putter from Kriya Shema since he's about to marry a psula. But if he'd be marrying an almana, he's not occupied and therefore he's chayiv. You need a combination of two things. You need to be preoccupied, and it has to be with a mitzvah. So therefore, if somebody's about to lose his ship, it's sinking, that's not enough to give him a Torah from saying Kriya Shema because it's not a mitzvah. An Avel who's preoccupied, he just lost a loved one, and he's very bitzar, he's also chayiv in all mitzvahs, besides tefillin, because tefillin say pe'er, and since he has afer on his head and he's in bitzar, he's potter. Even though Beis Hillel use Uvelechtacha v'derech to teach us this concept, that Oisig b'mitzvah you potter, nevertheless they learned the physical words of Uvelechtacha v'derech, that it's talking about a person that's walking and not laying down. The Gemara tells a story. Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah were together. Rabbi Shmuel was laying down, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah was standing. When the time came to say Kriya Shema, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah decided to lay down like Bishamai. And Rabbi Shmuel, who was laying down, jumped up to say Kriya Shema. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah told him, "You remind me of a mashal. Somebody had a beautiful beard, and they told him, 'Look, your beard is beautiful.' So he said, 'Okay, let me cut it off.' I was standing up and I laid down, and because I lay down, that's why you stood up. I give you a compliment, and you're doing the opposite of what I'm doing." So he said, "No, I am worried that people will see us, and they'll say that Allah is like Bishamah." What's the difference? Because they still say you could also lay down, but since you were standing and then you lay down, so it looks as if you pass me like Bishamah. So what is the halacha if you do like Bishamah? According to Rabbi Cheskel, it's okay, you're Yaitze. But according to Rabbi Yosef, you're not Yaitze at all. Similarly, we have that if somebody does a sukkah, like Beis Hillel, most of his body's inside the sukkah, but his table's inside the house. According to Beis Hillel, it's fine. Bishami say if you do like Beis Hillel, you're not Yaitze at all. So if you reverse that, you say if you do like Beis Shammai, Beis Hillel will hold you didn't do anything. And according to Rav Nachman bar Yitzchak, not only did you not do anything, but you're chayiv misa. You see the Mishnah, Rav Tarfon says, "I once put myself in danger in order to be Yaitze like Bishamai." Chacham told him, if something would have happened to you, you would have deserved it. The Mishnah tells us, based on the pasuk, Sheva Bayoim Hilalticha, you should say 7 brachas, 7 birkas Kriya Shema. How do you break it down? The Mishnah says, in the morning you say 2 brachas before Kriya Shema and 1 after. In the evening you say 2 before and 2 after. In the evening, the Emunah, Emes B'Emunah is a very long bracha, and Ashkivenu, compared to Emes B'Emunah, is considered short. Anytime Chachamim were masakin a long bracha or a short bracha that finishes with Baruch Atah Hashem or doesn't finish, and you add or take off, you're not doing the correct thing. One of the brachas that we say in the morning, Yoitzer Oyer V'Oyer Chayshach, we don't use the word Noiga because we want to say Chayshach, which is darkness, which is Laila. We want to mention the night during the bracha of the day, just like we mentioned the daytime during the bracha of the night, where we say Galul Ar Mibnei Chayshach B'nei Yad. According to Shmuel, what's the second bracha? Ahava Rabbah, like Nusach Ashkenaz. According to Chachamim, it's Havas Olam, like Nusach Sfarad. Because it says, therefore, one should say Ahava Rabbah in the morning and Havas Olam at night. Like Nusach Ashkenaz, I guess places were Chachmei Tzarfas Ashkenaz. Shmuel says halacha that if somebody gets up early to learn, he should say Birkus HaTorah. And if he said Kriya Shema with Birkus Kriya Shema, so Ahava Rabbah patters him from saying Birkus HaTorah. When do you say Birkus HaTorah? Machlokes. The Buddha says you only say Birkus HaTorah in Toshik Sav. If you learn Chumash, but not even a medrash that tells you the halachas that come out of the Chumash. The Buddha says even medrash. Rabbi says you say Birkus HaTorah even from Mishnah, and Rabbi says you say Birkus HaTorah even from Gemara, and Rashi says because that's the Iker Torah. This is great for Daf Yomi people. Gemara is the main part of Torah because from that halach comes out, and it's the logic behind the Mishnah, and it explains away the contradictions in the Mishnah, and sometimes to add and take off words of a Mishnah. Shmuel says, what bracha do you make on Birkas Torah? Lazi b'divrei Torah. The Yochanan adds, higher of none, you finish off with a bracha. And Rav Nuna says, you say Asher Bachar Banu Mikol Amin, which he says is considered the most important bracha out of the three. Why? Because it gives a praise to Baruch Hu and a praise to Klal Yisrael in the Torah. And therefore, since these are all important brachas, we say all three. After the Kohanim brought the carbon tamid in the morning and they salted the Ivarim, the Sgan Kohanim would announce, make one bracha. What is that one bracha? According to Shmuel, it's a Havarabba, and according to Rish Lakish, it's Yotzer Ar. And then they would say Aser Sadibros, and then they would say Shema Vayim Shemayim Vayomer, and then they would give three brachas to Klal Yisrael. They would say Emes V'Yatziv, and they would say the bracha Bavoida, which is similar to Ritzei, just it ends up Shoyz Chanavoid or another bracha, and then they would say Birkas Kohanim. Rav Zrika proved that you say Yotzer Ar and not Havarabba, because Rish Lakish says, from here you see that brachas are not makif. In other words, if there's two brachas together and you say one out of the two, you guys are not one. Similar, let's say for tefillin, if you say just a bracha on Shal Yad and not Shal Rosh, if you only have one pair or you can't put on the other one, you're Yotzer. How does he prove it? From the fact that they said one bracha, and if that one bracha, for instance, was Yotzer Ar, then it's a great proof. Why? Because why didn't they say Havarabba? Havarabba you could say all night long. There's no Zman for it. But if they said I have a rabbi, then there's no proof, because perhaps they said it when it was too early. Yotzar is only when the light comes out, and maybe they said it later on. The Gemara is doichen. The Gemara says perhaps they said both brachas. But he meant to say that it's not ma'akim, that the seder's not ma'akim. You could say one before the other, and it doesn't matter in what order. Have a wonderful day.
I'd see it in there, the new hit.
I mean, Avatar might be cool.
Well, Avatar would be cool. Yeah. Avatar's the movie that fucking balls.
And they weren't wearing like 3D glasses either, so it's like just like watching Avatar on 3D, which I did. Was a
Bracha is David Beis. Although in the Beis Hamikdash they would say Aser Sadibros, the Chorma Musakin that outside of the Beis Hamikdash we shouldn't say Aser Sadibros, because the Minim would say that's the only part of the Torah that we have. Kriya Shema and Aser Sadibros. Today, Aser Sadibros is so important that one should say it in private, but not in public. There were 24 Mishmaros of Kohanim. Every week a different Mishmar would take over the Beis Hamikdash. When the incoming Mishmar came into the Beis Hamikdash, the outgoing Mishmar would say another bracha, and he would say, Misha Shiken Eshmoy Bebayis Hazeh, V'yashkin B'neichem Ahava V'achva V'shalom B'reis. The Gemara goes through a series of questions regarding brachas. If a person starts in Ma'ariv, he starts off thinking that he's saying Shachris. He says Yotzer Ar, but he finishes off HaMa'ariv HaRavim. And the same thing in Shachris. He thinks he's saying Ma'ariv HaRavim, and he finishes off Yotzer Ar. In both cases, he's Yotzer because he finished off correctly. The reverse, if he started off correctly but finished off incorrectly, in Shachris he started off Yotzer Ar, but he finished HaMa'ariv HaRavim, and in Ma'ariv he started off Ma'ariv HaRavim and finished Yotzer Ar, he's not Yotzer. If a person is holding in his hand a cup, and he thinks that it's beer, but in fact it's wine. So he starts saying shahakal, and he finishes off a gofen, he's yotze. What about bracha achreina? Person thinks that he ate bread, but in fact he ate dates. And he finishes off correctly. He started off birkas hamazon, but he finished off mein shalish, the bracha achreina. He's yotze because even the birkas hamazon that he started off with would work for dates, because dates can satiate him. But what happens, and this Gemara remains in a suffix, is he thought that he's holding wine, but in fact it was beer. So he started saying hagafen, but he finished off shahakal. The question is, do we go by the main part of the bracha or the latter part of the bracha? And therefore he would be yotze. If a person thought that he ate dates, so he started saying a bracha achreina, and then he realized that he ate bread, and he finishes off with birkas hamazon, the Gemara remains in a suffix. Now the Gemara says you can't prove anything from the halachas that we said by Kriya Shema, because according to Rav, since when it comes to birkas Kriya Shema, you finish off with a bracha, Baruch Atah Hashem HaMa'ariv HaRavim, that's enough. That's a bracha in itself. According to Rabbi Yochanan, Baruch Atah Hashem HaMa'ariv HaRavim, or Yotzer Ar, is not considered a bracha, because you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem like Keinu Melech Ha'ilam in order for it to be considered a bracha. Nevertheless, you can't prove anything from birkas Kriya Shema, because birkas Kriya Shema, when a person starts the bracha, he intends to mention the day and the night in the same bracha. So every bracha really is a bracha for the day and for the night, and therefore he's yotze. A person does not say v'yatziv in the morning, and the emun at night, he's not yoytze the mitzvah of Kriya Shema Kitikuna. Because it says in the pasuk, "Lahagid ba'bagi chazdecha ve'munascha b'leilos," you have to give Shach Kadosh Baruch Hu in the morning and the evening. When you say Shemona Esrei, the first two brachas, and by the last bracha, you bend your knees by Baruch, and by Ata, you bend your spine and your head down. All your vertebrae have to bend, and then by the word Hashem, you must start coming up. It's important to remember that by Baruch Hu also, when you say Baruch Hu Es Hashem, you start coming up. Rav Sheshes would bend his knees and bow down quickly, but when he said the word Hashem, he'd be like a snake. He'd pick up his head very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to do the Kriya. So if he made tshuva, we know we say Hamelech HaKadosh and Hamelech HaMishpat. What if one forgets and says Hakel HaKadosh or Melech HaMishpat? So according to Rabbi, and that's the halacha, he's not yoytze, and according to Rabbi Lazar, he's yoytze. If a person has the ability to daven for his friend, and he doesn't daven for his friend, he's considered a sinner. And if he has the ability to daven for Talmid Chacham, he must do so until he feels sick, literally sick. He has to fast and daven until he becomes sick. If a person is over an Aveira, and he's embarrassed by the Aveira, an amazing chiddush. Not only are they moichelim on that Aveira, but they're moichelim on all his Aveiras. And how we know this? We know this from Shaul. Shaul brought down Shmuel from Shemayim through the Oiv. And Shmuel says, "Why did you bring me down?" So he says, "I tried this, I tried that." But he never mentions, "I tried the Urim Tumim," because he's embarrassed by the Aveira that he committed, that he killed the Noiv with the Urim Tumim. So I didn't know that Shaul was forgiven, because Shmuel tells him, "Tomorrow you'll go to battle, and if you go to battle, you'll be killed, you and your children, but you'll be with me." Says the Gemara, with me means my mechitza. In other words, Shaul was zoicha to being Gan Eden with Shmuel Hanavi, which is a tremendous madrig. Or because the Gevanim, they said they'll forgive Shaul if Shaul gives them 7 of his sons that they could kill. Obviously, they hated Shaul, and the pasuk ends off saying that Shaul was a Bechir Hashem. Says the Gemara that it wasn't the Gevanim that said it, it was Hashem that announced it from Shemayim. Bechir Hashem, in other words, he forgave Shaul. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to institute that we should say Parshas Balak in Kriya Shema, because Parshas Balak has the pasuk Parash Shochav Taryei V'Chalavi. It's a beautiful pasuk, but it also includes the lashon of B'Shach B'Chol Kumecha. The reason why they didn't institute it because of Tircha Tzibura is very long, and to say one pasuk you also can't say because you can only say a full parsha from a pei to a pei or to a samach. Why do we say parsha of tzitzis? Because it includes these amazing concepts. It includes the concept of all mitzvahs. It includes parsha of tzitzis, vasalim tzitzis, the Yitzias Mitzrayim, Asher Yitzias Mitzrayim. The words Achri Levavchem comes to tell us that you shouldn't think about minos. Achri Enechem comes to say that you shouldn't think in Averis. Atem Zoinim comes to tell you shouldn't think about Avodah Zarah. Says the Mishnah, this is the famous Mishnah we said in the Haggadah, even though nighttime is not a time to put on tzitzis, nevertheless, Rabbi Ben Azariah holds that you should say the parsha of tzitzis. Why? Because it says in the pasuk, "Man tiskor es yom tzescha be'es Mitzrayim kol yimei chayecha," all the days of your life. Yimei chayecha are the days yimei. Kol yimei chayecha, the extra kol means the night. So you should say parsha the night. Chacham say no. Kol yimei chayecha comes to include the time of Mashiach. We're also going to say the parsha of tzitzis. Have a wonderful day.
His fundamentals, his defense isn't as good. He's the hardest hitter of all time, but just so he has that eraser, but he has a lot of flaws. Which Francis, if he lands without fighting a game, it's going to take that. What is that, Jim?
You really like him, Deontay, right?
Love him.
Bracha is Daf Yud Gimel. The Gemara tells us that once Mashiach comes, we're not going to be mentioning the Geula from Bavel, Horas, and Madar, but we will be mentioning Mitzrayim, though it's slightly muted compared to how we mention it today, because the main focus is going to be on the Geula from Gog and Magog, as the pasuk says. I'm going to give you a brand new Geula. It's going to be so large that you're going to forget about the other Geulas. At Mashal, a person bumped into a wolf, and he has a great story to tell over to his friends. He bumped into a wolf, and he was saved. Later on, he bumps into a lion, so he forgets about his first story and tells him the second story about the lion. And after that, he bumps into a snake, forgets about the other 2 stories, and all he tells people is how he was saved from a snake, defeated a snake. Klal Yisrael is going to be so busy with the Geula of Gog and Magog, they're going to forget about all the other Gulas that they had. We know because Baruch Hu changed Yaakov Avinu's name to Yisrael. It's a mutter to call him Yaakov. We see we do that every day. The answer is because Baruch Hu himself called Yaakov Avinu Yaakov after he changed his name. So there's no issur. However, when it comes to Avram Avinu, the Torah tells us do not call him Avram. Therefore, his name was Avram, which means the father of his nation. Avram means the father of all nations. There's an issur deraisa, so Allah v'na asay, to change his name and call him Avram. What about Sarah? Her name was Sarai, princess of her nation. Sarah, the princess of all nations. The Gemara tells us that because Baruch Hu told Avraham Avinu, this is what you need to call it, but he didn't tell us. So therefore, if we call her Sarai, we're not over and issur. And with that, we finish the first parak of Shas. We should be zoicha to finish all the prakim of Shas together. Says the Mishnah, if a sofer was fixing a Sefer Torah, and the way you fix a Sefer Torah, you say the words yourself, and you fix. Now, if he had no intent to say the words, then he's not Yotze Kriya Shema if the time of Kriya Shema came. But if he had intent to read it, he knew he was reading it, then it's Yotze. Unless you hold, like the Mandamar that says, Mitzvah is Tzricha Kavana, and then you would have to have Kavana to be Yotze, the Mitzvah of Kriya Shema. The Gemara is going to be discussing, the Mishnah that is, different cases of somebody stopping in middle Shema to say hello to his friend, or to answer. Everybody agrees that if the guy's not his friend, the guy is a bad guy, that could kill him. Then obviously you're allowed to say hello to him and answer him smack in the middle of Kriya Shema. If it's out of honor, kavod, so if it's between prakim, and we'll see what that means, then you're allowed to, according to a mayor, and according to Rabbi, not only that, you're allowed to answer somebody, anybody, even if there's no honor involved. In the middle of the parak, the middle, between psukim, in the middle of the parak, according to a mayor, you're not allowed to answer. And according to Yehuda, you're allowed to answer. What is Bein HaPragim? Bein HaPragim means between the two brachas of Kriya Shema before Kriya Shema, between the second bracha of Kriya Shema and the pasuk of Shema, between the parsha of Shema and Vayayim Shemaya, between the parsha of Vayayim Shemaya and Vayomer, between Vayomer and V'yatziv. According to Yehuda, you don't stop between Vayomer and V'yatziv. Why is the parsha of Shema first? It's not in the right order. In the Torah, the first parsha is Vayomer. The answer is because first we want to do Ol Machal Shemayim, and that's in the parsha of Shema. So then why is V'hayim Shemaya second? Vayomer should be second. The answer is because V'hayim Shemaya is talking about Torah, and Torah is day and night, whereas the parsha of Vayomer Tzitzis is only during the day. Rabbi holds that Kriya Shema must be said only in Lashon HaKodesh because it says V'hayu as is. Although we already know that you can't say Kriya Torah in any language, it has to be in Lashon HaKodesh. But there's a Havamina that Rabbi would darshan like Chachamim. Chachamim say the word Shema. Shema is a Lashon of hearing. Any language that you hear it in, Chachamim hold you can say Kriya Shema in English. Comes Rabbi and says, no, Kriya Shema has to be said in Lashon HaKodesh. So what does Rabbi do with the word Shema? He says the halacha is that you must hear the words coming out of your mouth. And Chacham hold you're yotze even if you don't hear the words coming out of your mouth. And Rabbanan take the word V'hayu and they learn that if you mix up the words Shemaya im instead of im Shemaya, you're not yotze. It has to be in order. And Rabbi learns that from the cave of Chadavar. We have a three-way machlokes. Where do you have to have kavanah, the proper intent, in order to be yotze? If you don't have that proper intent, you're not yotze. According to Rameir, it's just the first pasuk. And therefore, and Rabbi holds, that's the halacha, and that's how we pass it. So if a person just had kavanah the first pasuk, and he had some aynus, and he didn't say the rest of Kriya Shema, he's yotze al halacha. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you must say the first three psukim of Shema, the kavanah, as it says, ha'ela. And therefore, they hold that you have to stand. In other words, if you're walking like Bisilo, you're allowed to say Kriya Shema while you're walking, but the first three psukim you must stand still in order to have the proper kavanah. Rabbi Akiva holds that the entire first parasha you must have kavanah because it says Alev Avecha, and therefore they hold that you have to stand still and say the whole first parasha so you have kavanah. Plus it says Alev Avecha v'dibar dabam, that until that point you have to read it and have kavanah, but from that point on you could just read it without kavanah, and you're yotze. You should have kavanah, but if you don't, you're yotze. What about the fact that in the second parasha it says Alevavchem l'daber bam? Seemingly you have to have kavanah. So you want to know that comes to tell us the halacha that your tefillin sheyad should be opposite your heart. Rabbi Yosha holds that up until that point, Alevavchem, you have to have priya of kavanah, but past that point you have to have kavanah. And the words l'daber bam come to teach us that we're talking about Torah, and the pasuk is telling us You must teach your children Torah so that your children can talk in learning. Says the Gemara in the pasuk of Shema, when you say Echad, if you lengthen the Dalet, it's very hard to do it as Ashkenazi. It's easy to do it if you're for money. Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives you Arichas Yom. Rabbi says as long as you don't say the Ches really quickly, the Ches has a kamas. Echad, if you say it quickly, it might sound like a Shva. You shouldn't do that. Rabbi saw Rabbi Yirmiyah saying the word Echad very, very long. So he said, listen, the only chiyuv you have is to think in your head that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is one in Shemayim, in the Aretz, and in the four Ruchos. There's no need to be married. Rabbi would teach his Talmidim Torah from morning to evening. He had no time to say Kriya Shema. He was actually part of Kriya Shema. So what he would do is he would put his hand on his eyes and he'd just say one pasuk, the first pasuk of Shema Yisrael. And his machlek is whether or not later on Rabbi would repeat the entire Kriya Shema. We know one thing. We know that Rabbi would say over to his Talmidim every single day, would talk about Yetzias Mitzrayim. Either because he wanted to be Yotzei Yetzias Mitzrayim, or he wanted to be maskir Yetzias Mitzrayim in the proper time. Have a wonderful day.
Dictators keep letting these people go, well, they just need another chance. 13, you fucking idiots. Then some poor refugee had to die.
You know what? The narrative is that society is to blame. They're victims. That is what's going on with Alvin Bragg in New York City. That's what's going on in Washington, D.C.
Bracha is Daf Yudalid. If you know somebody else that might be interested in a Daf Yomi share that's entertaining, fun, gishmak, with a lot of visual aids, search for our share online on YouTube under Ramad Ben Shemesh Daf Yomi or Eli Stefanski, and come see for yourself why, since the beginning of Brachas, over 1,000 views per share. We learned in the Mishnah that there are certain situations where you're allowed to ask or tell somebody hi, say shalom to somebody, and answer him. Says the Gemara, if you could do that in Kriya Shema, then certainly you could do that in the middle of Hallel, which Hallel is only the Rabbanan, and Kriya Shema is the Raisa. Although Hallel is a Persuma Nisa, nevertheless, you can compare it to Kriya Shema. Now, the Gemara qualifies that. If you're saying a Hallel Shalit, meaning on Yom Tov where you have to say a full Hallel, or on Chanukah, then you could only say hello to somebody, Beina Prakim. It's between paragraphs, and not in the middle of the paragraph. However, if you're saying a half a Hallel, like on Rosh Chodesh, Chol Moed, then you could say hello to somebody, you can answer them in the middle of the paragraph. The fact that Rav Ina didn't answer to Rav Bar Shava was because he didn't think he was chashuv enough for him. It wasn't an issue of coveting. In fact, they're passing that in our day, since people understand that you're not going to answer them, you're in the middle of Hallel, you're in the middle of Kriya Shema, so we don't have this concept of Shoylo Meshek Mipnei HaKavod. Two halachas in regard to tasting food. If you're tasting a food and it's less than a revius, and it's on a tinus, and we're showing them what tinus we're talking about, you're allowed to taste it on a fast day. Since you accepted the fast, that you won't be eating, you didn't accept the fast, that you won't be benefiting and having enough. And also, if you taste food, you don't have to make a bracha for it. It's usher to get up and go to your friend's house to say hello to him before you daven. That would be a p'gia in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If you bump into your friend, or you're having to go to your friend for something else, then it's okay to say hello to him. It's usher lazis chafotza. You're not allowed to take care of business or your personal things before davening. Now, I venture to say, and this applies to me as well, it's probably usher to look at your emails and WhatsApps, etc., before davening. The Gemara says an amazing thing, though, that if one has to be talking to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he says, you know what, I'll take care of my business after davening. HaKadosh Baruch Hu HaKadosh Baruch Hu takes care of his business. The Gemara says that if somebody sleeps for 7 days without having a dream, he's ra, he's considered wicked. From the same pasuk we learned that if somebody satiates himself with Torah, he's so full of Torah that they won't tell him any besuros rois during that day. We had a machlokes in the Mishnah. What's considered bin aprakim? There's a machlokes between the end of Shema, emes, and viyatzim. Is that considered between the prakim? Rabbi says that's not. You're not allowed to stop there and say hello. Why? Because he brings a pasuk Vashem Elokim emes, so it's one continuation. We have machlokes. Once a person says at the end of Shema Hashem Elokeichem Emes, does he have to repeat the word Emes again? According to Rabbi Yochanan, you must repeat it again. According to Rabbi, you don't repeat it. The Gemara brings a very interesting lashon. Rabbi heard one of his talmidim say Hashem Elokeichem Emes, Emes v'yatziv. So he said, called Emes v'Emes tafsi lahai. This guy is grabbing onto every Emes. He's doing the wrong thing. There's a halacha that once you start the third parsha, and that is by Ma'ariv, if you start, you must finish. According to Rab, what does it mean to start? You say, that's it. Once you get to Vamarta Alehem, you have to continue the whole parsha. But Papa holds that's not considered a start, and therefore, if you just say that until Vamarta Alehem, then you could skip everything and go all the way to Hashem Elokeichem Emes. Abai says that our minhag is you start, you say the beginning of the pasuk, and therefore that creates a chiyuv for you to finish, and that's why you finish the entire parsha of Vayomer. Chiyuv Barav says that if you say the third parsha, then you're mechuyev to say Emes v'Emunah. But if you don't, and this is a Ma'ariv, then you have to say, instead of the third parsha, you have to say Moedem Anachnu Lach Hashem Shetzisenu Meretz Mitzrayim. You took us out of Mitzrayim, and you redeemed us from slavery. V'asisa lanu nisim u'gvuros al hayam. And you did tremendous nisim for us on the water. V'sharalach, and we sang to you. What did we sing to you? Micha Moicha B'Yilam Hashem. And then you continue from that point on all the way to Gal Yisrael and then say Shemon Esrei. Shimon Bar Yochai says, not only is the parsha of Shema Ol Malchus Shamayim, that's why we say it first, but the parsha Shema has three concepts in it: Lilmoid, Lilamed, Lilasos. It says in the pasuk V'dibar Tabam that teaches us you have to learn Torah. Lilamed, that you have to teach others. V'shinantim Levanecha. And Lasa is to do, to take action. Ukshartam, you put on tefillin, Uksaftam, and you write mezuzahs. And that's why it's before Vayim Shemaya. Vayim Shemaya only has the Lamed, which is V'lamatem, is V'neichem, Daber Bam. V'Lasa is, again, Ukshartam, Uksaftam. And finally, the final parsha of Vayomer is only to do, take action. V'asulam tzitzis, that make tzitzis. One must put on tefillin, and only afterwards say Kriya Shema. The fact that Rav, one time, they saw him saying Kriya Shema before tefillin, you must say it's because his shliach, the person that went to get his tefillin, took a long time, and he was worried that he's going to miss his Kriya Shema, so therefore he said Kriya Shema first. The fact that Rav would get up really early, he'd wash his hands, make Birkas HaTorah, and teach Torah, which is an asiyah, says Rashi, and then only afterwards he would put on tefillin and then Kriya Shema. You could be doich and say there's no raya from there. That's because the reason why I did Torah before Kriya Shema is because it wasn't the time of Kriya Shema at all. So why are we bringing the story? We're bringing the story for a different reason. To say that we had about four-way machlokes. When do you say Birkas HaTorah? From here you see that Rab said Birkas HaTorah even on Mishnayos. If somebody's digging a grave, he's Isaac ben mitzvah. He's puzzled from all mitzvahs, including Kriya Shema, Tefillin, Shemon Esrei. If he's digging the grave with another person, then they could switch off. One could come out of the grave and he'll say, put on Tefillin, Kriya Shema, and Tefillah, and then he'll switch with his friend. Rabbi Shimon Bar Korcha says that in Kriya Shema, when it comes to reading, you say Ol Malchus Shamayim, which is Shema, and then you do Asiyah. But he admits that when it comes to physical Asiyah, Tefillin comes before Kriya Shema, which is Ol Malchus Shamayim. The person says Kriya Shema without Tefillin on, according to Ula, he's made Eidos Sheker. He's testifying false because in Kriya Shema it says he should wear Tefillin. And according to Rabbi Yochanan, you're not performing the mitzvah kipuna. You're not doing the mitzvah as it was meant to be. It's a mashal as if somebody brought a karban oila without bringing the mincha that's associated with it, or zvachim without nesachim. Have a wonderful day.
Or something, and then he was like, I got.
It says 47-year-old entered the room of unidentified victim who was laying down her bed. Agreed to perform general made a comment about her socks that were falling off her foot. Okay, keep going. Let's see. The perv then closed the door, shut the blinds, and began massaging on his foot and motion.
Rochais daf hezvav. Rabbi Yochanan says if one wants to complete the process of Ol Malchus Shamayim, in its entirety, he should first clean his body. In other words, go to the restroom, wash his hands, say Kriya Shema, put on tefillin, and then daven Shemon Esrei. Do all that. It's as if you built a mizbeach and you will microwave a carbon on top of the mizbeach. Says Rabbi, not only that, it's as if you were toivel in a mikvah. Rav Chisda used to curse those who would search for water before saying Kriya Shema. Kriya Shema has a zman, and you might miss the zman. Shemon Esrei, on the other hand, you will need to look for water because the zman is much longer. should look for water up until a parcel, which is approximately 3 miles in the direction that you're traveling. And to go in reverse, make a U-turn and look for water. When you know there's water, you're only supposed to go up until a mill, which is approximately 4,000 feet.
Can I just jack off on your feet? I mean,
The Mishnah says
suck on it or something?
that if a person doesn't hear the Kriya Shema in his own ear, he wasn't mashmiya la'azma, Tanakama, Yehuda says it's yaitza, and Rabbi Yossi says he's not yaitza. It's a very long sugya. It's almost complicated and brings in 5 different rices and rayas. And I'll try to make it very simple. In Maskana, we have 3 shittas, 3 opinions. We have the mayor, who's the most maker. He says, if you don't hear what you're saying, whether it's Kriya Shema or different brachas, the Rabbanan, the Raisa, you are yaitza l'chatchila. In other words, you could start out initially saying it without hearing it in your ear, and you're yaitza. On the opposite side, you have Rabbi Yossi, who says that when it comes to Kriya Shema, if you don't hear it in your ear, you're not yaitza, even after the fact. And then you have the middle sheet. That's Rabbi ben Azariah, who happens to be Rabbi Yehuda's Rebbe. Rabbi ben Azariah says you are yaitza only the Yehuda. If you want to be yaitza l'chatchila, you should hear it in your ear. So you have these 3 shittas. How do these 3 shittas match up with the following 5 cases? You have our Mishnah that discusses Kriya Shema, and that's the Raisa. So in Kriya Shema, we're going to have all 3 shittas. You have Rabbi Meir who says you don't have to hear it in your ear, you only have to be mechaven, because it says Al Levavecha, it's in your heart. You have Rabbi Yossi who says that you have to hear it in your ear, because it says Shema, you must hear it. And then you have Rabbi ben Azariah, who's the middle shita, you should l'chatchila hear it in your ear, but if you don't, you're yaitza. And then we have a brayso that brings a person who's deaf, but he could speak, and he says a bracha on Tuma. One brayso says he's only yaitza b'di'evet. That will be going according to Rabbi ben Azariah. Now the big question in the sugi is, how does Rabbi Yehuda fit in here? The Gemara tried to say that perhaps he says like Rabbi Meir, that you yaitza even without hearing it. But for us, the sugi, it seems like Rabbi Yehuda holds like his own Rabbi, Rabbi ben Azariah, b'di'evet you yaitza. So this brayso that says that you're yaitza if you're deaf and speak. You're yaitza only with the evidence by Truma, the bracha Truma, which is the Rabbanan, goes according to Rabbi Meir. There's another brayso when it comes to a deaf person who can speak, and that's what Shimon Paz. He says that you're yaitza even l'chatchila. That must be going according to Rabbi. And then you have the halacha of Birkas Hamazon. Birkas Hamazon is the Raisa, and it says that you should not bench in your heart. That means that you should do so, but if you do it, then you have to do yaitza, and that will be according to Rabbi ben Azariah. And finally, we have the case of Megillah. Megillah, Kriyas Megillah, says that a Cheresh Sheged the Talmud should not say Kriyas Megillah, but did so, the Cheresh did so according to Yehuda, Rabbi ben Azariah, you are Yoitze Mecheresh. The same thing would apply to a Kaddish. She says that a Kaddish is like a Cheresh, that Chatchila, you should not be more to other people in Megillah, but if you did so, Yoitze b'di'evet. A shaita, even b'di'evet, you're not yoitze. Rabbi says there's another shir that is, if a Tatan is B'gil Chinuch, he's 8-9 years old, then he's completely pashut Chatchila to be mitzi other people. So that's sugya. Then the Gemara says that it's possible that Rabbi Yossi you hold by Kriya Shema, that you are not yoitze at all, even b'di'evet. He could agree by the Rabbanans, by, let's say, Truma and a Cheresh, by Megillah, that you are Yoitza b'di'evet. Gemara says that just like a womb takes in Zerah, and then out comes a baby, so too a grave takes in the dead, and the B'tchis HaMesim, bodies will be alive. Just like the womb goes in when it's quiet, but when it comes out, the baby comes out, and there's a lot of commotion, and screaming, and celebration. So too, how the timer, by the grave, when the body goes in, there's a lot of crying. When the body comes out alive, by B'tchis HaMesim, there's going to be a huge celebration. This is the source for B'tchis HaMesim in the Torah and the Nevi'im. It says in the pasuk, just like a river to take a person out of his chuma and make him tar, so to the Ha'alim, referring to the Beis HaMedrash, to take a person and take him out of choiva if he has aveirus and bring him into schus. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person said Kriya Shema, but he wasn't medactic. What does that mean? He said all the words, but perhaps two of the words were connected to each other. The Gemara gives examples where the end of one word ends with the same letter as the next word begins, like Al Levavecha. They both, the Al ends with the Lamed, and the Levavecha starts with the Lamed. If you say it quickly, it sounds like Al Levavecha. With Al, you're supposed to stop in between. As you see in the Sidurim, they stop between all these words. And we learned that from the Madatan. It should be Limud Tam. The Gemara brings another example like Isak K'sadcha, two bases. Vavatem Mehera, two mems. And Taisus brings down also the Chara Af. If you say it quickly, it sounds like the Chara Af. So you should make a stop. The Chara Af. And also because it talks about Tizkuru, which people are very much to say the Zayin Tizkuru, that it shouldn't sound like Tizkuru. If somebody is very careful with the way he says Kriya Shema, it will lower the temperature in Gehenna. And the Gemara finally says at the end, Siva Tama. There's a Havamina that perhaps you shouldn't have to say the instructions regarding Kriya Shema. How to put on your tefillin, how to write, how to do the mezuzah. Maybe you should only say the psukim that have to do with Yerushalayim. The Gemara says, no, that's only by a site that we take out all the instructions and we just put in the curses, because over there it says Alex. And there's no Gzer Shava between site to our sugya, because it says Ksav Tam. It should be Ksiva Tama, a wonderful day.
Are you a singer? I go, no, I'm not. He goes, I didn't think so. Do you mind keeping it down? I was like, so embarrassed. So embarrassed. I was so embarrassed because I was really trying to sing. I was like, opening, I was like, I think because you know, it reverberates, and I just felt great. And he was like,
Bracha is Daf Kazayin. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Ami and Rav Asi were building a chuppah for their friend Rabbi Lazar who was getting married that day. Rabbi Lazar said, I'm a chassan, let me go learn Torah now, and I'll come back with what I learned. So he came back with the following. So if a person makes a mistake in Milah Kriya Shema, let's say he misses a word, he must go and repeat the entire Shema. Let's say a person says Uvisharecha, and he's not sure where he's holding. Is he holding at the end of the first parasha that has Uvisharecha? Or perhaps he's holding at the end of the second parasha. He must go to the first parasha. According to Rashi, the following halacha applies to the third parasha. In other words, the third parasha a person knows better than the other two parashiyos. Therefore, if he's concerned that perhaps he missed a word or something in the third parasha, don't be concerned. You know it really well, and you probably said every single word. You don't have to repeat it. Says the Mishnah, if you have a worker who's picking fruit from a tree, or even his boss, and they're on top of a tree, and the time of Kriya Shema comes, you're allowed to say Kriya Shema on top of a tree, provided that the first pasuk of Kriya Shema they stop working and they concentrate on the first pasuk. According to other Rishonim, they have to concentrate on the entire first paragraph. But when it comes to Shemona Esrei, they must come off the tree and down to Shemona Esrei, where it's sturdy and they're not concerned, and they'll be able to have the proper kavanah. If it's a tree that's really sturdy and has a lot of branches, such as an olive tree or a fig tree, they're let it stay and remain on top of the tree. The Gemara makes a distinction between a worker who receives a salary for his work and a worker who only receives food. The one who receives a salary has to be a lot more careful with his time and how he uses it, and he shouldn't cause a loss to his boss. So therefore, when he davens Shemona Esrei, he should only say the Shemona Esrei known as Havinenu. It's the shortened Shemona Esrei where you say the first three brachas and the last three brachas, and everything in between is shortened to 3 to 4 words. Like you see in the picture, this is from a siddur given to servicemen in the English Army in 1940. When you say Birkas HaMazon, you only say 2 out of the 4 brachas. You say the first one completely, and the second and third bracha you combine together. The fourth one is only the Rabbanon. You don't have to say. When it comes to Birkas HaMaiti, since it's only the Rabbanon, they don't even wash and say a bracha. Somebody that works for his food should be careful not to be a chazan, because that's a waste of time for the owner, and he shouldn't do Birkas Kahanim, he shouldn't do it. As we learned in the beginning of the Masechta, if somebody is occupied with a mitzvah, he doesn't have to say Kriya Shema, because it says the Shikha B'Veisecha. And from Uvelech to Chavaderech, we learned that a chassan is not physically doing a mitzvah, but he's preoccupied in his head with the mitzvah of marrying a basula. Therefore, he is pater from Kriya Shema, because he has a combination of 2 things. He's preoccupied, and it's a mitzvah. Therefore, a person who's preoccupied but not in a mitzvah, for instance, if his ship is sinking and is very occupied with that, but it's not a mitzvah, he's chayav in Kriya Shema, because he's obligated to take that preoccupation out of his head. If, for instance, he's an Avel, he lost a loved one and he's preoccupied, that's also not a mitzvah, and he's chayiv in all the mitzvahs. A person who marries an almana, he's not preoccupied. Yes, it's a mitzvah, but he's not preoccupied, and therefore he's chayiv in Kriya Shema. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Gamliel himself, when he got married, he did say Kriya Shema because he knew about himself that he could be mechavan. And the Gemara says that anybody who's muchzak, that has a chazaka, that he's a chacham, and he could be mechavan during Kriya Shema, he's allowed to say Kriya Shema. But anybody that's not muchzak, according to Rabbi Gamliel, that's considered gaiva. He has haughtiness. He says, "Oh, I could be mechavan." The chacham say that he could say Kriya Shema regardless. An avel who just lost a loved one is usher to bathe, unless he's what we call an isness, somebody who's spoiled, likes to take care of himself, and he's not bathing for enjoyment, but rather he can't live without it. And that is in a time that the Isser of Rechitza, of bathing oneself, is the Rabbana. The first day is the Isser Deraisa, but the first night, according to some, and after the first night, according to everybody, it's only Isser Rabbanon, and Rabbanon were makir when it came to an isness. If a person loses a slave, we don't stand in the rows that we stand in front of Avelim and say Hamakom Yinachem. We don't say Hamakom Yinachem, and we don't make the bracha of Rechava, which is by the Suda, the first Suda of Havra. What do we say to somebody that loses a slave? We say Hamakom Yimalech Etzreicha, like we do for any other object that one might lose. There's no hespedim that you give on a slave. According to Rabbi Yossi, if the Eved, the slave, was a kosher, he was a Talmud Chacham, then you could say, Oy ish toiv neman v'nehenem yiyoy. Wow, what a great person he was, and he was trustworthy, and he was nehena. He worked hard, and that's how he earned a living. Chacham disagree, and they say, if that's what you say about a slave, what is left to say about any kosher Jew? And therefore, you don't say any hesped on a slave. You don't call a slave Mister or Abba or Ima, which was in those days a way to call somebody in a nice way, unless this slave is a chashav slave, and then you could give him that kind of surname. We only have 3 avos, Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov. We have 4 imayos, and we don't have any more. In other words, you can't call one of the Shvatim Ruvain one of our avos, because the chashivas is up to 3 avos and 4 imayos. Whoever is careful with Kriya Shema and Shemona Esrei, says the Gemara, will have Olam Hazeh and Olam Haba. And now the Gemara brings many different tefillos that the Amoraim and the Tanaim would say after Shemona Esrei in order to make the Shemona Esrei their own. And the time permitting, we'll go through most of them. Rabbi Lazar would say the following: Yiratzim Efanecha Hashem Elokeinu, that we should have a hava, a achva, v'reis, v'shalom. In other words, we should have peace and harmony, achdos, and we should have many talmidim, and that the future should show a lot of hope, and we should have Gan Eden, and we should have the Yetzer Tov, and we should wake up in the morning and find that we have Yerushalayim, and we should find all our needs. Rabbi Yochanan used to say, Yiratzim v'nach Hashem Elokeinu, look at our shame and see how hard we have in our life, and you should use rachamim and ois and chasidus, and you should give us graciousness, and you should use good and invasun osecha. Reb Zera would say, Yiratzim v'nach Hashem Elokeinu, shlei nechta v'lei neibosh, we shouldn't sin, we shouldn't be shameful. Reb Chia would say, Yiratzim v'necha shetei terascha u'monofseinu, our occupation should be Torah, and we shouldn't have pain in our heart, and we shouldn't have dim eyes. And Rab would say the famous davening that we say are in Shchodesh. Yiratzim v'nech Hashem Elokeinu shetitin lanu chayim arukim, long life, chayim shel shalom, shel tova, shel bracha, shel parnasa, chil tzatzamayis, chayim sheish b'hem yiras chet. We should have bushu chima. We should have wealth. We should have Ahavas Torah and Yerushalayim and Chaim Shemala Lonis Kol Shalos Lebeno Zepova. Rabbi would say, Yiratzim Ufanecha Shetatzilenu Me'azi Panim. A lot of people insert that in the davening. Me'azis Panim Me'odam Ro Me'pegara. People shouldn't say terrible rumors about us. We shouldn't have bad friends and bad neighbors. We saw that Hamashkes and Din Kashom and Baldin Kashom and Shubem Bris, whether it's a guy or a non-guy. Even though Rebbe had guards, he would still say all these tefillos And tomorrow, Mr. Hashem, will continue with the rest of the fields. Have a wonderful day.
Very contentious relationship. Charge is dismissed. We got to take that into account. We have to. Arrested for trespassing, marijuana possession, no problem. Driving with suspended license. Another domestic violence thing. That's weird. If it's the same woman, accused him of punching her in a bar just days before he fought on Dana White's contenders here.
Bracha is Daf Yud Zayin. We're going to continue with the special davening that Tanoim and Amoraim inserted at the end of their Shemona Esrei. Rav Safar would say, "Rebbeinu Shalom, please put peace between the Malachim and Shemayim, because when they fight, war breaks out down below. Have peace between Talmidei Chachamim and between people that learn Torah Lishma for its own sake, and people that learn Torah for their sake, for their cover. And those who learn Torah Shalei Lishma, they should have the schus to learn eventually Torah Lishma." According to one opinion, Alexandria used to say, Hashem put us in a corner. If you're already putting us in a corner, make sure there's light in that corner, and don't put us in a dark corner, and our heart shouldn't be aching, and our eyes shouldn't be dim. According to another Shad, Alexandria said, it's our will to do your will, but what's preventing us? Should be Isa, the Sahara. And Shibud Malchuya is the fact that we're in Galus. Please take those two things away, and we'll behave properly. Rabbi used to say, when we say on Yom Kippur by Vidui, I was not worthy to be born, and now that I was born and created, I'm still not worthy. I am dust when I'm alive, and certainly after I'm dead, after I die. And you're not saying that I shouldn't sin any longer, and whatever I sin, please erase completely. My brother Rabbi used to say, basically what we say every day after Shemona Esrei, etc. And then he goes on to say, save me from a Isha Ra, from a bad woman and a bad guy. And this is what we say when you have a Tainus Yachad. He'd say, when we had a Beis HaMikdash, we would be makriv korbanos on the Mizbeach, and we would only put the chaylev and the fat and the blood. This Tainus that I'm fasting, now I have less fat, less blood, that should be as a korban, to be in a chaper. And then the Gemara goes on to say beautiful sayings that Tanoim and Amoraim used to say. Rabbi Yochanan would say, when he finished Iyov, he says, everybody's destined to die, whether it's an animal or a human being. The famous song, Ashri Mish Gola Batayra Va'amoli Batayra. Praiseworthy is the person who grows up with Torah and toils in Torah, and creates a beautiful nachas to his creator, and he dies with a great name, with a great reputation. Toiv Shem, B'Shem and Toiv, a good name is better than good oil. And this is my favorite. Reb Meir would say, Akash Baruch Hu tells people, Gemar b'libcha, try to understand my ways. Mahu rachum, rachum, etc. The lishka dadasi, a person should be a master when it comes to Torah. Have Torah in your heart, and you should always have your Shemayim in front of your eyes. Watch, guard your tongue, guard your mouth from sinning, and you should act b'kedusha, b'tahara, and therefore I will be with you wherever you are. Chacham Yavne would say, I'm a creation and you're a creation. I go to learn Torah, you go to work in the field. My job is easier. I'm closer to home. And what are you going to say? And this is unbelievable. If a person says, I'm an Amar, what good is it that I'm learning Torah? I don't understand it as well as the other one. Says the Gemara, that's not true. The main focus is the intent and the effort a person puts in. You can learn the same amount as somebody else, and that person understands more than you. You get the same amount of scars as that other person because you had the same intent. Abai used to say a person should always be conniving when it comes to the Tzahara, try to trick him when it comes to Yiras Hashem. A person who answers softly will do away with a lot of anger, and a person should always seek peace with his relatives and with his brothers, with his friends, and even with Goyim in the marketplace. The Gemara brings Rabbi and Zakkai would never allow somebody to say hello to him first. He was always the one to initiate the hello, even to a non-Jew in the marketplace. Rabbi says that the main point of Torah, and that's the ikar in the world, is to do Ma'asim Tovim and Tshuva. A person shouldn't be someone who just learns Torah and then kicks the person who taught him the Torah like his father, his mother, and his Rebbe. You know, we're talking about a different type of Lashma, a person who learns Torah. Shaloi Lashma, Lekanter, that means in order to outdo somebody else, that's a person that's better. They shouldn't have been created. Rav says this world is different than the world to come. In the world to come, even if we have a physical body, we're not going to be dealing with eating, sleeping through wudu. We're not going to be jealous of each other. There's not going to be competition. We're just going to be sitting with crowns on our heads and basking in the glory of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara's famous question: if women don't learn Torah, how are they zaycha to Olam Haba, and how are they zaycha to protection according to the Vilna Gaon? And the Gemara answers by bringing their children to learn Chumash in school and allowing their husbands to learn Mishnayos and Gemara, Dafei Yomi, and waiting for their husbands, because in those days their husbands would leave for extended amount of time, waiting for the husbands to come back from learning. That's how they shear in the Torah and Olam Haba. Gemara brings a beautiful bracha that Chachamim would say to each other, and basically it includes all the limbs in the body, that their mouth should talk Torah, their feet should run to Torah, their eyes should look forward to Torah, etc. There's a machlokes in the pasuk. Alufeinu Mesubalim. Alufeinu means our leaders. Mesubalim, we take the burden. One man says Alufeinu is that they're our leaders in Torah Mesubalim, that they have the yoke of mitzvahs. The other says Alufeinu is referring to Torah and mitzvahs. Mesubalim is referring to Yisurim. And the Gemara goes on to say that we make a bracha that we shouldn't be like David and Shaul, that they had bad advisors like Toifel and Doeg. And we shouldn't have children that go off the derech. Machlokes in the pasuk. Abirei leiv or chaykim tzedakah. Who are these abirei leiv? One shot is we're talking about tzaddikim, that they are distant from tzedakah, so to speak. That they could sustain themselves. They don't need to come on Kaviyachot HaKadosh Baruch Hu to help them, whereas the entire world has to come on HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Or it brings that with Chanina, the famous Baskel, would come out and say, Chanina B'ni, he doesn't need anything but some boxer, some charuvim, where the entire world is sustained because of him. The other shot is that Abiri Leiv is referring to the Rishayim, like the Gevinim that lived within the midst of Klal Yisrael for many generations and they never became Gerim. They didn't see the beauty of Klal Yisrael. Or the people from Machasya, who they saw Klal Yisrael gathering together before Yontif, 30 days before Yontif, before Pesach, before Rosh Hashanah. Pesach even brings that a flume of fire would come down from the sky, a pillar of fire, and they still didn't do tshuva, they didn't become ger. And then we're going on to say that there's a machlokes. Well, we know you're allowed to do malacha on Tisha B'Av, and in a place that you don't do malacha, you shouldn't do malacha, but if you're a Talmid Chacham, you should never do malacha on Tisha B'Av. The question is whether the person could act like a Talmid Chacham. Is that considered mefsek yura, or is that considered haughtiness or not? The Gemara goes on to say that if it's obvious that you're doing it as you are, such as a chassan who doesn't say Kriya Shema, everybody knows that he doesn't have kavanah. Why is he saying Kriya Shema? He shouldn't do so. On the other side, you could say, well, nobody knows what he's doing. When it comes to Tisha B'Av, maybe he doesn't have a job. That's why he's not working. Or on the other hand, you could say everybody knows that he has a job, and the reason why he's not working is because he's acting as a balgaiva. And basically, that finishing with that, we finished the second parak. And the Mishnah says in the third parak, Misha Meisoi, if you have a deceased one, a loved one in front of you, you're probably from Kriya Shema, from Tefillin, from Shemona Esrei, and there's a machlokes in the Gemara whether the body has to be right in front of you, or even if it's not in front of you. And we'll go into it a little bit more tomorrow. Have a wonderful day.
So he goes, I'm going to return this one. And his kid picks up the cutting cord, so he goes, that doesn't work for me, Dad. Yeah, no. Good luck with that. And he made a stand, and my friend, and watching the guy goes, well, you got to take care of it. That's all you have to say. Kids, like, you realize you bought 2 dogs, bro. Oh, man. You're not giving one away now.
Brachos Dav Yud Ches. Before we get into some amazing stories, let's first talk about halachas that have to do with the dead. There's a concept called loig l'rash, poking fun at the dead, causing the dead to be jealous. And that includes not only mitzvahs, but even eating in front of the dead, as you're going to see. So you're not allowed to walk 4 amas within the dead, or in a cemetery next to kvarim, and say Kriya Shema, Dam Shemona Esrei, say Kaddish, Tehillim, etc. You're not allowed to hold a Sefer Torah in your hand and read from the Sefer Torah. It says Tosfos, you're not allowed to even say Torah Bal Peh. And you shouldn't wear your tzitzis outside. It causes the dead to be jealous. If you see a funeral procession, you must accompany the procession. Otherwise, the dead is going to be upset. He's going to say, why doesn't this person come to my funeral? And if you do, says the Gemara, then it's as if you accompanied HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. It's also to eat in front of the dead. And therefore, if one has to eat, he should leave the house that the dead person is in, go to his own home, go to his friend's home. If you don't have a friend's home, build a wall. If you can't build a wall, then turn your back to the dead, and then you eat. As an oval, it's usher to be masive, it's usher to lean, it's usher to eat meat and drink wine, and you shouldn't, says Rashi, you don't need to make a bracha, not a bracha Rishona, not a bracha Frona. According to other Rishonim, it's usher to make brachas. And it's usher for other people to be mitziyu, and according to Rashi, other people don't have to be mitziyu with the bracha. But on Shabbos, all those halachas don't apply. You could lean, you could eat meat, you could drink wine, and the machlokes is whether or not you're chayiv in oil. Someone who's dealing with the burial of his own relative, he's oisig b'mitzvah, and therefore he's patur from all the mitzvahs. He's patur from kriyish, matfilin, shemona esrei, etc. The machlokes in the Gemara what that means exactly. Rabbi says that it's only if the dead is right in front of him, then he's oisig b'mitzvah. But once he leaves the house, he's not there, then there's no longer a chiyuv to, there's no longer a patur to do other mitzvahs. According to Rav Ashi, you see by Avram Avinu that even though he was dealing with Ephraim and Sarah was no longer in front of him, the Torah considers it as if Sarah was in front of him. He's still dealing with it in his head, and therefore he's patur from all mitzvahs. What about the people that carry the aron, the pallbearers? They are all patur from Shemona Esrei. The ones that are in front of the aron, they haven't had a chance to hold the aron yet. They are patur from Kriyishma. The ones in the back, they already held onto the aron, they want to hold it again. They must say Kriyishma. Those people that come to comfort the Avelim, that's also mitzvah. They're also mitzvah. If they have a chance to say the first pasuk, or according to the other sheet of the first parsha, they should say so. And if they don't have a chance, then the inner ones standing in the inner rows, that they are the ones saying directly to the Avelim, Hamakim Menachem, and giving them words of comfort, they are part of Kriyishma. The ones on the outer rows that don't really say directly to the Avel, they are chayiv in Kriyishma. What about those, the Shomer, the people that watch the body? It seems like in the Gemara that they're watching them from ice. They are also considered oisig b'mitzvah, they are patur from mitzvah. If there are two of them, then one could go to the side and daven while the other one watches. On a ship, there's machlokes whether there are mice or not, if that's a concern. According to one man, it is, and therefore one should watch the body. According to another man, both of them should go to the side. Once Zman Kriyishma comes and say Kriyishma. There's an isser to treat bones of the deceased without respect. You have to treat it with respect. And the same Allah applies to Sefer Torah. Therefore, you don't take bones and throw it into a sack and throw it on a donkey. The same thing with the Sefer Torah. Unless you're concerned that people will come and steal the Sefer Torah or do something to the bones, you can throw it on a donkey. Now, the Gemara discusses, and here are all the beautiful stories. What exactly do the dead people know? What do they hear? What do they understand? Because we're talking about Loig L'Rosh, not like poke fun at a dead person. What does he understand? It comes out of Maskana Sasuga that a dead person can feel pain. Some say it means his neshama feels the pain. But if an insect is eating the body, he feels that pain.
Yo, happy birthday, Fumbles.
There's a malach called Duma. He's in charge of the dead. He announces that a certain person is going to die soon, within a day or so. And the other dead people, they know that. They know that he's coming up. Dead people could get information and news from visitors. Other dead people come up and tell them what's going on down below. They can get that information. And in a situation where the person whose nifter is a great chashuv person, they will in fact announce that his arrival way before his nifter, as the Gemara discusses regarding Shmuel. Says the Gemara, the sons of Rabbi Chia were wondering if their father who already was nifter, does he know about their pain? Because they forgot their learning, they were busy working, and they forgot their learning, and it bothered them a lot, and they were wondering whether the father in Shemayim knows about it. One of them said, what do you mean it's a pasuk? Dead people don't know anything. Says the other one, you didn't learn right pshat. Mason is referring to the Rishayim. They're in this world. They're not concerned about death. But tzaddikim, even when they're dead, they're considered alive. But tzaddik is always concerned about Olam Haba and what the future holds for him. Gemara talks about B'nayov and Yayada, that there's nobody like him in the first Mikdash and the second Mikdash. The Gemara says perhaps he was toivel in the ice, he cut open the ice and was toivel inside, or it means that he went through the entire Sifra de Beirav, which is the hardest sefer, says Taisus, in one day, in one short winter day. Says the Gemara, an amazing story. There was once a chassid, usually when the Gemara says chassid, it's referring to Rabbi Yehuda bar Eloi or Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba, that his wife really bothered him to the point that he had to sleep in the cemetery. We're talking about Rosh Hashanah night. He was sleeping in the cemetery and he heard two ruchos, two young girls that were nifter. They were talking to each other. And he said, let's fly around the world, let's see what's going on. Behind the says one, I cannot fly, I'm buried in Machzel Shekhanim in reeds. The Tzlach explains, since her body didn't decompose, therefore she couldn't fly. She tells her friend, you go out there, tell me what you hear. And she went out there and she heard that whoever plants Revi Rishayna in the first, says Rashi, he's talking about the 17th day of Cheshvan, the 7 days, and then comes the second Revi'ah, and then comes the third Revi'ah 7 days later. Whoever plants then, hail is going to come and destroy the crop. So this chassid did not plant in the Revi'ah Rishonah, he planted in the Revi'ah Shniya, and he made a lot of money. The following year, he decided to do this trick on his own. So he went and he camped out in the basic forest, and sure enough, he hears the two Ruchai saying, let's go fly, I can't fly, I'm in Machzel Shekanim, so you come back and tell me. And she said, I heard that whoever plants in the second Revi'ah, the Shibafain, that he was going to come and ruin the crop, so he planted in the first, and therefore he made money, everybody else lost their crop. Says his wife, how did you know to do this? So he told his wife the secret. The wife had a big fight with the mother of the girl that was flying around in the paraglide, and she made fun of the mother of the other mother, and she said, I know that your daughter was buried in Machzel Shekanim. Third year, the chassid goes to the cemetery, and he hears the Ruchai saying, let's go fly around, and one Ruach said to the other, I cannot fly because the live people are already saying, they're making fun of my mother, that she buried me with Machzel Shekanim. So you see that the dead do know. So the Gemara, perhaps, somebody who was nifter, told her. Ziri once gave money to a lady, and she died, and he went and he asked her in her grave, where's the money? And she told him exactly where it was, and she also said, tell my mother that we're going to have a visitor soon tomorrow, please send my comb and my makeup. And that's because she must have heard it from Duma, the Malach, that announces. The Gemara says that Avud Shmuel used to take the money of the orphans, and he was nifter, and people started making fun of his son Shmuel, and they called him the son of the person that steals money from the orphans. So he went to the Bisach Faras, and he sees that Levi didn't make it into Shemayim, because Levi heard his Rabbi by not going to the Shir, and he sees his father, and his father's crying and laughing. Why are you crying? Because you're going to be nifter soon. Why are you laughing? Because they consider you as a huge individual here in Shemayim. He said, if I'm so big, have Levi go up to Shemayim. In fact, Levi went up to Shemayim. He says, where's the money? The money is buried between our money. There's a sandwich. Our money, the Yisrael's money, and our money. I didn't want it to get ruined. I didn't want people to steal. And in fact, they returned the money. Upon you see that the dead know what's going on, but it's different because Shmuel is such a passionate person. They announce it in Shemayim way in advance. Have a wonderful day.
And they have your auto parts in stock or online.
Yep, they're the business of keeping
very
your car
helpful
on
staff.
the road, dude.
Yep. And you might need things like windshield wipers or a new battery. And you might want to have that battery changed while you're still in the car. Because you don't want to do this stuff later.
That's right, man.
They do all of that.
Professional parts, maybe they'll really auto parts or your one-stop shop for all things auto do-yourself.
Bracha is Daf Yud Tes. We had the other day that Rabbi Yonasan was walking in the cemetery and his tzitzis were dragging on the graves, and he was told, Loig l'Rosh, you're poking fun at the dead. It seems like Rabbi Yonasan himself retracted, because Rabbi Yonasan says that his Baruch Hu tells Moshe Rabbeinu, tell the Ovid, Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov, that I kept my promise, I gave Klal Yisrael Eretz Yisrael. You see that Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov care about what's going on in this world. Gemara says perhaps they don't really care. Because Baruch Hu wanted Moshe Rabbeinu to speak to Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov, so that Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov can have a curse attached to Moshe Rabbeinu for everything that he's done for their descendants, Klal Yisrael. The halacha is, if you speak about a mace, it's as if you speak about a rock. What does that mean? Either they don't care, or they don't know. However, if you speak about an Adam Chashon, like somebody spoke about Mar Shmuel after he died, and a pole pierced his head and pierced the membrane around his brain, that's because HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself hears that you spoke about the Chashuv person, but not necessarily that the Chashuv person heard it and knows that you said something about it. Yeshua ben Levi says that if you speak about a Talmid Chacham, even if the Talmid Chacham is in peace in Gan Eden, nevertheless, the person that speaks about him will fall into Gehenna. Speaking about Yeshua ben Levi, the Gemara says, Yeshua ben Levi said that there are 25 instances in all of the Mishnayos where somebody said something about HaKadosh Baruch Hu or other things, and they put him in nidu. They put him in chayr, excommunication. Rabbi Elazar says, I only found 3. What are the 3 instances? That a Kabbah b'Mahalo says that the concept of saita, if somebody has an affair and the husband suspects her of having an affair and they give her to drink mayim ha'ma'arim, you don't do that to a guyares and a meshukreres. That's what Kabbah b'Mahalo holds. The fact that Shmai and Naftali, who were gerim, did it, gave mayim ha'ma'arim, they did the saita for the iris, says the Kabbah b'Mahalo that was fake water, it was a placebo, and for that says the Gemara that they put him in Midu. Says Rabbi Yehuda that's not true. Kabbah b'Mahalo was a great man. There's nobody like him in Chachma, in Tahara, in Yiras Hashem. Therefore, couldn't have been a Kabbah b'Mahalo. It was in fact Elazar ben Chanoich who made fun of the concept of Metilas Yadayim, and they put him in Midui. And in fact, when Elazar ben Chanoich died, they put a stone on his coffin to show that even to the dead, you do skila, you throw stones at the coffin. There's a concept called Negus Daito Kapamala. Speaks improperly towards the Rabbi Shlomo. Like such as Choni Amahago. Choni Amahago, his name is Choni Amahago because Choni sat and he drew a circle around himself and he said, Hashem, I'm not moving from the circle until it rains. So it rained really lightly. He said, no, I don't want this rain. I want strong rain. So it rained really strong. And he said, no, that's too much. Give me the proper rain. Shimon ben Shadach said, if you weren't Choni, I would put you in Chayrim. That's not how you talk. You're speaking like a son speaks to a father, and it's not correct. Titus, who was from Rome, instituted Zecher leCharban Pesach. Everybody should take a goat and put him on a spit, on a skewer, and roast it. And Shimon ben Shadach said, you deserve Chayrim, because people are going to think now they could eat kachim outside of the Beis HaMikdash. But that's a brisa. The famous story of Tanur Shalach Noyim, Rabbi Lazar held that everybody holds that in order to take a ticheres, an earthenware stove, and make it not tummy, if it's tummy, you have to break it into pieces. So let's say you chopped it up into pieces and you want to put it back together with sand. Lazar holds it's tar. Chacham say it's not tar. Rabbi Lazar tried to prove it to them with the tree, with the wall that bent, the water stopped. A baskel came out of Shemaim and said Rabbi Lazar is right. Nevertheless, they didn't accept his words, and not only that, they put him into Nidui and he died in a chayrim. So we have 3 places in the Mishnah, but why did Yeshua ladies say 24? Because there are 21 other situations in the Mishnah where very similar to these 3 times, where the Talmid Chacham, who's a single person, the individual, went against the Rabbim, the majority, the Yachid against the Rabbim, and he fought really hard, and that is deserving of Chayrim. And in some instances, it was a person who wasn't as great as the other, and he fought hard against the greater person, and that is deserving of neither. Says the Gemara, you don't take out the dead when it's close to Zman Kriyishma. People might miss Zman Kriyishma, unless it's the Adam Chashav like Rabbi Yosef, and they took him out right before Zman Kriyishma. People listening to a hesped or Oisei Mitzvah, it's also like the rush to go out. They should leave one by one. In other words, one person goes out, says Kriyishma, comes back in, then the next one. If the body isn't in front of them, then they can all say Kriyishma together. And the Aval sits there quietly and he says, he accepts upon himself the terrible tragedy that happened to him, and he says, Harbe chatasi, I sinned a lot. And you didn't even give me HaKadosh Baruch Hu what I deserve, 1 out of 1,000. Says Abaye, you don't speak like that. That's Usach Pelasatan. Atifta Pelasatan. You shouldn't talk like that because that means that you're saying you're deserving of a greater einish. We discussed the other day about people standing in a row and saying Amakim Menachem Eschem to the Aval. The outer row is not part of from Kriyishma. However, the Gemara qualifies it and says the outer row can see and can be heard. The Aval can hear him, so he is part of the Nikum Avelim, and he's part of from Kriyishma. The Gemara brings the pasuk Ein Chachma, Ve'ein Tfuna, Ve'ein Eitzel Leneged Hashem. When it comes to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, if somebody does a Chil Hashem, it's a Chil Hashem. There's no such thing as he's a Chacham, he's a Navain. For instance, if a hush of a person is wearing shatnas, even though it'll create a tremendous embarrassment if he has to remove it in public, he must remove it immediately. Gemara goes through different cases. Why is shatnas different in all these cases? Let's say Gemara, when it comes to the Rabbanan were not geyser their gzeira when it comes to human dignity. So therefore, we have the concept of Beis HaPras. If there's a field that was plowed through and there was a grave there, and we're concerned that perhaps small bones that are spread out throughout the field, with the Rabbanan, if you're on the way to be makar, becoming Pesach, you could get on all 4, blow your way through the field, and you see that's a concept only with the Rabbanan, because if it was the Rais, he wouldn't be able to do that. Therefore, if an Aval decides, he picks his route, there's a fork in the road, and he says, I want to go through the Beis HaPras, a Kohen can follow him through the Beis HaPras for the covet of the Aval. Same thing for the covet, to give proper honor to kings, even Goyish kings, where it says that the Blazer Tzaddik, who was a Kohen, would step over the coffins. Now, there's a halacha that if there's a full tefach of ear between the body and the top of the aron, then the tumah stays inside that aron, provided that there's an opening on the side. So we're not concerned that perhaps most aronas have this tefach. Maybe there's a larger person in the aron or something, and you don't have that tefach. That's a meal. And in order to give honor to kings, we're not chayshish for that aron that doesn't have a tefach. There's also the concept of human dignity. When it comes to toilet paper, and in the time of the Gemara, they used to use stones, so you're allowed to carry a stone for the bathroom. And if a person's tzistis rib now he only has 3 tzistis on 4 corners, he must take off his garment right away, but if he's in a carmelis, which is a shvus rabbanon, he can leave it on. When we have the pasuk that says, V'salamta, if you find an object, you must return it, but there's exceptions. If you're a kohen and you're a Beis HaParis, you're an old person, and it's not in your honor to take care of it, you're earning more money than it would take to give it back, you're potter. Why Shabbat is any different? The answer is because it says the Salamta is a special meal dafka in these three cases. And a Nazir who's a Kohen Gadol. So he's a Nazir and a Kohen Gadol. Or he's a person who's going to do bris milah on his son, or to shut the carbon Pesach, he does not become tamei. But if there's a mace mitzvah, they find a dead person who's nobody's taking care of, then even a Kohen Gadol Nazir should become tamei. Why Shabbat is different? And the answer is because we're discussing Shev al Taisa by Milah and carbon Pesach, and it wasn't said by Tuma. Have a wonderful day.
They have footage, like they'd have, their night vision. They just see some dude just in a sheet, just fucking. Oh, I need to see that. It's on the page. We did discuss this before. Over at Planet page. Yeah, it's so good. We'll get to
Bracha is Dav Chaf. Rabbi asked Rabbi, why is it that the previous generations, they had so many nisim? For instance, if they needed rain, Rabbi Yehuda would just take off his shoe and start being bitzar, and immediately it would start raining. And us, we scream and we cry and we daven and nothing. And don't tell me, says Rabbi, it's because they were greater than us in learning. In fact, we are greater than them in learning, says Rabbi. Rabbi Yehuda only learned Nezikin, says Rashi, Bakama, Babamtziva, Vasra. We learn all Shishas and Ribishas. When Rabbi Yehuda tried to learn Uktzin, he had great difficulty. He said it's like all the questions that Rabbi and Shmuel, Rabbi used to ask. When we learn Uktzin and Yadais, how a branch transmits tumah into the fruit, but if the branch is really wet and soggy, it doesn't. We have 13 pshatim in that. So what is the pshat? Pshat is that the previous generations, they were Meiser Nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. The Gemara brings a very interesting example of what it means to be Meiser Nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. Rav Bar Ahava was walking the street and he noticed a woman wearing a red scarf, a karbalta, that he felt wasn't appropriate for a Jewish woman to wear. So he ran over to her and he ripped it off her head, only to realize that she was a goya. She could wear whatever she wants. And he was fined 400 zuz, which he said is because her name was Muslim, which sounds like 200 times 2. You see, that is Mesiras Nefesh, to put oneself in a position where he owes money to make him a chav for Torah. The Gemara says the Rav Gidl will position himself by the entrance of the mikvah, so that women going to be toilet can ask him questions about tefillah. They ask him, what about Yetzer Hara? He says, the women appear to me like white geeks. I don't have a Yetzer Hara. Rav Yochanan would also position himself by the entrance of the mikvah for a different reason, so that women could stare at his beauty and they could have children that are as beautiful as him. And as the Gemara Bava Metzia says, they could be gedolim and Torah like Rav Yochanan. They asked Rabbi Yochanan, what about Ayin Hara? You're not worried about Ayin Hara? He says, no, I come from Shevet, from Yosef. There's no Ayin Hara. Why? It says by Yosef, Alei Ayin, he's above Ayin Hara. Or V'yid Gularoyu, he's like a fish. Fish don't have Ayin Hara. They're in the water covers the Ayin Hara. Or the eye that didn't go after Eishes Peitifar will not be Mizoik from an Ayin Hara. Says the Mishnah. K'tanim are potter from Kriya Shema and Tefillin. Even if the Katan is the age of Chinuch, he's potter from Kriya Shema because we don't want his father to be worried about his son's Kriya Shema. He has to go to work early in the morning and he can't schlep him to shul that early. Tefillin, a Katan, we're concerned, won't have a guf naki, a clean body. Women, as we know, are potter from all mitzvahs aseish azman ram. Anything that has to do with a specific time. Therefore, Kriya Shema is a specific time in the morning, in the evening. They are potter from Kriya Shema. Women are potter from tefillin. And the chiddush is that I would think that they'd be chayiv in tefillin because there's a hekesh between tefillin and mezuzah. And in a mezuzah they are chayiv. Mashman, women are potter from tefillin. Now, they are chayiv in a mezuzah. Why? Because in a mezuzah it says the man yirbu yimeichem, mezuzah brings longevity.
What up,
women
mystery?
need longevity. I would think that a mezuzah would be potter because it says the matam is oisim is b'neichem, and then.
Hello, how are you, mystery? Absolutely. How you living, girl? Oh, amazing. How did it happen? Right. Well, that's amazing. And so how does that work? You Absolutely. Yeah, no, I don't answer other calls. Well, congratulations. So you really like this girl? That's absolutely. Congratulations, Mystery. Congratulations. You do what you need to do. Shout out to Mystery for beating up some bitch. No longer dead bitch. Now she's Mystery. I don't know if I really fucking promote that type of behavior, at least not the violent aspect of it. But
to take a tinderbox. You don't know the very delicate balance between Sunni and Shia, between the different tribes.
No,
you don't
we didn't know the lay of the
He
land.
did, because he grew up in it.
Yeah.
So he knew exactly how to play everything.
We didn't know the lay of the land.
Yeah, and then he said, the Syria, everybody has their own agenda. So I remember my buddy who spent all the time in, a CIA guy, who spent all his time in the Middle East. He goes, it's going to be a shit show. You watch. And another woman I knew who studied it, she goes, when we went into Iraq, she goes, this is the biggest fucking mistake we could ever make.
Yeah, that is just a nightmare.
And I was like, no, I
fucked everything up. He tells a story. One of the soldiers tells a story about Saddam Hussein that he's one of his bodyguards, and he was super close with his mom, like super mama's boy. They're doing something in the desert.
Saddam was?
Yeah. They had like a long trek, and the mom was like, I'm tired, and it's hot. I need water, and blah blah blah. And he shut everything down for his mom. Shut it down. Like until she's recuperated and rested, we're not going anywhere. Like he would shut whatever down for his mom. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I certainly think
and his sons were fucking
monsters, yeah.
Legit
Well,
monsters.
Uday was. His other son seemed to have been more reserved. He was like, but Uday was a sociopath.
Yeah, crazy.
But also, Saddam Hussein apparently raised them to, watch torturings and killings at very young ages. I don't know if that's true.
They had a crazy car collection, too. Bring up Saddam Hussein's car collection. Wild shit, dude. Wild shit.
He was a king. Literally a king. Let's take a little break. I just had a magic mind. You probably saw me drink it on air. Whenever I feel like I'm low energy, in fact, watch this podcast. You can see I was yawning.
Yeah.
And now I'm
low
feeling
energy.
very good.
Then you got the zone.
It really does work. Magic Mind Max.
You started defending Jussie Smollett, that UFC fighter with a
I was
track
trying
record.
I got progressive.
Yeah.
I got it. Well, it gives you a focused, calm energy. So I was like, let's all calm down for a second. Gives you a smooth, sustained power.
Yep.
So I was like, let me just take a look at this. I got 6-7 hours before I crash. And you can get more done without burning out. You can stay sharp, confident, and in control. I got a show tonight, a live show. I will be doing a Magic Mind Max before that show.
Fueled by Magic
I could
Mind.
do an Adderall, but I'm not going to do that. I don't do that.
Don't do that. Take your boy. Stick with Magic Mind. Find kids powered by Magic Mind.
Fantastic. I knew a CIA guy who ran all their satellite imagery stuff, and he said, you could see him, he would raise a village, and then he would build a castle overlooking it.
Old school cars.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know, think about Testarossa. Uday had him. Is that Uday? No, looks like him.
Yeah.
Oh, those are cool. That's actually a Lamborghini.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Why U.S. troops blew up Uday Hussein's rare Lamborghini SUV. Yeah, those are super cool.
Why did they blow it up?
I have to fucking ship it back, dude. Those things are badass.
It's a bummer.
Just a 77.
Rear mounted V8 engine, 3-speed automatic trans.
Yeah, they were cool.
But why'd they blow it up?
Sage. It just gives info on the badass SUV.
Wait, what can you sell that for, do you think?
A good one? Yes.
That particular one.
No, man. I don't know if people want that. It's going to be a right-hand driver's side. See how much they're going for, Jim? Yeah. I've seen one in my lifetime. And it was at SEMA.
What imagine this price?
300 to 7 to over 700,000. Yeah.
Wow.
Original price $120,000, late 80s. That's so much money, late 80s.
Yeah, it is.
And there's the issue. The reason why they're so high is there's only 300 of them, dude. So it's gonna be tough to get. You're not. If I was a rapper or like a wrist dude, that's what you want to flex on.
Yeah, like
No one
something
has
that
those.
has to see.
Wow.
What is that? That's a Lamborghini. Cheap. Yeah.
All right, what else you got, Jack?
Current events, let's take a look. See, not that one yet. Hold on. Says Royal Caribbean passenger jumps off cruise ship to avoid $16,000 gambling debt.
Yeah,
Boy.
I love that. With $16,000 in, no, he had like some crazy amount of money in his bag too.
Oh, he's trying to escape.
Yeah, so you jumped in.
I thought he committed suicide over $16,000.
I hope you could swim well. He had $14,000 in cash, a handbag, 2 cell phones, and 5 different identification numbers.
Oh, wow. This is a scammer.
So something was up with him.
And he survived? Yeah, there's a boat that actually took him in. You'll see here. And
really want to do it. Don't do that. Just
see, now they're going to confiscate your money, and you still owe $16,000. But that's him hanging on to the boat that took him ashore. Obviously,
that's your Aquaman.
It's a tough day.
Yeah.
He had $14,000 in cash. I bet you could negotiate it. Like, here's $14,000, but he just wanted to keep it all up.
Yeah, probably. Or he didn't have the. I don't know.
I don't know either. Okay, so speaking of, I don't know who this artist is. D4VD. Yeah, he's big. I think he's at like 20 million downloads a month on Spotify. Wow. There's so many new artists I can't.
So, did he murder this girl?
No, so because they thought it was his body originally, right? They didn't know for sure. I don't know if they thought it was his. But he was doing a concert in like Atlanta, and they found a dead body in the front of his Tesla, which he didn't report stolen. It was just gone in the front.
So his Tesla got.
His Tesla was gone. He didn't report it stolen. It got impounded, right? Yeah, it was in an impound. But I mean, and then I don't know who's in the impound. They're like, this Tesla smells like shit. When you open this up, because this smell was so bad. They opened it up, and they found a decaying body cut up.
So it cut up too?
Yes. Her corpse was discovered. She was wearing a tube top and black leggings with 2 pieces of jewelry, metal stud earring, metal chain bracelet in the shape of a W.
So she's been there for a while.
So what's going to happen with him?
Probably nothing. When
body parts were discovered Monday inside a bag in the trunk. He's in a Hollywood impound lot.
Oh my God.
We found abandoned in the Hollywood Hills.
Yeah. We're told that Tesla was never reported stolen.
So if he's on the road, right, he wouldn't know.
Yeah, that's right.
He's like, your buddy borrowed it, who knows? There he is performing in, I said Atlanta, sorry, it's in Minnesota, same thing.
When I got my this Prius stolen that I bought for somebody, a veteran, and it got stolen. When I got it back, I found crack vials. Yeah, I found all kinds of shit. I think we found a condom that was so fucked up in the back seat. Yeah, fucking smoke
in the back of the test.
Yeah,
testing with my bestie. Yeah, that's not good.
I think I found a condom.
It says Hollister removes D4VD as model on website. Yeah, probably gonna lay low for a little bit. After the yeah.
Oh, come on. Why are you scrubbing his butt? Is that on case, right?
Yeah, wait till things get sorted out. Yeah, right? That's what I hate about it. Because if he's like, hold up. I left it on Hollywood Boulevard. I had to go catch a plane. Somebody fucking stole it, murdered somebody, cut up the body, put it in the trunk.
But they just want to be.
Now, as I'm saying out loud, it's for sure him, right? He's fucked, dude, if it's him.
Yeah. They'll figure that out. But I don't think.
And now he's still planning to take the stage?
By the way, correct me if I'm wrong.
Is he not a gay man? I would imagine he is. For some, and I have no idea who he is.
It's hard to steal a Tesla, isn't it?
Yeah, because all the electronics.
And then your app would tell you where the car is.
Unless, I don't know, because I don't worry about that gay stuff, but unless you can crack into the Teslas now through coding.
Let's see.
Because that's how people get now. Because people can do it on like Hellcats and TRXs. The criminals have a device now where if you get out of your car, you hit unlock, that signal to the car, they have a device that can download that now, so they have it. So I'm not sure if you can do that with automobiles or not. It's extremely difficult for an amateur to steal Tesla, but sophisticated professional thieves have demonstrated that it's possible. The vehicle is considered among the most thief-resistant cars in the market due to nobody wanting them in.
But somebody did.
It says nobody's going to sell these gay vehicles because they're also super cheap to buy right now. However, no vehicle is completely theft-proof yet. Because there's no hot wiring, advanced security, pin to drive. Yeah, but the other thing is the GPS tracking. They should be able to download the GPS tracking and see where that car went to hide that body. Yeah. There it is, relay attacks. This involves two thieves using radio equipment to relay a key fob or phone key. You can do this with any car. One thief stands near the owner's key, for example, inside their home. So if you put your keys right by your front door, that's how they're getting them. Wow. Yeah, but you can buy devices that block them from doing it. That's what I use. The relay signal tricks the car into thinking the key is nearby, like unlock driven, using the pin to drive feature. Okay. Software stuff. Keycard cloning. A hacker can clone the keycard signal with 130-second window. Yeah, I don't know. There's ways to do it though.
Okay. Interesting though, because I'm gonna tell you why. Tesla has cameras
Everywhere. Like,
right.
The worst car to do it. Like when people were tagging and fucking up Teslas, it's like that's the worst car to do it.
Yes. So you can see that. So it's like, what are you doing here, dude? I can see you doing this shit. So there's a lot of that.
This one should be easy case to solve. Like,
oh, by the way,
this is going to be on one of my favorite shows, Cold Case, in 5 years. Like this one's going to be first 48.
First 48, maybe.
What are you going to say, Brian?
No. I was going to advertise my show, Acting Off at Sunset Strip. This comes out tomorrow.
Oh, the show's tonight? Yeah, you'd be right.
Yeah.
Speaking of advertising, how about our Patreon?
Oh, dude. Let's get to our Patreon.
Dude, I just did the first fan Q&A. Did the first fan Q&A. A lot of great questions. No, for our Patreon.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Good. And you got to do the next one.
All right. I'm on.
But yeah, if you haven't seen it, the Patreon is lit, dude, and it's going to be extra lit because we're going to bring up Mr. Hands video. We're going to bring up guys putting peanut butter on their wieners, on their vajayjays. That's what we get into on the Patreon.
You never know.
You never know. It's patreon.com/TFATK. You get every show ad-free plus extended episodes. Twice a month fan questions. I just did it. Actual behind-the-scenes content like Chin going on fishing trip using one of my trucks. It's only $5 a month. You get Find the Kid ad-free, Shop Show ad-free, safe environment to have some fun. Finally, your questions.
Am I allowed to show my balls on Patreon?
I can look it up, but it's a tricky territory.
Oh, if I just had my balls sitting out like this for no reason because I'm trying to air them out, is that illegal on Patreon?
I'm gonna ask our Patreon guy, but I'm also gonna. I think it's worth just doing. Oh, I know. Not to get Patreon taken down. Definitely ask before we upload it.
Especially my balls.
Well, what we would do is that clip that we have of Brian pulled out his nuts where it was blurred out. I think we just upload that clip uncensored. I don't think we still have the raw of that.
Thank God. My balls look way better now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They get bigger with time.
Yeah.
We'll just upload a picture of your nuts on them. Like, this is what we're dealing with.
Good to just show my whole 3-piece set so people can see what I'm working with.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask about the balls thing. And let's not just upload it and then sabotage the Patreon. That's not worth it. I mean, they're not going to do it from the get-go, but they'll give us a warning. However, I'm with you. We'll ask them first. So, that and the porn stuff. I think we should be good, though. Yeah. All right, what else you got, Jim? Okay. This is an interesting thing. The Wizard of Oz at the Sphere is grossing $2 million a day. Whoa. And it says execs think it can make over $100 million within the year. And that Sphere costs so much money just to build in the first place, so the money's just not
going to numbers been touched over the eye.
Here's what's crazy. Even if it made $100 million a year, they're still losing the ads. Probably for a little bit. Yeah. It's so much money. They're the whole for billions. Guys paying $200 a ticket. If you gave me front row tickets, I don't know if you need front row at the Sphere. I wouldn't go watch Oz at the Sphere.
But if you have kids, it's fun and cool. You see that?
I saw it a little bit. And it's like going to the wind.
There's actually debris. Oh my God.
What movie would you want to see in the band?
300. Braveheart.
Braveheart's some action films.
Yeah.
300 would be good in there. I'd like to see It in there, the new It.
I mean, Avatar might be cool.
Well, Avatar would be cool.
Yeah.
Avatar's the movie. I bet they'd make more money off Avatar than fucking Oz.
Yeah. And they weren't wearing like 3D glasses either, so
No,
it's
my
just like,
dark. Yeah.
dude, watching Avatar in 3D, which I did, was a mind fuck. That was really cool.
Does it bother your eyes
go
though?
back there and go back into that forest.
It doesn't bother your eyes? The
No,
it makes me sick.
Yeah,
It gives me a headache after like about 30 minutes.
I woke up the next day and I was like, I kind of want to go back to the forest. And then I read that.
Oh, you're one of those cucks. It's called the Avatar Blues.
Yeah.
There's people that, because they wish they could live in that world, they get depressed.
Now,
hold on.
No, hold on.
You know what we call people?
Yeah.
Losers.
No, hold on. I may be saying that though, because we've talked about this before.
Yes, and did.
And now I'm
regurgitating. Yes,
You know what I'm saying?
Because we talked about this before, and you've never said that.
I gotta say, when you do a podcast, and you've been doing this long as you can easily start forgetting what's like. Did I hear that on a podcast and internalize it? Do I do it? Like I'm getting to an age where, like, you know, maybe I'll say something and maybe it didn't even happen.
Yeah.
Although I don't do that. I know it happened.
You just turned to Bruce Willis. That's fine.
Yeah, maybe I am. Hey, dude, I forget people's names and faces now. I know you do.
No faces. I'll never forget a face.
I remember faces, but I'm saying
faces. I'm good. Names. If
no, I remember faces. I don't know where I know them from. Like, so, but remember we were like I've met people who are.
Well, if it's a random fan, but if it's
no, I met people. I was in acting class with, and I'm like, I don't remember you at all.
Yeah. Oh, I had a guy who was working. What was he doing? He was doing some work for the house. And he walks up and goes like this, "Me, come on." Oh no, I got nothing. Oh, no. He goes, "You kidding me, Sean?" I got nothing. And he's like, you know, and he's like, "Dude, we trained together at Jackson's for 5 years."
Oh God, dude.
But he's a smaller guy. And I went, "We trained together?" And he goes, "Well, we're in the room." I'm like, "Oh, that's not a number."
Yeah,
we were like boys.
There to get some work done.
Yeah, but if you're a bigger guy, I definitely remember.
Yeah. How long did you train with that GSP?
I meet him. Shit, I went up there and stayed with him for 2 weeks.
Okay.
His Montreal camp. Was with him every day. And then when he came down to Laguna Niguel, we trained together, shot the countdown together.
When you say train together, you were in the same room.
Trained together. Wrestling, boxing, yeah.
He's so much smaller too. So much smaller.
He was so skilled.
Yeah.
So skilled. Yeah. Yeah, he's great.
It is funny how, as great as he is, I know, thank God for weight classes. You're just so much bigger than so many of these guys. It's like just different.
Yeah, he's a legend.
Legend.
What else you got, Jimmy?
All right, let's move on to this right here. Javier Mendez talking about there was a fight that Habib was offered against Floyd Mayweather. So I'll just play the clip.
Buddy fight with Floyd Mayweather also that was thrown around, and Floyd Mayweather, boxing, but he would do it. Now he was thinking about it.
No, he did it.
No wrestling, just boxing.
But he did it.
No, he said
motherfucker.
I just give me 1 round of wrestling and they called that out. Yeah. But he was offered a potential match with Floyd Mayweather, and I turned it down. And I don't know if Floyd would have accepted or or Floyd even knew about it. I just know Habib turned it down. So I don't even know if he went back to Floyd.
Maybe Floyd's team was trying to do it.
About that, etc. I just know Habib turned it down.
Habib wasn't known as a boxer.
Well, that's why they wanted to do it, because he was the face of the UFC thing. He get beat up. Yeah. But also, listen, money-wise, it makes sense, but, like, Conor was never the same when he took the Floyd Mayweather fight. Like, he came back, he was a shell of himself. Why? Because he focused on boxing for fucking 6 months, or to a year, and then remember that, he fought Floyd, and then when they came to fight Khabib, so it just ruined the legend of Conor. Now, on the other side of that, it's like, yeah, but he made $100 million.
Yeah, so like fight business, right?
But like Topuria talking about how he'd knock out Crawford, stuff like that. It's like, yeah, but it's like, of course, every fighter thinks he can knock these guys out. But it's like, dude, don't go down the Conor lane. Just dominate the UFC. Like, it's not good.
Yeah, you don't want to box, pure boxing match.
Well, you do, because you make all the money.
Yeah, but with someone like
But we've seen that many of times.
Yeah, this might be different.
No,
I'll tell you what, because Bud wouldn't play games. Like I think Floyd was playing games for a while.
the Floyd Connor stuff is, but we've seen it.
Yeah.
Francis, Anthony, Joshua.
Yeah.
We've seen, how many times have you seen it? Yeah, everyone knows. We all know what's going on. It's a money play.
Yeah.
It's just a big money play. But they don't have a chance. But there's so much money involved.
Your thoughts on Deontay
Francis?
Yeah.
I hope it happens.
same shit?
No, that one's different.
A little different, right?
That one's different. He doesn't have the same technique that Joshua has. Francis actually has a good chance in that one.
Because he's big, he can do the same playbook.
Well, they're both big, but
But Francis weighs a lot more.
yeah, but that doesn't matter because Deontay's knocked out. Deontay's always no smaller guy. Like he knocked fucking Tyson Fury on his ass.
Yeah.
So it has nothing to do with that. It's more that Deontay Wilder doesn't have like the pedigree of Anthony Joshua with the technique, the defense, like his fundamentals are not good. So Francis, Francis is still an underdog, but he has a chance. Like he didn't have a fucking chance against Anthony Joshua in any facet. Really didn't know with Tyson Fury either if you're doing it for real.
Yeah.
But with Deontay, started when he's 24. All right. He has a puncher's chance for sure. He didn't have a puncher's chance.
It's crazy how late Deontay started. I think he started 20. But whatever, it's still very late to start boxing. Very late.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Which is super late.
Very late.
But his fundamentals, his defense isn't as good. He's the hardest hitter of all time, but so he has that eraser, but he has a lot of flaws. Which Francis, if he lands, without fighting, he can go long. Someone's getting knocked the fuck out. Take my money.
Oh, yeah.
What else you got, Jen?
You really like him, Deontay, right?
Love him.
Yeah.
Well, this third post says that Rogan is under backlash for one of the jokes he made.
This isn't real. He's not under backlash.
I haven't seen backlash.
It's about a year and a half ago.
I know, but I guess it's coming up now again.
There's continual backlash everywhere.
Well, because he's so famous. So, like, remember when Rogan did that special and said Michelle Obama has a dick? Yeah, that was out 2 years ago. It might be 2 years. This backlash from who?
Also, it's interesting.
People trying to get clicks.
Yeah.
This guy is.
You can say one thing. You can post one opinion about, let's say, vaccines, and you'll get equal backlash. Thank you for speaking up, and then fuck you. Yeah, it just goes back and forth.
Yeah, but with Rogan, that's different. They're just trying to get clicks. It's not.
Yeah.
They tried this before.
Yeah. Take a little break. What am I wearing right now? True Classic again.
Oh,
What am I
of course,
underwear?
dude. I thought you were looking good, man. True Classic has it all. They're super famous now. They're on the UFC Octagon. They're on all the big pods. We were with them from day one. Ryan's our brother from a very smart, educated mother. All right.
And somebody yesterday said, "Are you working your arms?" I was like,
It's just a tee, baby.
the T-shirt.
If you see me in a white tee, it is True Classic. You can grab it at Target, Costco, or head on over to trueclassic.com/fighter. Get hooked up today. They have tees, joggers, button-ups, hoodies, joggers. They got it all, not just great fitting tees.
Great quality.
It fits right in the right
And
place.
stay looking good.
Oh,
no matter how many times you wash them.
Get you some. trueclassic.com/fighter.
All right. I don't know who this bodybuilder is, but apparently it's a bodybuilder champion who's stabbed to death by his girlfriend.
Well,
And then there's pictures, but I'm not going to show you.
yeah, sometimes you get.
Oh, I'd love to see those.
But they don't show him, it just shows the blood.
See, I wish there was like a first 48 cold cases on Saul XXX edition. I would pay extra hard cold cash to see the picture of the dead body. Anybody else?
Yes.
I hate when they blur it out. Give me the real deal, dude.
Yes.
So his girlfriend just stabbed him for no reason? Right. Jesus Christ.
Well, I'm sure there's a reason. It's called fighting. She was probably nuts. Maybe she was on.
Oh, I go back up.
She might have been on Trent as well.
It says he left the trail of blood as he tried to escape. Unfortunately, he was found dead on the stairs of the building. It says the official say the 43-year-old woman, not young, in the fight was also stabbed. It was he stabbed her. with life-threatening injuries. If she survives the civil police that she will be arrested for suspicion of murder. It sounds like it was a
stab fest.
Yeah, it was a stab fest. I mean, if she's stabbing you, he's probably gonna stab her back with
crap.
Yeah, or if he stabbed her first, then she defended herself. Nice try, Jen. You never know.
Either way,
not good. Keep going down, Jen.
That's not the first time that's happened.
Look at his physique. I mean, it was also revealed that Wood already had an outstanding warrant for armed robbery and another. Oh my God. Okay. Well, she tried killing. She killed him.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Yeah. So she.
Can we bring her up?
I don't think I gave her a name, but I'll look up his girlfriends. Keep going down. His wiener's popping there, huh?
Let's see.
When they get dehydrated, they should stick right out.
Yeah, but it's a real pointer. It's a real pointer.
That's it. Let me look at his name and then see what his girlfriend is. Yeah, we'll get to the bottom of it. Let's see. That's not her. No, that's her. Okay, we can't get to the bottom of it. Okay. Well, we tried our best. We gave her a good college try.
Okay.
Yeah, she was previously wanted for murder. That's not good.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Is that his Instagram? Which one here? Yeah. No, that's just a story on him. Because I bet on his Instagram, if you go to his Instagram, I bet he has pictures of her. Oh. Let's see. Not a cool case.
Way to go, Mr. Sleuth.
These are just articles on him. I know, but if you type his name into Instagram, I bet he has a page. Let's try it. Yeah. Jim would be the best investigator, but it's alright. Probably not the best. So there's no results found. Oh, after he's murdered, they take you down? They usually do that. There, these are just stories about him. Oh, scroll down. Someone's gonna post the girl. Keep going. Keep it flowing. Yeah, it can't be her. Let's see. She looks like a stabber. Very pretty. Yeah, I don't know why she's on here. That would be the one, if there is one.
He's, looks like a bit of a narcissist.
Or he's a bodybuilder.
I don't know if this is
Another girl. No, this is just the stories. Yeah, this is the Isco. This is just. Okay, so it's gone. Yeah, they took it down. No. Well, that's a shame. That's a shame. Oh, this is also terrible as hell. Someone tried to put.
So it's insane. Here's what I think about this.
Yeah, somebody is the right doing this to get.
Yeah, I think exactly. I think we're being trolled.
So this is the guy that stabbed that Ukrainian girl on the train.
Yeah, there's a
It says GoFundMe removed several fundraisers set up for DeCarlos Brown Jr., the convict accused of fatally stabbing Ukrainian refugee.
Anybody can do this
in Charlotte,
I think, and obviously this is a troll. This is just some shithead who whacked all the friends. So
even that's fine.
Their kids to their call.
And some dumb people out there.
Yeah. Well, it's like
the best is I saw someone said, since he killed her on our land, send her back to Ukraine, let them deal with it. They'll do it right. Ukraine? Oh, we're gonna skin you alive, buddy.
Yeah, it would be good. But he was in and out of fucking jail and arrested 14 times.
Yeah, so you can't blame it on the cops, on the police, because they arrest him 13 times. It's the laws and justice system. That's what you gotta change for your woke fucking far left dictators. Keep letting these people come. Well, they just need another chance. 13, you fucking idiots, and some poor refugee had to die.
You know what? The narrative is that society is to blame.
For sure.
They're victims.
Yeah.
That is what's going on with Alvin Bragg in New York City.
Sure.
That's what's going on in Washington, D.C.
Hey,
all
you know what?
Pushed by white liberals who don't live in those neighborhoods.
And it's terrible that a girl died here, but when they push this, like, we need to help this guy's actually the victim in the murder girl, all it does is get the normal people that vote go, fuck that.
Of course.
And
Well, crime matters.
And it
Crime
just,
matters.
it's the most matters. It wins election. So all it's going to do is keep pushing over to the right, over to the right, over to the right. No matter how you feel, they go, we don't agree with the right, but we don't want people getting stabbed.
So I was listening to a guy, and he was talking about how Trump wants to bring the National Guard to D.C. Okay,
here he did.
And he said, he goes, hey, guys, and I went to college down there. I know D.C. very well. He said, they lock up the toothpaste. They lock up the toothpaste at the Walgreens.
Yeah.
CVS. So when you go to the drugstore, everything is locked up. That's what it's got.
But
You're
notice,
telling me there's no crime?
but notice the only people complaining are people not there.
Who don't live there.
But like in Chicago, they're doing the same thing right now in Chicago. They did it, CNN did an interview on the streets, and they're like, dear God, yes, get them in here. 56 people got shot last weekend. We need to do something.
The most annoying people on the fucking planet are white, educated, wealthy liberals.
Because they don't have to deal with the repercussions.
They're the worst because they try to meddle into. They don't live in those neighborhoods. You wouldn't drive through one of those neighborhoods. Never mind living through. You wouldn't
You see
drive.
about the Chicago gangs? That's because heavy gangland out there. They're like, we hope they come in.
Well, you guys enjoy that.
Yeah.
You hope that they do, right? You want to get that? You want to get into
They said we're going to defend ourselves. Okay.
All right. You guys try that with armored. You know,
actual skilled guys.
Yeah. Ex-Marines can shoot real straight. They shoot straight.
If you try to feel froggy, you'll get the special forces in it, and you won't know what's happening.
No, because it'll happen when you're sound asleep.
Hey, man,
yeah, that's right. That's right. You just hear the slide.
No, man, we ain't got.
What's it called? Blackout 360. That subsonic rounds.
Yeah.
With the suppressor.
They'll learn the hard way. What a sketch.
Alright, this is a little weird. Okay, so this is from TMZ. President Trump's alleged 50th birthday note to Jeffrey Epstein has just been revealed.
Do we know if this is real?
No.
I mean, they're reporting it, so who knows?
And it's not something.
It's hard to read.
It's also not something he would say.
And it's also not something we draw, because just knowing Trump, he does everything like exaggerated. There'd be way bigger.
Read it. Watch this.
Hold on, let me see if I can get it.
There'd be way bigger tips. So this says voiceover.
There must be more to life than having everything. Yes, there is, but I don't tell you. I won't tell you what it is.
Like Jeff says.
Nor will I. Since I also know what it is. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Yes, we do. Come to think of it. What does that say?
Enigmas never age.
Okay, so watch this. Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? He doesn't say that. He doesn't talk that way.
Oh, nobody talks that way. Unless you're signing the Constitution, nobody talks that way since
Enigmas
the
never age.
1920s.
He knows that. Have you noticed that?
But again, the left, you carry on with this narrative now. Okay.
No, I don't think anybody takes it seriously.
Okay, they do. They do, though.
Yeah.
They do. Oh, yeah. But no, it's good. The people that vote don't. They're like, dude, what is this distraction? It's inflation. What are you doing? Get the rates down, dude, on homes.
Yeah, that whole the 4,000 wires. No, sorry, that's not accurate. He did not send 1.1 billion to.
But of course not. It's all distraction.
I am concerned with these tariffs. But look at it. This is crazy.
I go back to that bumper sticker. America, I love you, but you're freaking me out. Isn't that a great bumper sticker?
It's great. So,
isn't that a great shirt?
By the way, this is proof that anything's possible if you put your mind to it. Because what?
So this is a mountain biker crossing
Red Bull posted this.
I mean, this is crazy. Come on. Dude.
It's buddy hop.
You basically have to be essentially able to do this. That's an extension of speed. Yep. That's just a dude who spends a lot of time on a bike.
Oh, he's a professional.
Wow.
Sponsored by Red Bull.
Man, that's crazy. That's crazy because if you fall, it's not going to feel good. You can just.
No, they checked your all. It's all right.
Still sucks, but yeah.
Fall right into the water, you know?
No, but you could like jump and then.
There's crazier guys do it way high up, where you fall. It's game over. You fall here, you get.
Yo, what's going on? How are you, Trace?
Now, I'm not trying to piss on this thing, but
Just coming in to meet people who have got new server that I'm starting.
All right, cool. What's your server about?
It's just those friends that I've just influenced in, you know, just chill out, chat, have a laugh, sleep, watch films, you know.
Certainly. Okay, very cool. How'd you find out about me?
Yeah, I didn't find out about you. It was just, I just, what you call it, saw you on Socialized.
Okay, so you found out from me about me from Socialite. Okay, very cool. Well, is your link in your profile?
I don't know how to do that. I'm already on the PlayStation, so I don't have to do stuff. I can send you an invite for that. Sure.
Yeah, so you don't know how to put it in your profile?
No, I'm a bit slow.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I'll send you an invite, or like I'll wave at you or whatever. What are your hobbies?
Maybe enjoy people in here as well. Well, just what about you?
Well, I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I've been live for 3.5 years. Word dog. Okay, I just sent you a wave, so send it there. When I have time, I'll take a look at it. Okay. Cool, big dog.
So do you see the Thursday on the night when they stream?
Everything I'm out.
Just stay, like, keep the camera in your room, I guess, and just...
Yeah, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. So I archive my life. Yeah, you're not allowed to poop on the streams, so I don't do that. I have, but I've gotten banned for it. So everything aside from that, yeah, I have more social media than any person in global history.
That's the first.
Word dog.
But yeah, bro, feel free to go mine whenever you want. Whatever. I'll add you when, you know, talk to us whenever you like. See what happens. I'm a bit of an out-of-the-box person, but I respect you. You know, businesses, etc.
Word dog. Well, excellent. I appreciate it. You should know you're always welcome here. And you're just going around to different discords. So basically, yeah, I understand. Yeah, if you want to grow your server, a good way to do it. Do you know what Discord is?
Yeah, I've just been on there just today.
Oh, okay. And then do you know how to bump it?
No idea.
All right. Well, there's a bot that you put in your Discord, and it allows you to bump your server, which is basically to promote it, and then it'll put it at the top of the promotions. So I recommend you do that.
I've got a friend in there and he's a bit more techy and a bit more,
Yes, make sure. I mean, I'm sure he's aware of it to some extent, but yeah. So you bump it like once every 2 hours, and then it'll promote you. It's basically free advertising. They may also make advertising bots as well that will do it, where you just you can actually look in my server if you just search bump bump. You can get those bots, and they self promote you.
Did I join your server? Do you have you on your server?
Doug, you're in my server right now. Yeah, where did you think you were?
I thought socialized this a bunch of different random chats that everyone's joined.
This isn't socialized.
Yeah, so what are you part of your server?
Correct.
I thought I was in the socials thing.
That's okay. I'm in there too.
I'm sorry, but my socializing is a bit.
That's okay. You're good, big dog.
So as long as I've got you down. So are you against like swearing and stuff like that? Like, like that sort of stuff?
No, people can cuss all they want. I don't necessarily like people to use racial language, but um, I'm about free speech, so generally I let people say what they want to say.
Let people speak their minds.
Word, dog.
To a certain degree, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. Even Discord has terms of service that you have to follow, so.
But thank you for letting me hop in, because I was pretty sitting there a lot with people and get acquainted a lot. Bring a friend or two that decent people.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
Up in my server, joining everyone.
Yeah, well, when I have time, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, of course. Like I said, nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well. Don't be a stranger.
I will.
Excellent. Keep me up. Absolutely. Keep me updated on how your server's going.
Alright, I will.
If you have any questions, let me know.
Alright, appreciate that.
Most certainly, my friend. Take care, buddy. Thank you.
fucking wild. He's super talented. But I bet he has crazier shit on his Instagram.
Oh,
That's
Oh my.
crazy. See, that's crazy.
oh my.
That's
Ouch. There you go.
landed it. Jeez. That's not more impressive to you?
It's all impressive. It's all. I can't do any of it.
You want to see the in the mountains, and they're going super fast. This motherfucker's nice on a bike.
He's nice on a bike, dude. He's nice on a bike, though I am nice with Taekwondo.
Why the fuck is there only 2 comments on that? I don't know. Dude, Instagram has been weird. Maybe he's new, though. No, this one has 49,000 or 43,000 likes. Yeah, that all looks weird. It's impressive, dude. Yeah, like Brian said, the bike's an extension of his body. Yeah, I know. He's a straight professional. Yeah, one of the best in the world. So that's pretty cool. Having a good time. What's this? Foot fetish sexually assaulted 69-year-old nursing home resident by rubbing her feet with lotion. Now faces 99 years in jail. So that guy that stabbed that girl got in and out of jail, and this guy's giving people foot pleasure in a old folks home doing the
Well, she was probably,
really?
yeah, or something, and then he was like, you know, I gotta.
Hold on, it says 47-year-old entered the room of unidentified victim, was laying down her bed, and agreed to perform she's a janitor. Made a comment about her socks having fallen off her foot. Okay, keep going. He looks like he likes me. The perv then closed the door, shut the blinds, and began massaging on his foot and lotion while asking if she was ticklish. He tickled her feet and pressed them against his genitals. That's where he's running. Okay, I thought he was just giving foot rubs. They did say that. This is weird now. Rubbing against his dick during the unwanted foot groping. Okay. When steps were heard outside the door during the massage, he would stop and wait for the coast to be clear before continuing. It took police 6 years to arrest the creep and finally put the cuffs on the feet, fixated hands in February. He acknowledged it. I feel like there's much worse crime going on.
Yeah.
But why not?
So he rubs feet and gives you a nice foot massage and then presses his genitals, I guess, through his pants against your feet. Well, like, I don't think that's right. I don't know if you should do 99 years.
After being rejected by some lady, he called and said, "Can I just jack off on your feet? I mean, you got sexy feet. Can I just suck on it or something?"
Okay.
He's probably a lonely guy. 25 to 99 years. That is insane. That's a felony, huh?
Well, yeah, but was she incapacitated? I guess
Didn't
that's
say. But if she's holding your feet back,
probably not.
probably not. That's where it gets dicey.
Probably not.
It's like, you ever seen those old folks home when the caretakers are really mean? Like,
Yeah, that's awful.
see, you show up to give your grandma a birthday present, she has 2 black eyes. Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, she fell.
Yeah, what was that movie? Was it Kill Bill when those 2 scumbags come in and sexually assault Uma Thurman? And then she wakes up and kills the guy. But I'm sure that's probably happened.
Oh no, there's tons of video. We can show it on the Patreon of him just like, I remember it was a big black like just fucking up this old man and just like punch him in the face and stuff. It's so awful.
It's so fucking awful.
It's so strange.
It's,
What the fuck is wrong?
well, you know what? What factor? This is from Gad Sad. What factor raises the possibility of child abuse in a home by 100? By a factor of 100.
What's that?
What's the most dangerous thing for a child in the home?
I don't know, man.
A stepfather. Step-parent. Also as a stepfather. Because,
My stepmom was lit.
yeah, sometimes a stepfather comes in. It's a very dangerous thing.
Because it's not his kid.
Statistically,
You said, oh wow, 100 times?
yes, 1 to 100 factor.
Yeah.
Right?
Also, stepdad's a tough gig, man.
It is. It's funny, my little son was carrying on and making a crazy racket at 3.5. He was just upset about things. And I was like, oof. And now he's my son, so I love him so much. But if he wasn't my son, I can understand that what a stepfather would be like, hey, you know, this is...
You're not going to put up with it. Your tolerance is way lower.
You're going to at least be yelling at him.
Type in your stepfather and stepmother. It's not what we're talking about, right? Oh, no, it's but type in
Isn't that interesting though when I say that? Because divorce was always considered taboo and even illegal in a lot of countries, and there's a reason for it. It usually is because the children are at risk. Because then the woman marries somebody else, the man marries somebody else.
No, stepdads are doing the Lord work, man. Yeah, I think I heard stepmom. I heard more like the father should stepfather should take care.
There's an evolutionary reason for that. There's a weird impulse to kill.
Yeah, they don't have your DNA.
And it's interesting because like a lot of those.
Is it the same if you adopt though? Because you're not tied to them. Cellular level. If you adopt a kid, is it the same where you don't have the same kind of?
I don't know.
How about the small redheaded mom that adopted Aaron Judge? Talk about hitting the fucking jackpot. You ever seen him with his mom? I didn't know they were adopted. I went, what the fuck is going on here? And then Jay goes, he's adopted, dumbass.
So one of the things about adopting
she's a tiny redhead lady.
Yeah, apparently adopting kids will go through a rebellious stage more so than a lot of other kids. Oh, look at that.
Look at you adopted a redhead mixed kid, and you stumble upon one of the greatest baseball players of all time. Go to the one where he's in his uniform next to his mom. That one right there, yeah. Look at that.
That's a giant man.
He's 6'8", buddy.
How tall is he?
6'8", 260 something pounds.
He's 6'8".
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Are you sure he's 6'8"?
I want to just double check. He might be 6'7".
In cleats, he's 6'8".
Good. 6'7". Damn.
So in cleats, he's probably 6'9".
He's 282 pounds. He just passed Joe DiMaggio for the most home runs ever in Yankees history. I took it, so when the Yankees were playing the Padres, Aaron Judge is Tiger and Mossie's favorite player, and Tiger was in a slump, like, dude, I'm like, did you see Aaron Judge? You see him strike out, watch how he deals with it. I'm like, you're gonna see, man. He just gets the fuck over it. He's a pro and moves on. I'm like, watch, he's gonna strike out. Aaron Judge that game went 4 for 4 with 2 home runs. I'm like, okay, well, you're not Aaron Judge. Wow, he's a freak. He's massive in person. Massive.
Yeah. Insane. With great hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, he was great at football, too.
Was he?
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Guy like that can do anything.
Talk about the jackpot, though. Go adopt it. Fucking
baseball, the best sport, right? Because you don't get as injured. You're not as injured. That's not an injury.
For your son to play, or you're
I'm saying for like you.
It's guaranteed. It's guaranteed money.
You play no baseball, basketball, yeah.
Not that hard in your body unless you're a pitcher, or a catcher. But he's right field, right first base, and just crushes balls. You both crush balls. What else you got, Jim? Let's go. You didn't know he was adopted, huh? Isn't that wild?
My little redhead.
Oh, this was just funny.
Alright, so at a place called Boulder Fields in British Columbia, there was a camper that was singing very loudly at his campsite. And another set of campers heard some crazy screaming. They thought someone was like in trouble, right?
So singing Nickelback.
So they actually had a search party come out to see what's going on. And this guy was just camping by himself and just singing Nickelback, right? Just drinking beers in the trees.
Please, fuck the grass. They're like, dude, you're
I was at my mother's house in my apartment in New York City, and I was singing Billy Joel at the time. The top of my lungs.
You thought you were tired, huh?
I did think I was tired. And neighbor goes, I don't know. He goes, are you singing that loud? I go, I am. He goes, are you a singer? I go, I'm not. He goes, I didn't think so. Do you mind keeping it down? I was like,
so embarrassed. So embarrassed.
I was so embarrassed because I was really trying to sing. I was like, opening, I was like, I think because you know how it reverberates, and I just felt great. And he was like, are you a singer?
I'm not, sir. I didn't think so.
I didn't think so. Fuck up. You can keep it down.
What's this, Jen? Jesse Smollett doubles down as innocent. There's even a documentary making fun of him.
Yes, I don't know if it's making this. I think the documentary he's trying to make him seem like produced it. He has to be part of it in some way. It says I looked at it. I'm a co-producer. I looked at it. Trust me, I looked at the IMDb. The truth about Jesse Smollett, brought to you by Jesse Smollett. Yes, I looked through this cast and crew thing. He's part of the cast, but then they don't show him.
What people don't realize is that you're not saving your career. It's over. It's over.
Wait, but let me see the story, Jake. What's he trying to double down? Yeah, I'll just play the trip. That says when you watch the documentary, the cops come, and the guy's like, he's upstairs, and the cop comes out, he has the noose around his neck, and the cop goes, do you mind taking that off? He goes, I'm so shook up. He goes, are you? You got that on? I'm just so shook up. I'm Rabbi. It was embarrassing. You can tell the cops, like, get the fuck out. Right away, like, get the fuck out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Is that video of that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there is.
The body will be in this trailer. The cop walk in and into his apartment and go, we heard, can you take that off? Why are you still wearing it? He goes, I just want you guys to see. Let me know when you guys are ready. Let me see this.
February 29th, 2019, police were called to an incident. They see an actor called Jesse Smollett with a noose around his neck. He says that he was the victim of a hate crime.
What the is going on?
The biggest question is who really can be trusted?
Not Jesse Smollett.
Did he produce that?
Oh, yeah. I watched 10 minutes of it. I went, check, please.
Yeah.
Check this out. This is a great interview.
Chris folks who both admitted to beating up Jesse Smollett and getting paid to do so. Bola and Ola Osungaro.
Great to have you both on, gentlemen. So just to be clear, Jesse Smollett paid you both money to beat him up that night in Chicago and stage a hate crime. Is that what happened? Bola, can you take us through what happened?
1,000%. What we said initially during the court case is exactly what happened, and that's why he got convicted. The only reason why his conviction was overturned was because of a technicality, a double jeopardy. So it wasn't because he was innocent, it was because of a technicality.
Okay. Bola, I want to play you a soundbite. The documentary ends with this new evidence. Striking new evidence, gentlemen. Take a look at this.
You actually get the full frontal face in color of one of the suspects that appears to be white. I thought, what's going on? This doesn't look like the brothers. This is more the way that Jesse Smollett described his two attackers. That's when I started to think, could it be possible that Jesse Smollett is actually innocent?
Who's in that video? Any idea?
It is Ola Osungaro, my brother. But can I ask you a question?
Please.
Don't I look white to you?
I was going to say, yes. By the way, the video, that person doesn't even look white in the video. I don't know what she's talking about. So
It's white, so other video is black, too.
No, I don't think how you know that he's running to a damn van, the damn color enforcement.
This is so dumb.
They're like, that's me, man, I'm black.
That's a black guy. That's not a white guy. What is she talking about?
A lot of people are saying that they don't know what to think anymore. So I think that's
Dumb people are.
or that was.
You'll be so dumb to believe that.
But it's a good move on Jesse Smollett part. He's trying to save his.
It's only not now. It just
Nobody's gonna hire that motherfucker.
it just looks real sad. Like clearly that's him. And he goes, "No, I'll tell you that it's me. That's not a white guy." And the whole narrative of that documentary is it's this random white guy. He's like, "Well, no, that's clearly me.
It's my brother. No, that's me.
He goes, "Don't I look white to you?" Just dark as shit.
It's so bad. It's
so
such
funny.
a hard documentary.
Netflix has to take some responsibility then, man.
I would imagine, right?
They don't give a fuck. They're talking about it, but they
What
should do better.
an asshole. God, that guy Smollett is just the
Piece of
worst.
shit. His sister's cool. She's pretty too. Yeah, his sister's pretty.
Homeboy he ruined his whole life.
Look at these photographs.
He ruined his whole life with that.
This will be the last one. This is Cedric Dumas. That's how you pronounce his last name. Do you know much about this guy, Brad? So the headline is UFC No Shade Cedric Dumas shares bank account reveals he's broke. Price of being a adult.
Now, he also has a couple felonies against him. Home invasion, too.
Yes.
I mean, it's not proven yet, but I mean, damn.
So shared a screenshot of his bank account of $13.96 remaining. Yes, sure. And UFC fighters should be paid more, but also your life is in turmoil. So this guy goes, this is the price of being an adult and paying legal action stuff in your life. I hate to hear people say people don't show that big scene. Yeah, y'all can laugh at it. I'm just giving y'all something.
What are the circumstances of the felonies?
Well, one was a home invasion. I know that.
Was he convicted of it? Was it?
I think it's
was it a home invasion as in his girlfriend? He was coming back to get stuff when he moved out.
That was like that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So we gotta be careful with that.
Yeah.
Like,
oh no, go bring up his track record, right, Jen. UFC fighter, criminal, has a lengthy criminal history dating back to at least 2014. Including multiple arrests. Yeah, you guys gotta be careful because you don't know.
Home invasion robbery with
You guys
a
gotta be
firearm.
careful because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and I do.
Brian's right about robbery.
He's not though. He's not though. This is a bad guy.
Hold on. Let me do my own fucking investigation.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like that's the whole point. Felony home invasion robbery with a fire. Hold on. I'm still. Let me give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he carried a gun. He was afraid.
Sure.
According to an arrest affidavit, Dumas allegedly
is presented by Opponent.
drew around. Stole a necklace and herself.
What's happening now is proud to introduce you to makes portable devices that spray your butt clean with water. Go to hellotushy.com/church right now to get 10% off. That's hellotushy.com/church.
Oh shit. Here we go, cocksuckers.
Even last week, I was seeing it in the White House that players around him videoed this and hung up with him over these last 3 years. So when they get into these third downs, there's a cocksucker from out the corner. Third down, 3.
February 8th. Keep that horse sleep. Come on, go.
He's in motion. First pass to the outside. That's caught by Wentz. Man in motion, balls it in. That's a ball. First down. You see a lot of this now moving laterally. There's a lot of great job here. Come on, back, man. Let's go. Let's go, Steve.
So this started 3 weeks ago in Cleveland. I had to fly in early the night before, right? I get there, my fucking sleep apnea machine breaks. At 6 o'clock at night, I got no fucking wild. I got so rag on the panic mode. I got radio on Thursday. I gotta be alert. I'm not gonna go to fucking 6 or 7. I gotta deal with this. Just give it up. With some deal with these dudes from LA that fly play with me. I know my parents. And I'll come back and I'll deal with this shit. I'll figure it out. I'll scotch tape it out or something, you know?
You almost feel like
with these two guys. It's cold out there. We'll get back to the hotel. Eventually, they're going to get these two people that are just going to help them on the commanders. I like to see communication. That's all my job is. These two guys, and all of a sudden they're looking all over us. And they keep looking. This was the time I tried to bring all the here from the fucking picture. God damn it. And now, next thing you know, I told real loud, I go, listen, my sleep apnea machine broke. Turn to the guys, I go, let me go upstairs and deal with this. And I turn around, the guy chases me. With the girl, they come up to me like, listen. We got your present. Let's hit our car. Right away, that's not gonna happen. We see it, listen. I'm not walking to the car. You come to the show. It's like, man, we have to take it to the show. That's nice. Yes, we would. I mean, that's how fast they were. I'm a rush guy. Once again, I gotta figure out the sleep apnea fucking thing. So I want to take it to the show. We took a picture. We're taking the picture. And we started to shit together. I'm fucking going to fucking some country in the jungle of Amazon. Fucking ayahuasca and all this shit. I don't need to hear this shit. This is not for me. You want to take a chance, go to the Bronx, get a bag of heroin. You don't need to go all the way to fucking.
And then eventually they're going to get the ball downfield. And he is able to
56% people.
Watching TV.
behind him his eyes.
You try to lose weight, you work real hard, you do a jumping jack, and also some not even take some things out of your share with them, lose weight. We do this, and these motherfuckers always have the next dance.
Then right afterwards, with Saftam, there's a hekesh, just like they're Potter and Torah. They should be Potter and Mezuzah. Kamash when they're Chayiv and Mezuzah. A woman is Chayiv and Shemona Esrei because Shemona Esrei brings Rachamim, and women need Rachamim. Even though Shemona Esrei is Erev, Boiker, Tzarayim, it's his man Groma, nevertheless, because of the Rachamim they're Chayiv. What about Kiddush on Shabbos? This is machlokes whether they are chayiv midiraisa or midirabanan, but they're definitely chayiv. According to Rabbi, the chayiv midiraisa, because it says Zachar v'Shalom, Shalom v'Zachar. Whoever's chayiv in keeping Shabbos is chayiv in mentioning Shabbos and doing Kiddush. According to Abaya, it's only chayiv midirabanan. Birkas Hamazon, they are chayiv. Although Moshe Rabbeinu says that Klal Yisrael should eat in the evening and in the morning, so it seems like it's a mitzvah aseish as my grandma. Nevertheless, they are chayiv. The one wanted to prove that perhaps because the mother of a woman is a deraisa because she can be mighty to her husband. She's a gemara that's not a raya because in the same place it says that a katan could be mighty to his father, and a katan certainly is derabanan. We have to say that the father only ate a shear of derabanan, less than a sevilla satiating achila, and therefore the katan could be mighty. So maybe that's what it means that a woman can be mighty to her husband in a situation where he ate a shear of derabanan. The Gemara says the Malachi Ashar told Rabbi, it's not fair. You said that we shouldn't take bribes, but you show favoritism towards Klal Yisrael. It says Yisa Hashem Pana Beilecha. It says Rabbi Shalom, of course I show favoritism. I told Klal Yisrael to say Birkas Hamazon when v'achalta v'salata, if you're satiated, and they were machmer on themselves, and they say Birkas Hamazon even on a kepetza like Rabbi Yehuda or a kazayis like your mayor. That's why I show favoritism to it. The machlokes, the Mishnah says as follows. We know that about Keri cannot learn Torah. Ezra was in the second that have to be Torah. So how does one say Kriya Shema if he's about Keri? Says the Mishnah, he should think it in his mind, he should contemplate it. And therefore, he doesn't say Birkas Kriya Shema, and when he eats, he doesn't say Hamaitzi, and Birkas Hamazon, he says it in his head. He contemplates it, he's Maharit. The Yehuda says no. About Keri, he must say Birkas Kriya Shema, he must say Hamaitzi, he says Birkas Hamazon out loud, he says Kriya Shema out loud with his mouth. The machlokes between Rabbeinu and Rav Chisda, whether Hirur is Kedibur, contemplating something, thinking about something in your head, does it have the same effect as saying it with your mouth? According to Ravina, it has the same effect. So why does about Keri only think it if it's as if he's saying it? Because when you guys are just like you said at Har Sinai, you should not say it with your mouth, think it in your head. According to Rav Chisda, Hiru lav kedibur. So if so, why is he thinking about it at all? It has no effect. You have to say Kriya Shema. And the answer is, you're right, it doesn't have that effect. The issue is, if he's sitting in shul and everybody's saying Kriya Shema, he's going to look as if he doesn't care about Kodesh Baruch Hu, and we want him to be Isaac and be doing the same thing as everybody else is doing. Have a wonderful day.
He did all of that over the course
was like 6 hours.
Bracha is Daf Chof Aleph. We learned that a Balkari who must say something midoraisa, such as Kriya Shema or Birkas Hamazon, he has to think it in his head. Where Shemona Esrei, which is only the Rabbanan, he doesn't think it at all. How do we know that Birkas Hamazon is the Raisa? It doesn't get any more clear than this. It says in the pasuk, "Ve'ochalta," you eat, "V'savata," and you're satiated, "U'verach," then you say Birkas Hamazon. Birkas HaTorah, it says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, "Kishem Hashem Ekra," I'm going to announce Hashem's name, and Klai Yisrael is going to say Amen, and then from there we're going to continue to the Shira that is brought down in Parshas Hazinu. From our Mishnah, it seems like that the Birkas Hamoitzi, the bracha you say before eating food, is only the Rabbanan, because it says that you don't have to contemplate at all, you don't have to think about it. Even though we have a Kal Vachomer going in two directions, that one should perhaps say Birkas HaTorah after you learn Torah, and one should say Hamoitzi before you eat Kal Vachomer. If you make a Birkas Hamazon after you eat, so certainly you should make a bracha after you learn Torah. And the same thing in reverse. If you say Birkas HaTorah before you learn, so certainly you should make a Birkas Hamoitzi before you eat. And the answer is, they are not similar at all. Birkas Hamazon comes after you're satiated and you feel good about yourself. So you say Birkas Hamazon. You don't make that bracha prior to eating because you didn't have anaya. Whereas Talmud Torah, you're saying the bracha because you're about to go into Chayei Olam. This brings you to Olam Haba. So you say prior and not after. Rabbi Yehuda holds, unlike what we learned up until this point, that Kriya Shema is only the Rabbanan. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said Kriya Shema or not, he doesn't repeat it. It's only the Rabbanan. Whereas the brachas of Kriya Shema, the Yatziv, it's the Raisa. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said the Yatziv, he has to repeat it. What does he do with the famous pasuk that we said from the beginning, the first Daf and brachas? B'shach b'chol kumecha teaches us you're supposed to say Kriya Shema when you get up, when you go to sleep. He says, no, B'shach b'chol kumecha is referring to Talmud Torah. The chiyuv of learning Torah is in the night and in the day, but not for Kriya Shema. From our Mishnah, we see that a Balkari doesn't make a bracha after eating. So l'chayra, or after Kriya Shema, that is. So you see l'chayra that it's only the Rabbanan, and the answer is no. You don't see anything from our Mishnah because you're talking about the person said Kriya Shema, and in Kriya Shema he already mentions Yitzias Mitzrayim, and Kriya Shema is stronger than V'yatziv because it has Omach Shemayim and Yitzias Mitzrayim, and that's why he says Kriya Shema. Elazar says no. Kriya Shema is the Raisa. Therefore, if a person has a suffix whether you say Kriya Shema or not, he has to repeat it. Shemona Esrei, which is the Rabbanan, that he doesn't repeat if he has a suffix. If a person has a suffix, says Rabbi Yochanan Halavai, he should daven all day long. In other words, he could repeat a Shemona Esrei all day, and in fact, that's the halacha. What about if a person knows that he says Shemona Esrei, and he catches himself in the middle of Shemona Esrei? Says the Gemara that if a person is davening Shabbos Shemona Esrei, he's on Shabbos and he's davening Shemona Esrei, all of a sudden he feels a punch on his chest. He realizes, oh, I'm saying Slach Lana, I'm in the middle of saying weekday Shemona Esrei. What does he do? The halacha is that he could finish the bracha. What is the reason? The reason is because in reality we should be saying Shemona Esrei of the weekday on Shabbos, and in addition to that, add the brachas of Shabbos. But because of the tircha of the tzibur, Chachamim said you don't say Shemona Esrei. So therefore, if he finds himself saying a bracha of regular weekday Shemona Esrei, he finishes it off. Whereas a person who realized that he already said Shemona Esrei, and now he's saying it for the second time, if he's in the middle of a bracha, he stops right there where he is, and he doesn't finish because he has no chiyuv to say. FLP nevertheless, if a person comes into a shul, he comes in the shul and he finds the tzibur davening Shemona Esrei, he could say Shemona Esrei again as long as he shows that it's tefillas nedava, meaning he adds to each of the middle brachas, he adds something of his own and makes it personal.
You're done. Come on, give it to Devo.
If a person comes into a shul, and this is halacha ma'aseh, he comes into the shul, and he finds the tzibur davening Shemona Esrei, what should he do? Well, this is machlokes. According to Rav Huna, if he could finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to the chazan gets to Moedim, then he should start Shemona Esrei and finish. Because the problem is you don't want to be davening Shemona Esrei while everybody bows in those Moedim, because then it looks like you don't agree to the Moedim. But according to Rav Chisda, he has to be able to finish his Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. And the machlokes is whether a person can take kedusha by himself or not. So we the paskin that a person can't take kedusha by himself. L'chayra comes out that he should be able to finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to kedusha. Now, according to everybody, while you're saying Shemona Esrei, you cannot stop for kedusha and baruch hu, etc. The machlokes is whether you could stop in the middle of Shemona Esrei to say Amen Yehi Rabbi. According to Rabbi, you could. We don't pass on halacha like that. Places things down that today we think about it. Shemer ka'ayna. This is that's a question. Then it comes out that you are saying it. You should look in Taisus and see the halacha. About Terry is also to learn Torah. How do we know it? From the concept called smuchim. Since there's a pasuk in regard to Balkari that's next to a pasuk that says the Isser of learning Torah, so we make the connection. It's also to learn Torah. Rabbi Yehuda doesn't learn the concept of smuchim in all of the Torah, besides in Chumash Devar. How do we know that? And in the smuchim that the Tanna Kama learns in this parsha, Rabbi Yehuda learns it to say that whoever teaches the son Torah, it's as if he accepted the Torah from Har Sinai. When it comes to a machashef or a witch, you can't keep alive. So we learn it, the reason that she has Veskila, we learn from a behemoth. And Rabbi Yehuda learns it from Ovi Yadayim because he doesn't learn the concept of smuchim. Yet, when it comes to Chumash Devarim, he does learn the concept of smuchim. There's a machlokes whether a person who's not allowed to marry his father's wife, he's allowed to marry his father's anusa. If his father rapes somebody, he's allowed to marry her. According to Rabbi Yehuda, you're not allowed to marry her. And why? Because he learns it from smuchim. It says in the pasuk, Lo yikach ishes eshes oven v'lo yigal knaf oven. Lo yigal, Rabbi Yehuda learns it's talking about an anusa. Why? Because the following pasuk talks about an anusa. In the Mishnah it says that there are 3 people that have zera and they're not allowed to learn Torah. One of them is a zav, who's not about Keri, who saw Keri, a nida that was pilot zera, and a woman after relations who had zera. They are not allowed to say Torah unless they go to the mikvah. Rabbi Yehuda holds that they don't have to go to the mikvah. It's mashma. It's only in these 3 cases that Rabbi Yehuda holds they don't have to go to the mikvah. But what if the person is about Keri without any side effect, any ziva, plita, etc., just a pure about Keri? Perhaps he holds that he has to go to the mikvah. Gemara comes out and says no. At the end of the day, Rabbi Yehuda holds that about Keri is also to learn Torah. He just holds that when it comes to Birkas Kriya Shema, etc., he made them like Hilchos Derech Eretz. In other words, since they are D'Rabbanan, so you're allowed to say them. Have a wonderful day.
So I took this place at Harris. I got offered a bigger place that would have to charge more for tickets, and I said no. My fans can't do that, and I won't do that to them. Okay? Motherfucker, go pay $120 laughing fucking sock jokes from Jimmy Seinfeld. Hey, there it is. If you want $35,
Rachas Daf Chavbet is the Gemara tells us that just like Matan Torah was given be'ino, be'yira, be'reses, be'zeya, so too when we learn Torah, we should be in fear and trepidation with trembling. Therefore, if one comes about to become a, but it wasn't his fault, he became a zav, a metzora, ba'alanida, by mistake, he can learn Torah. However, if a person becomes tamei through Keri, which is an issue of Kalos Roish, there's actually 7 shittas here. The Tanna Kama says it's also for him to learn Torah at all. It came through Kalos Roish, and Torah is only bereses b'zeh. On the polar opposite, we have Rabbi Yehuda ben Meser that says that Torah cannot become tamei. Therefore, you can learn Torah in any state, even in the state of Tum of Keri. Torah is like fire, says Rabbi Yehuda ben Meser. Fire is not mekabel tumah, Torah is not mekabel tumah. And then you have 5 shittas in between. Rabbi Yossi says you can learn Torah, you can learn Mishnayos, but say them quickly, don't go too deep into them. Then you have Rabbi Yonasan that says you could go deep into Mishnayos, you can be Mishnayos, just don't learn Gemara. Then you have Rabbi Ben Afshon says you can learn Gemara, just don't say the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu when it brings a pasuk. Rabbi Akiva says don't learn Medrash. And some say in Rabbi Akiva he meant to say don't go into a base Medrash. Balkari is also to go into base Medrash. Rabbi Yehuda says, and this is what we had yesterday, a person who's Balkari can learn Hilchos Derech Eretz. But he on himself was machmir. When he taught his Talmidim, he was Toivel first, and then he taught them Hilchos Derech Eretz. Rav Nachman Bar Yitzchak says that there's a minhag in the world to pass like the 3 skated The one halacha, like we just said, like Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseir, that when it comes to Bakari, you can learn Torah. The other one is like Rabbi Yoshia, who says that in order to be over on Kalayim, he's Mekel. You have to plant 3 types of plants. You have to plant chita, wheat, soya, barley, and chartzanim, grapes. Otherwise, you're not over on Kalayim. Whereas Chacham say only 2 is the Isser. And like Rabbi Loi, who says that the chiyuv of Reishis Hagez to shear your sheep and give the first shearing to a kohen is only in Eretz Yisrael. Zeiri said, either he said that they were mevatel the tefillah of a bakari, or he said they were mevatel the tefillah yadayim. Like we learned, Rav Chizah said, you shouldn't go looking for water. It's better to wash your hands before davening, but don't do it on the account of not davening Shemon Esrei b'Tzibur for a time. The Gemara tells us that Nocham Ish Gamzu whispered to Rabbi Akiva this coming halacha. Rabbi Akiva whispered it to Ben Azai, and Ben Azai either announced it in public or he whispered it to his Talmud. Was the halacha that this new concept called Tisho Kavim, when one is toivel for a carry, he doesn't necessarily have to go into a mikveh with 40 saw. He could pour upon himself 9 kavim, like a shower. Just pour the water on top of you. As we're going to see later on, the Omer holds that when it comes to Tisha Kavim, it must be poured. You can't go into it like you go into a mikvah. Mikvah is dafka going into the mikvah, and you can't pour the 40 on top of you. So Tisha Kavim is dafka pouring it on top of you and not going into it. Now, why would he announce it in public? And it's sad that it was announced in public. Because this tefillah of carry caused a lot of biblical Torah. It takes a long time to go to the mikvah until you find the mikvah. Or people in Mevatel for Pru Revu. If a person knows he has to go tomorrow to look for a mikvah, he might abstain. And if he said it in secret, it's because he didn't want his Talmidim to be with their wives like Tarnagoyim, like chickens. Rabbi says when it comes to halacha of tefillah of carry, some are mekel, some are machmer. Those who are machmer, they are going to have arichas yamim. The question is, if you could get away with, so to speak, 9 kav of water pouring, why would one go to the mikvah with 40 sauce? Says the Gemara, because Chachamim made a get. There's a story where somebody was about to be over an avera, and the woman told him, if you're over the avera, remember, you're going to have to look for a mikvah 40 saw, and that made him stop. And therefore, Chacham instituted that you have to have arba'im saw. The Buna holds that about carry can be koivel, the chamen, meaning in mayim shuvim, doesn't have to be rainwater. Rav Chizah says it has to be just like a regular mikvah, 40 saw of rainwater. Rav Nachman had a special vessel that held 9 kavim, so his Talmidim could use it for carry. So he told him, what do you mean? Rabbi Akiva holds that only somebody that's sick and the carry came against his will, he can use 9 kavim. But your Talmidim, yes, a Talmid Chacham is considered like a sick person, they're typically weak. But it wasn't la'itza, it was margul. He brought the carry upon himself by being with his wife. Therefore, you can't use the kli. Says the Gemara, halachically, Rav Nachman's kli was broken. Though, according to people in Usha, his vessel was repaired. Why? Because in Usha, they said the exact opposite. A chayla who brings upon himself carry, like a Talmid Chacham, could use 9 kavim. A chayla that the carry came against his will doesn't even need to be toivel at all. Ezra was masakin the tefillah for carry, and he said you have to go to the mikvah with 40 saw. What about somebody, a regular person, a bari, that the tumah came against his will? Abai says Ezra was also masakin something, and that's the 9 saw, the 9 kav. And according to Rava, Ezra wasn't masakin that. That's Chachamim were masakin the 9 kav in such a case. Rava says lahalacha. Somebody who's healthy and he brings upon himself the tumah, and somebody that's sick who brings upon himself the tumah need 40 saw. If somebody's sick and the tumah comes against his will, la'inus, or somebody who's healthy and it came against his will, but somebody who's sick, they're both patur without anything, not even 9 saw. According to everybody, somebody who's teaching Torah is different than somebody who's learning Torah. Somebody who's teaching Torah and he's healthy or he's sick, but he brought it upon himself, needs 40 saw. But if it happened against his will, he could teach with 9 saw. And some are mechulik and say since he's teaching Torah, he needs 40 saw. Some say that about carry needs dafka, karka, it has to be a real mikvah. Some say no, like you mentioned before, it could be in a kli, it could be like in a bathtub. Rabbi Yehuda mentions the words Mikol Makom, and the Gemara learns these words to mean that you could use according to Rabbi Yehuda, Mayim Shuvim doesn't necessarily have to be rainwater. The Gemara finally says a story where there were 3 Amoraim sitting around. Rav Papa says, listen, we're benching now, let me take over, let me bench. Why? Because I was telling me, but I used 9 kavim. Says Rabbi Bar Shmuel, what are you talking about? 9 kavim is not enough when it comes to teaching other people, saying to other people. You need 40 saw, and I in fact was tummy, but I used 40 saw. Says Rav Huna, let me solve this for you. I wasn't tummy at all. Let me bench. Says Gemara, one more halacha. Rav Chama was toivel in 40 saw erev Pesach because he's with the other people. Says the Gemara, the halacha is not like him. You don't need 40 saw. Have a wonderful day. Racha is that from Gimel. If a person is in the middle of Shemana Esrei and he realizes that he forgot, he's about carry. He doesn't just walk away from Shemana Esrei. Rather, you should finish off Shemana Esrei, but be bekatzer. You should shorten every single bracha. You should say the beginning and the end and take out everything in between. If a person is about Torah, he's laning from a Torah, and he realizes that he's about carry, he should say everything really quickly. And according to Rameir, he can only say 3 psukim, and that's it, and then he has to let somebody else lane. It's also to daven in front of waste excrement. So if he sees waste, he should turn his back to it and make sure that he's at least 4 amas away, approximately 8 feet away. And if he doesn't have the ability to turn his back to it, he should at least put it to his side 4 amas. If the person is davening and realizes that he's davening and while there is waste right next to him, he's considered a sinner. According to Rabbi, he does not have to repeat Shemana Esrei again. According to Rabbi, he must repeat the Shemana Esrei again. If a person has a medical condition, he has an uncontrollable bladder. So he must wait until he stops leaking, and only then he continues with the Shemana Esrei. Now, if he stopped for the total amount of time that it takes him to say the entire Shemana Esrei, then he must repeat the whole Shemana Esrei. Like any other tefillah, if a person stops, regardless of what reason, he must repeat the whole Shema of Shemana Esrei. But let's say he didn't stop long enough to say the whole Shemana Esrei. According to one man, the Omar, he's a Gabra Duffy. In other words, he shouldn't have started diving anyways. If he came to the situation where he's at, that means when he started diving, he also had to go to the restroom, and since he didn't, his whole tefillah is no good, and he has to repeat it. But the Omar, he doesn't have to repeat his diving. And now, this brings us to Gimel and Aleph. If a person needs to relieve himself, he has to go to the restroom, and he cannot wait for 72 minutes. He can't hold it in, which is the time it takes to walk 1 parsa. Then his tefillah is a Kei Eva, so he must repeat this entire davening. But if he could hold it in, according to Rashi, he should start his davening lichatchila. The pasuk says, "Shmor raglecha kasher pelech of beis Elokim." So one shot is you should watch your body. It should be clean. When you go daven in beis Elokim, you go to shul, make sure you have a clean body. And Ravashi, the other Madama says, be careful not to sin, don't be chayta, because then you'll have to bring a carbon to Beis Elokim, referring to the Beis Elokim. The continuation of the passage is, Miteisak Silim Zeva. Don't bring a carbon like a fool, meaning a fool doesn't know why he's bringing a carbon. Perhaps he has to bring a chatas, and he brings an oil instead, and he won't have the proper kapara, he won't have the right tshuva. The person is wearing tefillin shoroich, he has tefillin on his head. According to Ravina, he could go relieve himself kanim, and according to Rabbi, it's also why? Because he might come to go for Gdolim. If this bathroom is a Beis Hakisei Kavua, meaning it's a permanent place and there's a lot of waste everywhere in those days, we're talking about that there's no hole in the ground, so you have to remove your tefillin before you even approach this Beis Hakisei 4 hours before you get there. Now, what do you do once you get there? That one sees my clothes, according to the sleep, you hold your tefillin in your hand, hold your kiva, you wrap it up in your clothing, and you hold your clothing. If it's a Beis Hakisei Arad, it's never used, so you don't have to remove it 4 hours before you get there. But once you relieve yourself, now you just create a Beis Hakisei Kavua. Now you cannot put your tefillin on until you move away 4 hours from that place. According to the Shammai, what you do with your tefillin is there's a wall separating the Beis HaKisei from the Rosh Hashanah, where everybody's walking. It's a busy place. So you put your tefillin on the shelf facing everybody else in the Rosh Hashanah. The issue with that is that somebody come and snatch the tefillin. And Mordecai tells us a story that once a Zoyna walked by and she grabbed the tefillin, she ran to the Beis HaMikdash, and she told people, "Where's this boy that owes me money?" That boy, obviously, he wasn't over the Aveira, but she lied, and he was so embarrassed that he threw himself off the roof. From then on, they said, not put your tefillin there, somebody might take it.
Commander stuff.
The issue of putting your tefillin on the inside part of the wall is because inside it's quieter, and there are a lot of rodents, and they might take your tefillin as well, and that's the desire for the tefillin. Therefore, it says, Beis Hillel, you must hold your tefillin in your hand. So what do? You take the tefillin in your right hand and you put it against your heart. You roll them up, and you have to make sure that the Ritzulas don't come out of your hand in one tefach, because the Ritzulas have a yud in them. The Tefillin Shel Yad has a yud. The Tefillin Shel Rosh has a dalet. Together with the shin on the Tefillin Shel Rosh, that spells Shas Tav.
Give it a D,
on the Kodesh Baruch Hu, so that's special kedusha. This is all if you're going to wear your tefillin afterwards. It's still daytime light. But if it's night, this is the last time you take off your tefillin. You're not allowed to hold the tefillin in your hands. You must put it in a bag. Now, if it's a tefillin bag, then you must make sure that the tefillin bag has one tefach of air in it. That creates a new domain. The tefillin bag is its own entity, and then you can put the tefillin bag on the ground. But if it's a brand new bag, you never used this before for tefillin, then even if it has less than a tefach, you can put the tefillin on the ground, just like if you take a jar and you put food in it, and you bring it into a room with a dead body. It's not a kabel film as long as there's a slight amount of air in there, says Paisman, because you don't need a full tefach in that situation. And this brings us to Amud Beis. The Gemara tells us two different stories, and they both say the same thing. That Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Nachman, when they came, they approached the restroom. They would give their sefer of Agadita to the Talmidim, but they didn't give their tefillin to the Talmidim. They preferred to hold it tefillin by themselves inside the restroom. They said, since there's a heter for Israelis that have to bring tefillin into the restroom, they prefer to bring the tefillin into the restroom because that gives them a shmira, a protection from a zikr. During davening, the Gemara tells us you're not allowed to hold your tefillin in your hand, you're not allowed to hold a knife or money in your hand. The Taz says this refers to everything. You're not allowed to hold anything in your hand because this will reduce your concentration during Shemini Esrei. You're not allowed to sleep with tefillin, even a temporary sleep, just a few moments of sleep, because you won't be able to control your body, and it could bring a design to tefillin. There's a concept of tznius, when one goes to the bathroom, even though nobody's in the room with them. If it's a man, he's allowed to expose himself to two tefachim in the front and one tefach in the back. A woman, only one tefach in the back and nothing in the front. If a Beis HaKisei, you have a bathroom, a restroom, which is a permanent bathroom, so there's a lot of stuff going on the ground. The ground is softer, so we're not concerned that there will be a splash of tanim on the leg. So you don't have to wash it off. And therefore, you may hold the tefillin in your hands. Whereas if it's a Beis HaKisei, arai, it's more hammer than a Beis HaKisei could walk, because since the ground is very hard, we're concerned that maybe there'll be tzaitzais, something will splash on the leg, and you must to wipe it down, and you might use your tefillin, and therefore you're not allowed to hold your tefillin in your hand. The person doesn't want to be embarrassed when he goes into a very long meal, a sudas teva. He doesn't want to get up and build a meal. He goes to the restroom. He has guests and he's embarrassed. What should he do? He should walk 10 hours, approximately 20 feet, and every time try to go to the bathroom. Do this 4 times, or 10 times, 4 hours. The machlokes, whether you remove your tefillin before you get to the table, or you take off your tefillin by the table and put them on the table, that's the public facilitation. Everybody agrees, though, that for Birkas HaMazon, you should wear your tefillin. In those days, they used to wear the tefillin all day, especially during something like Birkas HaMazon. If a person designated a pouch for tefillin, his tefillin bag, and he also put his tefillin in there, so he has 2 things. It's also to put money inside that bag. So the buyer, even if he never put his tefillin in, as long as he thought that it's for his tefillin, it's also to put money inside your tefillin bag. Have a wonderful day.
Probably $150 million for she on like the men's club, she on the biggest country bars, she had a majority of say in Gillies when Gillies was on, and fucking Urban Cowboy. This woman had so much fucking money, this was just one of her things. She liked to come, but she wouldn't even come in, and that's how she got beat in there. But before
Rabbi's Daf Chav Dalet. In order to protect one's tefillin, you're allowed to put your tefillin between your mattress and your pillow, provided that you don't put your head directly above the tefillin. Shmuel says you're allowed to do so even if your wife is in the room, and the Brisa says you're not allowed to do so if your wife is in the room. But the halacha is like Shmuel. To put your tefillin underneath your feet, that would be a complete disrespect to the tefillin, and that's awesome. Rabbi wanted to prove that not only did he say that halacha is like Shmuel, but he passed that halacha is like Shmuel. So he told his Talmud Rav Nuna, go get my tefillin. When his Talmud Rav Nuna went to get his tefillin, he realized that the tefillin were below the pillow, not where Rabbi put his head, and that his wife went to the mikveh the night before. In other words, even in the situation of Ishtay Imay, you're still allowed to put your tefillin below your pillow. If two people were undressed and they were beneath the blanket, how do they say Kriya Shema? Now, if they're facing each other, it's definitely usher. If they're not facing each other, you're back to back. If it's his younger children, what exactly the age is Machlokes in Gemara? A girl below the age of 3, a boy below the age of 9, or a girl below the age of 11 and a boy below the age of 12. Then it's mutter. His wife, or his older children, or just another person. According to Shmuel, it's Machlokes in the Brisa whether you have to put a mechitza with a talus, and he passed in Shmuel that it's a mutter without the hefzer. And according to Rabbi Yosef, there's a difference between his wife and other people. His wife is mutter, ishtay kufay, and other people, it's asur. But there's no concern of agavos, meaning rear. The rears that are touching each other, they are not considered an erva, and therefore you take Krishma even if they touch each other. The halacha is, in order, in a lot of mitzvahs, but in our precious colleague we're discussing, you should be standing up making the bracha. And if a person is unclothed, it's also to make a bracha. What if a person is unclothed and he's sitting? If it's a man, it's also because he doesn't have complete covering of his erva. But a woman, if she's sitting, it's mutter for her to make a bracha. The ears of the erva by a man are not considered an erva, and you're allowed to say Kriya Shema in front of them. A tefach of a woman who typically covers that area, not necessarily erva, but anything that's typically covered, is also for a man, even his own wife, to say Kriya Shema in front of that tefach. Now, if it's not his wife, it's also to look at even the pinky of a woman if he does so to gaze at, to stare at, and to benefit from it. The thigh of a woman, according to the Mishnah Berurah, means above the knee, according to the Mishnah, below the knee is considered an erva. Therefore, in the way that I've explained, it's worse than a pinky because even if you're not staring at it to benefit, it's still usher to look at. Hobi Isha erva, the voice, a singing voice of a woman is considered erva, and the hair of a woman, Sarbi Isha erva, of a married woman, a woman who typically covers her hair, that hair is considered an erva. The Gemara says it's usher to hang your tefillin by the retzus on a peg, but you're allowed to hang them by the box. As a machlokes, if you're allowed to hang it by the actual box. If it's in a bag, in a tefillin bag, you're allowed to hang a tefillin bag on a peg, even though a sivakara would be usher to hang by a peg. And this brings us to Amid Beis. If somebody is allowed during Shema Esrei, it says Shema Esrei allowed, well, if he just is trying to show Hashem that he's davening, that's also because that shows that he doesn't have a munah that Hashem hears him without him being loud. But if he's doing so because that's how he has kavana, then it's mutter provided that he's not in public. Because if there's other people that are Shema Esrei and he's disturbing them, that is also that's triggering tzibur. If somebody really raises his voice during Shema Esrei, it's considered a novi sheker. If somebody burps or yawns during davening during Shema Esrei, it's considered gasei ruach. He's a gross type of a person. If he sneezes from his mouth, then that's a good simon. So we often, the Gemara brings a story that Reb Zera, who had a sneezing issue, he had allergies, and he sneezed a lot. He was very happy to hear this halacha that if somebody sneezes during davening, it's considered a simon yafa. He said, this is worth more than all my Torah. Rebbe Chanina saw that Rebbe burped.
What up, son?
He spit during davening, he yawned.
Playing your dick like it's going out of style? How about you?
Not intentional. And therefore, he's not considered.
You're just what? Just talking to me. All right, baby. Man.
He's sober?
Am I sober? Dog, I'm probably the most sober motherfucker on earth right now.
No, there's monks.
Dog, I'm soberer than those motherfuckers. They're I'm sure, taking something in some kind of vinegar or something.
Well, they don't need processed food, they don't have any caffeine, they don't have any sugar, so they're not sober. Most people in society.
Okay, well, I'm like a monk. All right, are you ready? Zoot, are you ready?
No.
You just...
I don't want to play, I just want to come in chat.
Oh, okay. Hey, I thought they had that guy arrested. I thought they had that guy arrested. Riser was here till like 7 in the morning. We were just playing, but when you were like, I told him, I'm like, Zoot said that they had somebody arrested, and they were going to announce it in the morning. And Riser's like, that's a very Zoot thing to say. And so I was like, well, we'll see. But I don't know if anybody has been arrested yet. Do you?
Just they found a picture of the suspect, but they don't think he's arrested.
Right. Did you track that story today?
Yeah, I just didn't know. I thought they like, yeah, they keep on arresting people.
They haven't arrested anybody.
They're not trying to.
They haven't arrested anybody.
Two people.
They didn't arrest anybody, dog.
They've arrested people that haven't charged anyone.
Okay, I mean, it depends what you think an arrest is, but that's fine. Are you...
Arrest is holding someone in captivity and asking them questions.
No, that can be detained.
That's detained?
It can be.
What's an arrest mean?
Usually they aren't free to leave, and it can involve restricting their movement. There's a fine line, so it's not like that clear. Okay, so who do you think did it? Somebody with the legal authority to take them into custody. Yeah, I mean, that's like part of it. So do you think they're gonna find the person?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I think they're gonna find someone? Do I think they're gonna find the person? Yeah. Whether they actually, a person who actually did it was just a suspect in this larger Central Intelligence Agency that shot him.
Yeah, no, I get that.
But that's getting, conspiracy. I think it was just someone. More likely, it was just someone really mentally ill that shot him because they disagreed with his takes online.
Did you see what the guy wrote on the bullets?
Yeah.
Were you on?
That's a little more like.
Were you on Twitter?
Sorry.
Were you on Twitter Spaces today?
No.
Oh, okay. What'd you do today?
I haven't done anything.
I just woke up not 2 hours ago.
Okay. Did you take your dog for a walk? Are you going to do that?
Maybe.
Are you going to go to the gym?
Holy shit.
What happens if...
The S&P 500 closed up 36% since the April 2025 poll. More than $15 trillion has been added to the market cap with the S&P 500 in 5 months.
Okay. What are your...
$15 trillion.
Okay. What are your thoughts on how long is it going to take to find the sniper?
6 years. Probably by the end of, like, within the next 48 hours.
Okay.
I mean, that person's probably the most wanted person in America right now.
Oh, for sure. Did you hear that there was like a secret plane that flew out of Provo, Utah? Like basically nobody knows who was on this private plane. Did you hear that? Remember that time I asked you a question?
Yeah. Yeah. I have no idea what that is.
Okay. Are you someone who feels as if this person might get caught in the next... You said 48 hours?
Yep.
Okay. And do you think that there's any chance that they get away?
Get away with it.
Yeah, completely. Like they just never find the person? So you think that's impossible?
I think it's impossible that you would never be able to find out who did something that is day and age unless there was manipulation going on and what's the word? Corruption going on.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you on that. Well, it's kind of scary that there's just a random sniper that just randomly walking around or whatever. They found the guy's gun in like some forest, which I don't really understand, but apparently that's...
Yeah, unless there was corruption going on. Unless there was corruption going on, I don't think it's possible to find the suspect.
Doug, there seems to be corruption all over this thing.
The fact that they haven't got him yet kind of makes you wonder.
Right.
If they don't catch him in the next, they don't catch him in the next week, then I'm probably not going to believe the person that they or there is the person who did it.
You think it could take a week?
If there's corruption going on.
Yeah, you would think that this guy like had a cell phone, and I don't know, maybe he didn't have a cell phone on him, but they only released like 2 pictures of him when chances are they have a lot more pictures of him than that. I know he has like sunglasses on, which kind of makes him difficult to identify. I'm someone who is very hesitant to believe anything.
Wasn't it trans?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't look trans, but they were like a trans advocate or something. I mean, it's very suspicious when like the guy's chest shirt is like an American flag with a gun. Like that's like very questionable that like that's exactly who they would want to do it. who like the media and the government would want to do it so that they can crack down on people. And when Charlie Kirk was shot, it was like immediately when he was mentioning like transgender people, and it's just questionable in my opinion. And then the way that he shot him, dude, he did it from 200 yards away. That's like he shot him like perfectly. That's like a marksman. Like that's really difficult to do. Like it's not like I don't think you or I could make that shot. I mean, I've never shot a gun, so I can't really be like the person to say, but I don't think we could make that shot. Zoo, why did you leave last night? Okay, why don't you charge your phone more often? Zoo, remember that time I asked you a question?
Yeah, sorry. My charger's been fucking playing out lately.
Okay, are you gonna get another charger?
Yeah, I'll get one. I will charge it next Wednesday. On Wednesday.
Okay. So what's your plan for the gym?
Maybe.
Are you gonna try to be a stripper?
I'll go back to the gym soon.
Yeah, but you like fucked up when you were like trying to bulk up or whatever. You just needed to like be a little leaner and then go be a stripper. Dog, Zoo, that's like that was like your goal.
Yeah. I will get back into it.
Okay, so that's still your goal?
The goal is to, yeah.
Dude, did McDonald's get back to you? Are you sure?
Yeah.
So they didn't even say that like we're not interested at this time?
Not yet.
Okay, maybe you're still in the running. What about Hungry Jacks?
No.
Did you apply at Hungry Jacks? That's a no. So instead of saying no, they didn't get back to you, a truthful person would say, I didn't apply there.
Not yet.
Okay, so then you're being truthful. Then they haven't gotten back to you either? Okay, and then what about Big W?
I didn't target.
Oh, okay. Dude, I had a friend of mine when we were younger. He worked at Target. And he...
Yeah, I'm just target before.
You've worked at Target before?
No, it's just there before.
You mean you've just been to Target before?
Yeah, just so it's there.
Oh, how was that?
They told me they'll have a look at my application.
Well, that's good. Does your Target have big red balls in front of it?
The Target.
Yeah, I know it's got a Target, but does it have like big red balls outside the door?
It used to.
Oh, cool. All right. So you think it's going to take 48 hours to find this guy? What made you say that they caught the guy last night and they were going to announce it today?
What on Twitter?
Oh, you saw it on Twitter?
So, in my great news source.
Okay, I mean, I get it. Like, you were just going off the information that you had.
They called someone and they said, oh, no, some person and I haven't investigated it, but they probably just had someone there's probably just a suspect. They haven't actually haven't found the person they're looking for yet.
I get that.
It was a probably question like they're probably doing their job and they're probably like question like 12 to 25 people right now,
I understand what you're saying. Do you think that many?
Could be less, could be.
All right.
I'll be questioning every. They'll have to name everyone with there we go. They're looking at the relative name.
Did Charlie Kirk's family release a statement or anything?
What day did he get shot?
He got shot yesterday, September 10th. I wouldn't expect them to put out a statement. I would think they'd still be in shock. But
he got shot in a Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah, dude.
At a college campus on a Wednesday afternoon.
Word. And he had a whole college tour planned.
Did you watch Charlie Shane's interview with Joe Rogan?
No, I'm going to watch it later tonight. Was it good?
They talk about Charlie Kirk and stuff.
I know. You didn't watch the whole thing. You just watched clips, right?
Yeah.
Was it good?
I watched Charlie Shane's documentary. Like the art of Charlie Shane's documentary.
Was it good?
First half an hour. Sorry?
Was it good?
No, it just. I mean. You know how big Charlie Shane was?
At what point of his life? He's been big multiple times.
$2.5 million he was a fucking superstar.
Yeah, even though, like, I knew people who really liked that show, I couldn't really stand it. And I don't know, he went after the producer and made some comments, and then he went off the deep end with the tiger blood. Did they talk about the tiger blood?
Probably the second episode I only watched like half an hour for the first one.
Oh, okay. And then he did winning. He had like two major catchphrases: tiger blood and winning.
He was the highest paid. He was the highest paid actor in college television.
Yeah, is he still?
Yeah, I think he still has that record.
I think so too.
He was the greatest.
Charlie Sheen was part of my childhood. How big he was.
Did you like 2.5 Men?
Yeah. The first few seasons, yeah.
Dude, I knew some people who fucking loved that show. They still love that show. It had some beautiful women on it. I'll give you that. Some really beautiful women, but the laugh track on it just is so bothersome to me that I could never get into it. I also don't like child actors very much. Like that guy, his name is the kid. His name is it's like a meat. Angus. Angus whatever, that kid. He was always kind of annoying to me. And then he grew up and like rejected all of Hollywood. And the other guy, I don't know. Like this is every episode of that show. Charlie is trying to get laid. The brother's acting like a little bitch. The little kid makes some snarky remark. The housekeeper makes some joke that everybody laughs at. And then in the end, Charlie blows it with the girl. That's like that's every fucking episode. Is it not?
Not in the first season.
Okay.
Maybe in the first season.
All right. And then when Charlie Sheen left, that show just took a gigantic shit when they got Ashton Kutcher. He was just awful. Everybody thought he was terrible. And it went from the biggest show on television with the highest paid actor on television to a joke. I can't believe that show was that big. I know it was, and I know it's really big in syndication, but it just, to me, it was very sexual with a child, and I did not like that. And I don't know, I did not really enjoy it. But I know people who did, and I know there were a lot of people who made it the number one show on television.
Anyway,
Peace. Excellent.
I mean, what else would Charlie Sheen remember from the turn outside of that? That was the Glorious Day Off. There's hardly any.
He was a really big child star, and like teen heartthrob. He was in like The Outsiders, and he was in, I think, Red Dawn, and then he, like he has a really, he's like he has a famous father and brother. His brother is Emilio Estevez, and his dad is Martin Sheen. So they've had like connections to Hollywood for many years, and
the tribes thing. It didn't make it to its exit.
okay. I mean, he was like, okay, maybe not a child star, but he was like a very young star. Like he was 18, fine. I get that.
Wasn't in The Outsiders, that's his brother.
Oh yeah. You're right. That was his brother. Yeah. Apologies. Wasn't he in Red Dawn? Wasn't he in Red Dawn though?
Yeah, I think so. Also, he got offered the role of Karate Kid and he turned it down.
Who was he supposed to be?
Main character.
Oh wow, what a dumbass. I'm sure that wasn't his decision though, but that turned out to be a big movie. Um, he he dated some beautiful women, and I believe married Denise Richards, who was like one of the prettiest ladies basically of all time. That woman's gorgeous. Yeah, I mean, I think he's probably bisexual, but okay. And then he just dated a whole bunch of super hot porn stars and fucked them in Malibu, which didn't sound like too bad of a life. But then he fucked up and said the wrong thing to somebody. Why exactly did he get fired from Two and a Half Men?
Because was on he was on drugs and he wasn't showing up to set and he was arguing with the producer. He didn't basically he thought he could get away with it. He thought he was untouchable. He thought he could get away with anything. He was the biggest bad star in Hollywood and thought that, oh, I can just get away with doing whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, and who was the producer? That Low guy? Or no, Laurie? Laurie? That guy. He's he's made some big shows. Chuck Laurie. He's made some big shows. He made Roseanne. He helped to make Roseanne and Dharma and Greg and that show and Big Bang Theory and Two Broke Girls. Like he's been a big time producer and he just crossed the wrong dude.
He's probably one of the richest people in all over the world.
Chuck Laurie, yeah, probably. All right. So, are you going to watch the second episode of that? Dude, have you watched The Paper? Why not?
It sucks.
You haven't seen it.
Chuck Lorre.
It's not Chuck Lorre, dude. It's the people who did The Office. So, have you seen The Paper? Is it something that you would want to see? All right. You want to know a website where you can see it? Okay. Well, then you do your thing. So, you going to go to the gym today? Okay. And then are you going to try... Oh, Zoot. Come on, Debo, you fuck. Come on, baby. Debo. Fuck.
They spy this time with Wayne Walker, and then they play man-to-man. And it's great to see Nate Cobb's back in the lineup.
They were the first ones, that 64th Street crew were the first ones that started going to Boulevard East. And then when the word started getting that, you can make some money. People drive with that.
Oh, yeah, right.
That's how it was.
Yeah, right.
Boulevard East, like that's how it was so well.
Spare change.
And you know what's crazy? When I read the Iceman's book, the Iceman used to live in West New York, New Jersey. And he said that in the 60s...
There's a gas ruach. When he sneezed, that's considered a typical sneeze. What we call today a sneeze from his mouth, and that's a simin yafa. When he spit, he didn't spit onto the ground because that's considered spitting in front of a king. So he spit into his clothing, and a person who's an istinist, he could put it into his scarf. And if he's really an istinist, he could spit it behind him. And if that doesn't work, then only he spits in front of him. Rabbi Yochanan, that is the Rabbi, he used his garment to crush a loud during Shemoneh Esrei, and he also, when his talus fell off completely, he wouldn't return it. It's also to put on your talus during Shemoneh Esrei. But when he yawned, he had manners. He put his hand over his mouth in order not to show his mouth. However, the Gemara calls it sneezing from below, sneeze that has a smell to it. That is also, if you do it on purpose, that's considered a gasrua. Now, what do you do if one feels that he has to do so during davening? He must walk Dalet Amos behind, wait until the smell clears, and then he goes back and continues from where he was in Shemoneh Esrei. But before he does so, he has to say a bracha, ask sort of for forgiveness for what he's just done. He says, "Yitzartanu mekavim mekavim chalulim chalulim. Bali v'du'al lefanecha. Farposeinu u'fimaseinu." You understand, Hakadosh Baruch Hu, how embarrassed we are b'chayenu in our life. U'b'achriseinu, when we die, rima v'toleh, we're going to be maggots and worms. And then it's unbelievable that in the middle of Shemoneh Esrei he makes this bracha, and then he continues with his bracha with the Shemoneh Esrei from where he led off before. And the Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yehuda held that it's usher to move from Chutz La'aretz to Eretz Yisrael, as the pasuk says, "I will come and get you from Galus." And Rabbi Abba held that it's mutter. So Rabbi Abba kept on avoiding Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Abba said, "Before I go to Eretz Yisrael, let me hear one more halacha." And this is the halacha that he heard. If you take this bracha and you walk away, and he said, "If I only came to hear this, it was worth it." If a person is in, let's say, a sleeping bag, and he's not dressed, and he wants to say Kriya Shema, but it's too cold for him to poke his head out. Now you have an issue of Libay Royce Erva, Ein of Royce Erva, his eyes Royce Erva, his eyes see the Erva, his heart sees the Erva. So what you do is you make it a chitza, you put some sort of cloth between your neck and the Erva, and that's enough. That goes according to the Manoma that says that it's not an issue for Libay Royce Erva. That's an issue when you put the cloth a little bit lower down, and that creates a chatitza. If a person is walking the street and there's excrement, there's soya all around, mavi amekunah, one man the Omer says you can put your hand on your mouth and continue saying Kriya Shema provided you continue to walk. If you're standing still, everybody holds that it's also the same as the Torah, and the other man the Omer says even putting your hand on your mouth doesn't work. Have a wonderful day.
That was a family thing. They were going to get a fucking Polak to step in on that one. There was just a lot of things he claimed, but at the end, he said something. I said, all these people like conspiracies. Like last week, Eddie brought with my dog. He loves conspiracies. On his last day.
Bracha is not chofei. If a man is not wearing anything from the waist up, he may say Kriya Shema, but it's also for him to say Shemoneh Esrei like that because he's standing in front of the king. You have to dress properly. If a person is in the restroom and he realizes that he's wearing his tefillin, he shouldn't just jump up and run out. That could be dangerous because the first discharge must come out. But he puts his hand on his tefillin. What if a person has soya waste on his hands? According to the Rabbi, that's not a problem. The pasuk says, the parts of the body that say the praise of those have to be clean. In other words, the mouth and the nose. According to Rabbi, since it says in the pasuk, all my bones, all my limbs are saying praise. Therefore, every single part, including the hands, has to be clean. If the source of the smell is there, according to Rabbi, you have to distance yourself 4 amas from the source, not so much the smell. According to Rabbi, it doesn't matter where the source is, it matters where the smell ends. From that point on, you have to distance yourself 4 amas. In the Brisa, one Brisa says, what kind of waste are we talking about? We're talking about human, dog, pig, and chicken waste. The Brisa says it's not really chicken, it's turkey or a lot of chicken coop. According to Rava, the only time dog and pig waste are also the same creature is when they are used to tan hides, and therefore it's a very foul smell. Now, if you could see the tzaya, it doesn't matter how far away it is from you, as long as you can see it, it's also to say Kriya Shema in front of it. If it's 10 tefachim above or below you, then it's mutter to say Kriya Shema, that's considered another domain. If it's inside a glass jar, it's mutter to say Kriya Shema in front of it. But when it comes to erva, if a glass separates you in the erva, that doesn't give you a heter, because over there it's still an erva. If you have a very small amount of tzaya, kosher, then all you need to do to cover it is you spit on it with thick spit. If the tzaya is in a hole in the ground, you just put your shoe on top of the hole, and that's okay. What if the tzaya is stuck to the bottom of your shoe? That's a takeaway whether or not you're allowed to say Kriya Shema. Now the halacha is, if a mitzayra whose tummy is underneath a tree is like the tent, is like the idol. So anybody that's tar that walks underneath the tree becomes tummy. But if somebody that's tar is underneath the tree, and the mitzayra walks by the tree, the person that's tar remains tar because it's not his domain. Says Abaye, if so, the same thing applies to tzaya. In other words, if tzaya is moving by, then you are allowed to say Kriya Shema. Only if it's stationary, it's awesome. Rabbi says no. When it comes to tzaya, the pasuk says where you are, you need to be in a proper place with kedusha. Since it moves by you, then at that moment it wasn't kaddish. It's just for you to say Kriya Shema. A reach, a smell that doesn't have a source. So the Gemara brings an example that the yeshiva bacher, they would sleep on these machatzalas, but their friends would learn next to them. Now, when a person sleeps, doesn't really have full bodily function control, and it's possible that there's some sort of reach, smell that comes from the bacher. Nevertheless, you're allowed to learn Torah. However, you're not allowed to say Kriya Shema. Now, if the person himself is the one that created that smell, he's not allowed to learn Torah. He must distance himself from that smell. What about if we don't know whether what you're looking at is meriglayim or, let's say, apple juice? It's a suffix. So even if it's in a heap of trash, where typically there's a lot of tzaya and a lot of meriglayim, it's mutter because the isur midaraisa of saying Kriya Shema in front of meriglayim is in front of a stream coming out of a person. But once it hits the ground, it's not also midaraisa. So therefore, Chachamim warn geyser if you have a suffix. However, when it comes to suffix tzaya, you don't know if you're looking at chocolate or tzaya. So in that case, if it's in a pile of trash, it's also, why? Because in the trash, usually you find tzaya. If it's in the house, there's a machlokes, because one number says you typically don't find tzaya in your house. What is the shear? How much meriglayim is it that it makes it also to say Kriya Shema? One number says, in other words, it's so moist that if you touch it with your hand, you can make something else moist. The other number says, Rabbi says, all you need is tefeah. As long as it makes your hand moist, it doesn't have to make something else moist. And finally, we have Rabbi, who says that if you just see the outline of it on the ground, even though it's not moist at all, it's still awesome. What's the shear in tzaya? You have a number of shears. One shear is that if it becomes hardened on the outside, it's no longer considered tzaya. The other shear says up until the point where it has cracks in it. The other shear says because if it's as hard as earthenware and if it breaks. The halacha is, Rabbi says that it has to be as hard as earthenware in order for it not to be tzaya, in order for you to be able to say Kriya Shema. And this brings us to Amud Beit. It says in the Mishnah we learned that if a person is inside the mikvah and he realizes it's time to say Kriya Shema, and he doesn't have enough time to get out and get dressed, he should say Kriya Shema in the water. Now, number one, we're talking about Vasikin. So could be goes according to Yeshua that says that there were people called Vasikin that were not going to say Kriya Shema by Netzachamo, but other people could sit up until 3 hours. The other point the Gemara makes is that what kind of water are we talking about? Either, according to one man, the water is dirty water or it's not see-through, so therefore it creates a barrier between your eyes and your erva, or your heart and your erva, or any other part, let's say your heel and erva. Another Malama says, no, we're talking about clear water, but nevertheless, there's no issue of Libai Roya Serva, and there's no issue of Eina Roya Serva. La halacha, if your heel, your own heel, touches your erva, it's also the same Krishna, but if your heel could, so to speak, see,
come on,
erva,
baby.
that's
let's go, Devo.
The erva of a guy, halacha is considered erva, I would think, because it says in the pasuk, the sar chamor and the sar when they have halacha of a chamor, the mashmalan is still considered an erva. There's a concept called draft reef. There's a vessel that usually contains excrements, soda, merigline, and now it's completely clean. Nevertheless, it's also to say Kriya Shema in front of it because it absorbs. It's a disgusting most clean.
Give it to Devo.
According to the Tanakama, the entire house, even if it's 100 amas long, it has the halacha of Dalan amas when it comes to halacha of tzoya. According to Rashi Yamliel, if you have tzoya in front of the bed, that doesn't create a mechitza, and therefore you have to distance yourself 4 amas from the tzoya. If there's a bed between you and the tzoya, that creates a mechitza. What if the tzoya is below the bed? Well, very interesting halacha. If the bed is only 3 feet from above the ground, then we have this concept called blowing. And it says if the bed is on the ground and it buries the tzoya. If the bed is 10 feet from above the ground, then it's also the same Kriya Shema. And if it's between 3 and 10, the Gemara remains in the suffix. If the merigline are in a regular kli, so it depends. According to Rav Nachman, if you put water in the kli first, and then you pour the merigline on top of the water, then the merigline become bottle drop by drop. As it hits the water, they become bottle. However, if the merigline were in the kli first, and then you try to do the bottle with water, well, that's a machlokes whether culturally works or we need a release. The other man, Rabbi Yossi says no. It's the exact opposite. If you put it in water before the merigline, then there's a machlokes whether you need a culture or a release. But if the merigline were in there first, you certainly need a release. And finally, for today, there's an Isser Hashmish in a house that has a Sekara and Tefillin. You either remove Sekara and Tefillin from the house, or you build a Chitza if you can, that's 10 feet high, or you put Sekara and Tefillin in a double wrapping, have a wonderful day.
There you go.
Rochais Daf Chavav. It's a huge day for my wife and I. We became grandparents. I want to thank all the well-wishers, the many emails, WhatsApps, etc. If you happen to be in Ramat Beit Shemesh this Shabbos, Shalom Zohar at my house, you're all invited. Nachal Noam to apartment 9. The Gemara says that it's also to daven Shemona Esrei facing a bathroom, even if there's no tzoya in the bathroom. If somebody designates a brand new bathroom, there's a suffix whether you're allowed to daven Shemona Esrei inside the bathroom, but outside facing the new bathroom that was never being used, it's mutter. There's a type of bathroom called parsium, similar to what we have today. It's where the tzoya falls out. It has some sort of pipe that removes everything. So that is considered, sasom is considered sealed, and it's mutter to daven facing it. Says the Mishnah. The Mishnah brings 3 cases where there's an additional tumah to the carry. Ezra was masakin, they have to go to the mikvah in order to say the Torah if a person is about carry. So what happens if a person is a zav? And we had this sugya earlier. A person is a zav gomer, he saw 2 re'iyos even in one day. Now he has to wait shiva nekiyim 7 clean days. During that time, he became about carry. Now, if he goes to the mikvah, it doesn't really help much because he's already coming. Same thing, if a woman was a nida, so she has to wait 7 days, and she was pilot, she emitted shikva zera, so she also has the tumah of carry. And then the case that's interesting is where she was mashamish, so through tashmish she became tamei through carry, and then afterwards she became a nida. In all 3 cases, Tanakama holds that you have to be toivel in order to say the Torah. Review that says since it doesn't help anyways, you are potter. Now the Gemara brings a case that's exactly the same as a woman who's mashamish and then becomes a nida, and that is if a person is about carry and then he becomes a zav, since the tefillah doesn't help anyways. According to the Tanakama, you do need a tefillah in order to talk in Torah, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, you don't need. And with that, we finish the third parak of brachas. Mazel tov, Hadron Aloch, Mishemes. Says the new Mishnah, the new parak. Shmoyna Esrei, according to the tzaddikim, the people that are called the Sikim, they would daven Shmoyna Esrei exactly at sunrise. All other people would daven Shmoyna Esrei up until Chatzos. That's midday, and that's V'loy ad b'chlal, up until midday. And Rabbi Yehuda says up until 4 hours, shoys maniyos, up until 4 hours, including the fourth hour. If somebody purposely, b'mezid, didn't daven, that's what the pasuk says, me'uvas lo yuchal liskain. This is something that he can never fix. If a person forgets to daven Shmoyna Esrei, it doesn't matter if it's Shachris, Mincha, or Ma'ariv, he says 2 Shmoyna Esreis in the following tefillah. If he didn't say Shachris, he'll say 2 Minchas. If he didn't say Mincha, he'll say 2 Ma'ariv. And the big chiddush is in Mincha, because Mincha, saying by 2 Ma'ariv, Ma'ariv is already considered the following day. Nevertheless, you think, Overs Manoi, Batal Korbanoi, since it's davening, it's Rachamim, you could say 2 Ma'arivs because you missed the Mincha the day before. Yet, if somebody does say 2 Shemona Esreis in the following tefillah, he gets schar for saying that tefillah, but he doesn't get schar for saying that tefillah b'zman. The continuation of that pasuk of Mu'uvas L'Yuchal Liskoin is the Chesaron, the Chesron L'Yuchal Limanos. And the Gemara says that's referring to when people get together and say, let's do a mitzvah, let's go be Mevaker Chayla, let's go give tzedakah, and you refrain from going with them, that's Chesaron L'Yuchal Limanos. And with this, we come to Amud Beis. If a person forgets Mincha, the weekday Mincha, Erev Shabbos, what should he do? He says 2 Shabbos Ma'ariv, even though it's a different type of Shemona Esrei. It's the Shemona Esrei of Ma'ariv of Shabbos. The issue is, the inyan is, why is it okay? Because, in fact, as we said the other day, Shabbos Shemona Esrei should be a Shemona Esrei. It should have 18 brachas, and just Chacham said not to be matrios, not to be matriachas, they made it less brachas. So therefore, if you say a weekday Shemona Esrei, you say a Shabbos Shemona Esrei instead of a weekday Shemona Esrei, it works. What if somebody forgot the Mincha of Shabbos? The following tefillah is Ma'ariv of Motzi Shabbos. It's a weekday Shemona Esrei. What do? You say 2 Shemona Esreis, 2 Ma'arivs, and the first one has Abdallah in it, Atif and Antanu, and the second one does not. Because the halacha is that the Shemona Esrei that you're saying first should be the one that you mechuyev to. So the first one is Ma'ariv, same Ma'ariv. The second Shemona Esrei is the Tashlumim. What if he reversed it? He said the first one for his Mincha and the second one for Ma'ariv. The halacha is he has to say a third one because he's not Yaitze. The kasha is that the Gemara brings down, we say that if a person says how he forgets to say Abdallah, he doesn't have to repeat Shemona Esrei at all. The Gemara says it's a kasha, but the halacha is you have to say a third Shemona Esrei. In that brayso we learn that if somebody forgets to say Mashav Ruach or if it's saying Talam Matar, he must repeat the Shemona Esrei. Now going into the davening, why do we have Shachris Mincha Ma'ariv? The first sheet is Rabbi Yossi. It's based on our Avos Hagdashim. Avram Avinu, he instituted Shachris, as it says Vayashkim. He got up in the morning. Yitzchak was Mincha because it says Lifnei Sareh. And Yaakov Avinu was Ma'ariv Vayolan Sham. Now, Rabbi Shua ben Levi says that it's based on the Avos, but they were so mechet, they compared it to the Korbanos. Shachris is up until Chatzos, like the carbon comment that you bring in the morning, and Rabbi says up until 4 hours. Mincha is from the time of Mincha Gdoila, meaning 6.5 hours of the day until the Erev. Rashi says at Chashecha. You learn in Rashi means until Tzisik Rechavim. Other Rishonim say until Shkia. In fact, the Mishnah Berurah says that Mincha should be said and finished with the Chazar Shashatz and everything before Shkia. B'di'ever, you have up until 15 minutes before Tzisik Rechavim. But the Mishnah Berurah points out that it's better to daven b'yechidus before Shkia than to daven with a minyan after Shkia. Mincha is like the Talmud of the evening, which goes until the evening, which Rabbi says it's until Plaga Mincha, halfway till Mincha, meaning 10 3/4 of an hour into the day. Ma'ariv is because of the varim of the oila that you're makriv on the mizbeach all through the night. What's Musaf? Musaf is Anshe Knesses Hagdoila, they were Mesakinet, and that's why it's like the carbon of Musaf that goes all day long, whereas Yehuda says it goes until 7 hours of the day. You should hear only Psuras Tayvais. Have a wonderful day. Racha is Daf Chav Zayin. According to Rabbi Yehuda, all the Zmanim of Tefillah are Ad Vad B'Chlal. It includes the entire hour. So, the Shemona Esrei of Shachris, Rabbi Yehuda says, goes until the 4th hour. That means including all of the 4th hour. It doesn't mean until the end of the 3rd, but rather it goes into the 4th until the end of the 4th hour. Mincha is until the end of Plag Mincha, the first part of Plag Mincha, which means as follows. Let's talk about this Zmani Mincha for a second. We have Mincha G'dayla. If you take the daylight hours of the day and divide them into 12 parts, that's called Shais Mani. It's not necessarily the hours that we have today. Chatzos is exactly in the middle, 6 hours in. Plag Mincha, or Mincha G'dayla, is a half an hour after Chatzos. So it's 6.5 hours. Mincha K'tana is 9.5 hours from the beginning of daylight, or 2.5 hours before the night. You take those 2.5 hours before the night and you divide that in half. Plag, half. That's Plag Mincha. According to Rabbi Yehuda, you could say Mincha, you could have Mincha until the first portion, the first part of that Plag. In other words, 1.25 hours before nightfall is when you have to stop saying Mincha, because it's the first part of Plag and it's the entire part of that Plag Mincha. Most of, according to Rabbi Yehuda, goes all the way to the end of the 7th hour, Adal B'Chlal. Therefore, there's a situation where if a person has 2 tefillas in front of him, he has a mincha, because we said that mincha g'dayla starts at 6.5 hours of the day, and he has another half hour left to finish off Musaf. Which one comes first? It says, daven Musaf first, because Musaf is about to expire. You can't daven it past the end of the 7th hour. You only have a half hour left. Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba testified 5 things in the Second Sages. And we pass them like the Second Sages. One of them is that we teach a Tana whose mother married her off, and that's only the Rabbanon, in order that she shouldn't be hefker. In certain situations, we teach her to do niyot. That is to say that she wants to negate the marriage, and therefore there's no marriage. In a situation where 2 sisters, including this Tana, married to a brother, and her older sister was a doila, married to another brother. That older sister's husband died. Therefore, she falls to evil. She cannot fall to evil in this current state because there will be 2 sisters married to the other. Therefore, we teach the younger one to do niyot, and she'll be a proper yavam the older one. We also taught a testimony, that you can marry off a woman based on an Eid Echad, one witness testifying that her husband died. We also testified that they did steal to a chicken who killed a person. And that for Nesachim on this Mizbeach, it's enough, if you consider old wine, it's enough to be 40 days old. And finally, for our Sugya, the Tamid was Nekra 4 hours, in other words, the entire 4 hours into the day. And that's why we pass like Rabbi Yehuda that daven Shachris 4 hours in the day, not until Chatzos. Rav, except Shabbos, he did an early Shabbos, what we call today, after the Plag, because he holds like Rabbi Yehuda that Plag is the end of the day, and after Plag is already nighttime. Chachamim say you can only be Makabel Shabbos after Shkir. It says it comes depending on what you're shining, because they hold that Mincha goes all the way to the evening. And whoever does, the Mara about you can do any way you choose, says the Gemara. If the entire congregation daven Shemona Esrei, they thought it's nighttime, they daven Ma'ariv for Moshe Shabbos, but it's still Shabbos, they didn't see that it's only a cloudy day, their tefillah works because of Kirtan Tzibura, but if an individual made a mistake, he has to repeat the daven. Rabbi sat in a Beis HaMerchatz in a sauna before the Gzeira against doing Zayah, and he was Makabel, that after he was Makabel Shabbos. So first he was Makabel Shabbos, went to the sauna, and then he taught Torah. Rabbi Yerim Ba'abba, who was a Talmud Chaver of Rav, he davened mincha of Friday behind Rav, who was davening Ma'ariv of Shabbos. And you see from here that Rav didn't take his 3 steps back. He didn't do a shalom because Rabbi Yirmiyah was still davening Shemona Esrei. You learn out halacha that if somebody's davening behind you, you're not allowed to take the steps back. You're disturbing him, or the Mishnah brings that the Shekhinah is there. However, if it's out of the 4 amas of the person, you're allowed to. And the only reason why Rabbi Yirmiyah was allowed to daven behind Rav is because he was also his friend. He's a Talmud Chaver. But a regular person, a regular Talmud, is also to daven behind his Rebbe. If he does, he causes the Shekhinah to leave Friday Shalom. Just like if a Rebbe says Shalom to a Talmud, and you answer him back like you answer the regular person, Shalom, instead of saying Shalom Aleichem Mayri, that also causes the Shekhinah to go. And if a Talmud opens up a yeshiva without asking permission, gives shiurim, that's the sound of the Shekhinah. Lahalacha, a person could make an early Shabbos and can make Kiddush before nightfall, as long as he repeats Kriyas afterwards. Shmuel says that a person could daven Motzi Shabbos on Shabbos itself and make Havdalah on a cup before Shabbos is over. It's a very interesting story. The Gemara says that in the name of Rab, they said that Rabbi Shmuel bar Yossi stood at this particular pillar and he davened the tefillah of Shabbos, Ma'ariv Shabbos, on Erev Shabbos. Says, well, that's not what happened. It happens to be it wasn't a pillar, it was a palm tree. And it wasn't Rabbi Shmuel bar Yossi, it was a Rabbi Lazar bar Yossi. And it wasn't Erev Shabbos on Shabbos, rather it was Shabbos on Motzei Shabbos. This is machlokes whether the Ma'ariv is obligatory, you have to daven it or not. And the Gemara brings, and therefore our Mishnah says, Ein lo cheva, our Mishnah holds that it's not a chiyuv. And the Gemara brings a very famous story that Reb Shimon bar Yochai asked Rabbi Yeshua, do you have to daven Ma'ariv or not? And he said, it's a rishus. And he went and he asked Rabbi Gamliel, who's the Nasi, and Rabbi Gamliel said it's a chayla. He said, wait a minute, Rabbi Yeshua said it's not a chayla. He said, let's wait until everybody comes. Everybody comes to the Shemel, and he says, ask me. He said, do I have to daven Ma'ariv? And Rabbi Gamliel says, you have to daven Ma'ariv. But Rabbi Yeshua said, I don't have to. No, so Rabbi Gamliel says, is anybody here mechulot? And Rabbi Yeshua said, no, nobody argues with him. But they said in your name that Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai said that you said that it's a rishus. Says Rabbi Yeshua, I can't argue with him. He's alive, I'm alive. How can I argue with him? Rabbi Gamliel forced Rabbi Yeshua to stand as the shiur went on. And the tzibur was very upset. And they said, last year when it came to Rosh Hashanah, Rabbi Yeshua asking that it's Yom Kippur, and Rabbi Gamliel said, I want you to come on Yom Kippur, which I hold is not Yom Kippur, with your stick, with your money. And you asking when it comes to Chayros, by Rabbi Tzaddik HaKohen, that you made Rabbi Yeshua stand up like you did today. We have to get rid of Rabbi Gamliel. Who's going to be instead of him? Rabbi Yeshua can't be instead of him because he's part of the story. Rabbi Kiva can't be instead of him because he doesn't have schusavos. It has to be Rabbi Lazar because he's a chacham. He knows how to answer everybody. He has schusavos. He's 10 generations from Ezra, and he's wealthy. He can go deal with the Pesach. Rabbi Lazar says, I have to ask my wife. The famous excuse. So he asks his wife. His wife says, but what if they remove you? It's better to be a glass cup and that breaks the next day than not to be anything. But you don't have white hair. Famous story of Pesach. That day it was a nest, and he has 18 rows of white hair. And Be'ez Hashem, like they say in Cheder, the Rabbi always says, tomorrow we'll continue the story. Be'ez Hashem, have a wonderful day. Rabbi's that text, we're continuing the famous story where they removed Gamliel as the Nasi and replaced him with Rabbi Lazar ben Azariah, who that day turned 18, and the famous nace, Ariani ben Shana, his beard turned white. That day that Rabbi Lazar ben Azariah became the Nasi, he opened up the doors, he removed the gatekeeper, and his machlokes whether 400 more benches filled up with Talmidim or 700 Gamliel felt really bad. Look how much Torah prevented from so many people, and they came in his dream and they showed him white vessels with ashes inside, meaning that they were not, the inside wasn't as perfect as their outside. And more so, there was a lie. In fact, these people were proper people, they were willing to learn Torah, they just wanted to make the Gamliel feel good. That day is where Mesechus Idiyos or Idiyos was written and authored. Everybody came with all the perfect halachas. any time in Shas that's mentioned by Yom, it's referring to that day that the Rosh Hashanah became a Nasi. Any halacha that they had a question about became resolved, and the Gamliel didn't prevent himself from going back into this medrash.
That's my fault.
Fighting again with Yeshua and halacha. In fact, there's a big fight between him and Yeshua. Whether Amoini Yehuda, there's a person Yehuda who came from Amoin, whether he could be a ger or not. It says in the Torah that you cannot accept ger from Amoin. Rabbi Yeshua claimed that Sancheriv came and mixed up all the nations, and therefore they are no longer considered Amoinim, called the Parish, the Ruba Parish. This particular non-Jew comes from the Roy, and therefore we accept him. And Gamliel argued with him, and everybody agreed to Rabbi Yeshua. Says Gamliel, everybody agrees to Rabbi Yeshua. I see that perhaps I made a mistake by fighting with him, and he went to ask him if he went to his door, he saw that the walls of his house were black. He realized he's a Chacham, he deals with things that make his house black. He says, I see you're a Chachamim, and Yeshua tells him back, I see you don't understand the needs of Klal Yisrael and the Chachamim on the Misparnas. And he says, I accept. And I ask you Mechila, and Yeshua didn't take the Mechila. Says the Gemara an amazing thing. So he says, well, at least Rabbi Gamliel tells Yeshua, at least be mindful me in the honor of my forefathers. As you see, his great-great-grandfather was Hillel. And look at all the Doilim, all the Nasiim that came from Hillel, all throughout our Rabbi Gamliel. And in fact, Yeshua was mindful him. So the Gemara said, if so, once Yeshua was mindful of Gamliel, we could reinstate. So in Gamliel, what did we do? They sent the lawgiver, and the lawgiver said him in Remez, the words of Rabbi Yeshua. He said, let the person that wears the clothing, the cloak, continue wearing the cloak, referring to Rabbi Gamliel, and the one who doesn't, referring to Rabbi Azariah, he shouldn't say, give me your cloak, let me wear it. Rabbi Gamliel didn't accept it. Says Rabbi Kiva, let's close the doors, let's not allow the servants, the slaves of Rabbi Gamliel to come and persuade us. So Rabbi Yeshua himself went to Gamliel, and Yeshua said, a person, a Kohen, who's the son of a Kohen, who does Hazah and sprinkles the ashes of the Paraduma, he continues to sprinkle, so too you're the son of Nasi, of the Nasi, and therefore you should be the Nasi. The question is, so he accepted. The question is, what do we do with Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, who's already the Nasi? You don't go lower in Kedusha. So what they said is, Rabbi Gamliel will say 3 weeks of Shiurim, and on the 4th week it should be Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah. They didn't switch off, alternate week to week, because that will bring Kinna. Rabbi Zera, says the Gemara, was very weak. He couldn't learn Torah, but he wanted to gain Sikhusim, so he was stabbed by the Mismarish, and every time the Chacham walked in, he stood up. It's amazing. He couldn't learn Torah, he was able to stand up. And he heard the following Allah in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, that if somebody is late with his Musaf, he got his Musaf after 7 hours, he's considered a Koisheya. Yet, if he has the option of davening mincha or musaf, he should daven mincha first, because mincha is fun. Rabbi Zera repeated this halacha 40 times in order not to forget that he heard it from Rabbi Yochanan and not from Shmuel Levi. To taste food before musaf, like we call it the Kiddush Club, according to Rabbi Huna, it's also the halacha, it's mutter. I'm not saying the Kiddush Club is mutter. To eat before mincha, according to Rabbi Shmuel Levi, is also, but the halacha, it's mutter. And this brings us to Amud Beis. If a person is davening in a shul with a tzibur and they're not holding by Muslim yet, it's also for him to daven Muslim before everybody else, but the Yechidus and the shul is holding they could. Says the Mishnah, the Mekunim ben Akana had a special tefillah that he would say before he walked into these medrash and before he started learning. And the Gemara says it goes as follows: I shouldn't make a mistake in halacha. Amazing. My friend shouldn't be happy that I made a mistake in halacha. Now they can make fun of me. This will be two problems. First of all, I made a mistake in halacha. Second of all, I'm causing them to make fun of me. And I shouldn't say on Tommy Tar and Tar Tomei, and my friend shouldn't be Mishal and Allah, and I should make fun of them. And the Saturday should say, Ani mashkim, everybody knows this from human. Essentially, Ani mashkim, so he referred, Ani mashkim from Kalim, Ani ROTHSCHILD, what's the time of above, and Notzin, Shachas, etc. When Rabbi Eliezer was sick, he told his Talmidim, if you want Olam Haba, do the following things. And he says it in this order. It's very interesting. First, treat your friends with respect. That's number one. Number two, don't allow your children to learn too much Chumash, because then they'll stay away from the Gemara. Have your children be surrounded by Tamil Chachamim, put them in a place of Tamil Chachamim, and when you daven, the number one rule in davening is not so much to have kavanah, etc., but to remember who are you davening to. When Rabbi was about to die, he was crying, and they asked him, "Why are you crying?" He said, "If for a bus of a dam, for a person, a regular king, we're so fearful that he could judge us and put us in jail, etc. It's a king that today he's here, tomorrow he's gone. You can convince him, you can bribe him. I'm not going to be afraid. I don't know if I'm going to Gan Eden," says Yochanan, and he gave him a bracha that your Yir Shemayim should be as you shall fear of his Baruch Hu like you fear human beings. And he said right before his death, he said, "Get the king out of my house. They're about to be coming, and prepare a seat for Tzidkiyahu Melech Yehuda. He's coming to greet me. I'm going to be in his place in Manezeh." Says the Mishnah, according to Gamliel, you say the first Shemona Esrei. According to Yeshua, you say Me'ein Shemona Esrei. You say,
motherfucker.
not all of it, you say the beginning and the end. And according to Rabbi, it depends. If you know how to say Shemona Esrei very well, then you say Shemona Esrei. If not, you say Me'ein Shemona Esrei. In a place of Sakana, you say something called the Tefillah K'tzara. And the difference between that and Avinenu is that if you say Tefillah K'tzara, you must repeat it again later on. But what's a Tefillah K'tzara? You say, "Yishai Hashem Samchas She'eris Yisrael B'chol Parshas Yibur Yutz Rochayim L'fanecha Baruch Atah Hashem Shemei Tefillah." The person who's riding on a donkey, he must get off the donkey in order to daven. If he can't, he should turn his head towards Yerushalayim. And if he can't, he should at least be mechaven in his heart to Yerushalayim. If he's on a boat, he should mechaven his heart to the touch of Kedoshim. Why do we say Shemona Esrei, 18 brachas? One man always says because the 18 it represents the 18 Shemos of Hashem in the capital of Chavul Hashem in England, or the 18 Shemos in Krishma, or the 18 vertebrae that we have in our spine. Have a wonderful day. Racha is Daf Chav Tes. As you might have heard, tonight is the Shalom Zachar of my first grandchild, my grandson. And I want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart. We got close to 400 emails, WhatsApps, text messages. And I want to assure you, I read every single one. I just can't reply to that many emails and WhatsApps. I really thank you from the bottom of my heart. It means a lot. It's very touching and moving that people went the extra mile and sent me messages of encouragement and mazel tov and welcome me to the grandfather club, etc. We should all share in simchas together. The Gemara tells us that Shimon HaPikoili, he's the one that put together the Shemona Esrei, the 18 brachas that we say every day. And the Shmuel HaKatan is the one that added the 19th bracha. Today we say it's called Shemona Esrei. We're saying 19 brachas. And the 19th brachas, V'lam Shinim, it's against the Minim, the heretics. And the Gemara tells us that a year later, after he authored it, he was davening for the Amid, he was a Shliach Tzibur, and he simply forgot his masterpiece that he put together. The halacha is that when a chazan forgets a bracha, we don't remove him. But if he forgets V'lam Shinim, we must be concerned that perhaps he himself is a min, and that's why he's not saying it. Maybe Shmuel HaKatan became a min. Just because he's a tzaddik and just because he authored it doesn't mean anything. Says the Gemara, the reason why they didn't remove him is because he started the bracha. And that proves he's not a min. A min wouldn't even start the bracha. Now, if a person is a rasha, and then he did tshuva, it's very possible that he ends his life as a rasha. Because machlek between Rav and Abaya, if a person starts out as a tzaddik, will he become a rasha later on in life? And this is also dependent on the machlekes, whether or not Yochanan Kohen Gadol is the same person as Yanai HaMelech. Yochanan Kohen Gadol, we know, served as a Kohen Gadol for 80 years, yet he died as a rasha. The 7 brachas of Shemona Esrei on Shabbos, it's funny, we call it Shemona Esrei, the 18 brachas, it's really 7. They are to correspond with the 7 kolos that David said in Kol Hashem Al Hamayim. The 9 brachas we say on Rosh Hashanah are to correspond with the Askaros that Chana said, which was on Rosh Hashanah itself. On Rosh Hashanah, Sarah, Rachel, and Chana were nifgad because Baruch Hu decided that they should have children on Rosh Hashanah. On a tainus, in addition to the 18 brachas, we say 6 additional brachas for a total of 24. And we only say these 24 on a day of Rachamim, like a tainus. Why? These are corresponding to the 24 Rinonos, the Shirais, the song that Shlomo HaMelech said as they brought the Aron into Kodesh HaKadoshim. Rabbi Yeshua says that you say Me'ain Shmoneh Esrei. You don't say a full Shmoneh Esrei. Everybody is supposed to say the Me'ain Shmoneh Esrei. What does that mean? According to everybody, at least the 3 first brachas and the 3 last brachas are the regular brachas. The question is what you put in between. According to Shmuel, you put Havinenu. As we had before, it's a kitzur of Shmoneh Esrei. Each bracha consists of 3-4 words. And Abaya would curse those that would use Havinenu instead of Shmoneh Esrei. Shmuel says you can say Havinenu every single day besides Motzei Shabbos. Because what do you do with the Havdalah that we insert it to the Shmoneh Esrei by Atah Chaynu, we put it in Atah Chanantanu. And you cannot make its own bracha like Rabbi Kiva said it should be the 4th bracha, Atah Chanantanu. And according to Rabbi Eliezer, it's by Moedim. The reason why we don't pass it like Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Eliezer is because you don't insert additional brachas. Therefore, it has to be part of something. The only question that remains in the Gemara is, so then why don't we just say it b'kitzur in Atachayim and add a couple of words for Abdullah? The Gemara says it's kasha. Rabbi would not say Havinenu in the wintertime because you can't insert the same talum matar into Havinenu. And you can't put it together with the bracha of Birkas Hashanim because that would matchit him, that would throw the person off. Now, we don't say that somebody will get thrown off by inserting Atachan and Tonu into Atachayim because, very interesting, the beginning of Shmoneh Esrei, the Gemara says, a person has kavanah. It's only later on that a person starts spacing out. So when he has kavanah, Atachayim Lodin Das, then we can insert whatever we want and he's not going to get confused. But later on in Shmoneh Esrei, we get confused. And we don't insert it purposely by Shemei Tefillah. That's only if a person made a mistake, you could insert it then. If a person doesn't say Mashiv Ruach Amorid Geshem, we make him repeat the entire Shmoneh Esrei. If a person doesn't say the same Talmud Lebracha, you don't make him repeat the entire Shmoneh Esrei unless he's past Shemei Tefillah, because he can always say it by Shemei Tefillah. If a person doesn't say Yalav Yavai, he goes back to Ritzei. As long as he didn't finish Shmoneh Esrei, he goes back to Ritzei. Now, if he takes 3 steps back by Yisrael, then he has to repeat Shmoneh Esrei. There's some people that say that if a person is not used to saying Tachanunim, even if he didn't take 3 steps back, but he's at the end of Shmoneh Esrei and he doesn't say Tefillos, he must repeat Shmoneh Esrei. We learned in the Mishnah that you should not make your Shmoneh Esrei a kva, a fixed. You shouldn't make your Tefillah Shmoneh Esrei a fixed thing. Now, what does fixed mean? Gemara brings numerous pshatim. One pshat is that you make it as a burden. Like, when are we going to get over with this? When is this davening going to be done with? Another pshat is he doesn't say it like a tachnunim. He doesn't say it softly as if he's begging for something. Another pshat is that it's a Shmoneh Esrei that you don't add your own words. You just read from a siddur and you're done. You're supposed to make it your own. You're supposed to show that you care and add words to it. Rabbi Zera said that's not true. I know how to add my own tefillah, but I don't, because that could throw me off. Another pshat is that he doesn't daven when the sky is red. In other words, you don't daven chakras by the sikin, and you don't daven mincha by shkia, when this all the way at the last moment. And in Yisrael, they would curse those who would push off mincha at the last moment because you could come to forget your daven. The Mishnah discusses tefillah k'tzara. If you're in a situation of danger, you should say tefillah k'tzara, shortened tefillah. One of the things you say in that tefillah is the whole parshas Ibur. In the parsha of Ibur, the Gemara explains it's referring to pregnancy. That just like when a woman is upset when she's pregnant, so too HaKadosh Baruch Hu, when he's upset, should have Rachmanas and Klal Yisrael. Because of the Shalom Zohar, just stick in a little vart. What does it mean? A woman is pregnant, she's upset. The pshat is that every good thing comes with pain and aggravation. As the Gemara says, Eretz Yisrael was nicknamed Yisurim. In order to come to a beautiful, healthy child, you have to go through very vigorous labor and delivery and everything else that's involved. So just like a woman who's upset, in other words, she went through pain, but at the end she had a beautiful thing, so too, Klal Yisrael, when HaKadosh Baruch Hu is upset at them, it comes to beautiful things, as the Gemara said in the beginning of the Masechta, that if HaKadosh Baruch Hu wasn't upset by those days when Bilam was going to curse Klal Yisrael, that led people to go off the derech and be mezana because they didn't have that fear of the Kas HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Kas HaKadosh Baruch Hu actually is good for us. It brings good things. And some people say that this Tefillah Tzor Shas Ibor means when Klal Yisrael are not doing the right thing, HaKadosh Baruch Hu should still think about Klal Yisrael. If a person is walking in the safari with dangerous animals or bandits, you should say Tefillah Tzor. What is this Tefillah Tzor? Lezer says, I say, return to B'Shamayim Yimal v'tein nachas ruach li'yiriyecha mitachas v'atoy b'necha I say, Baruch atah Hashem shemel tefillah. Rabbi Tzolik says, Shema tzakas amcha Yisrael v'asei meher b'kashasam Baruch atah Hashem shemel tefillah is another one in there. And finally, Acherim say, Tzorchei amcha merubim, I think this is a song. V'daitem tzara, yiratzin shetitan kol echad v'echad k'dei parnasasoy v'chol gvio gvio dei machsoyra. You should give everybody what they need. Baruch atah Hashem shemel tefillah, and the halach is, this is what Tefillah Tzor is. Al-Yanavi said, don't get upset, because if you get upset, that brings to an Aveira, to Aveiros. And you should always say, Tefillah Saderech, and that we know what it is, Yiratzayin, etc., etc. Have a wonderful day, have a great Shabbos, and Mazel Tov, and simchas by everybody.
Flights kill me. You know, so I'm fucking off. I'm off. Right. You know, great jokes. I send my emails. I take care of my business.
Brachas Daf Lamed. If you're going to watch the Super Bowl today, please remember to search a little bit of Torah, maybe at halftime, an 8-minute daf. And if you do, don't forget to send some pictures. The Gemara tells us that if you're going on the way, you have to say Tefillah Saderech. You have to wait until you come out of the city. But do not say Tefillah Saderech once you pass 8,000 amas, which is approximately 16,000 feet. Rav Sheshes hold that when you say Tefillah Saderech, you have to stand still. Rav Chizda says you could be moving. Yet when they went together, Rav Sheshes respected Rav Chizda, and he stood. He didn't want to do bad in the place of good. And in fact, the halacha is it's preferable to be in a standing position when you say Tefillah Saderech. If you're riding on a donkey, it's machlokes whether you get off the donkey, you give the donkey to somebody else. Rabbi says you don't, because that's going to take away your concentration. You're going to be thinking about your donkey. A person who's blind or doesn't have a compass, he should think about Kodesh HaKadoshim in his heart. The point is, you always have to be facing the Pyrus, which is in the Kodesh HaKadoshim. So if you're in Chutz La'aretz, you face Eretz Yisrael, which is eventually going to get you to Kodesh HaKadoshim. If you're in Eretz Yisrael, you face Yerushalayim, you face Beis Hamikdash, you face Kodesh HaKadoshim. If you're in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, you face the Pyrus. If you're behind the Pyrus, you turn around and face everybody else and face the Pyrus. If you're in north, you face south. You're always facing the Pyrus. There's a machlokes. What do you do if you have an emergency situation and you won't be able to daven Shmoneh Esrei b'Kavana? The father of Shmuel used to daven Shmoneh Esrei extremely early. According to Rashi, even before Alizah Shachar, Taisa says that doesn't make sense because there's no such shir that's in the middle of the night. It has to be slightly after Alizah Shachar. Rav Shimon Elazar is mechulik, and he says first you say Kriya Shema, then you say Shmoneh Esrei. It's better to say Shmoneh Esrei sitting down, but it's right after Shema than to say Shmoneh Esrei standing up. According to Rabbi Shmuel, it's better to say Shmoneh Esrei standing to Kavan. Merema and Razuka, before they said a shir, they would grab a minyan, even though it was really early, they would grab a minyan and daven. And once they gave the shir and the sun came up, it was Netzachama, then the Talmidim would sneak out one by one to daven Shmoneh Esrei. Rav Ashi, very interesting, he would give his meturgam, his announcer, to give him a lot of material to say over, and when he was saying over that material, he, in a sitting position, would say Shema and Shmoneh Esrei. Why didn't he get up and go out and say Shmoneh Esrei? Says Rashi, an amazing thing. He didn't want to be that person to cause the whole Beis Medrash, Yidro Shiva, to stand up in his honor. That would be too much of a tircha for everybody. And he didn't want to daven really early like Shmuel's father, because he never saw his Rabbi do it. He didn't want to bring a minyan because he thought that was a tircha, maybe he would push off the start time of the shir. Says the Mishnah, Chachamim say that you daven Musaf even be Yechidus without a tzibur. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah says no, Musaf is only the tzibur. Rabbi Yehuda says in the name of Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah that Musaf, if you have a tzibur, then the shnei tzibur is mighty. If you don't have a tzibur, then even a yochid is mechuyev to daven Musaf, and that in fact is how Rav and Shmuel paskin. And Rav Ami and Rav Asi passing like Chachamim, they say Musaf even b'chidus. We had them in the beginning of the Sefer, that they used to daven in the exact same place by the pillars where they would learn Torah. In other words, they would daven b'chidus, Shachris, and Musaf. Rabbi Yochanan testified that he saw Rabbi Yanai davening back-to-back Shemona Esrei. The Gemara says it's impossible to say that he didn't have kavanah. That's why he repeated Shemona Esrei, because look who testified. Rabbi Yochanan, who knows what he's saying. He told us the story in order to bring out a point that you daven musaf even be yechidus. One does a similar story. Rabbi Bar Abba was davening Shemona Esrei and then repeated it. It can't be because he didn't have kavanah, because Rabbi Lezer says that before you daven Shemona Esrei, you have to assess your situation, evaluate whether you could at least have kavanah in one bracha according to Tosfos, and therefore it's impossible that Rabbi Bar Abba didn't have kavanah. Therefore, it must be that he repeated Shemona Esrei because it was Rosh Chodesh and he forgot to say Yalav Yava. If one forgets to say Yalav Yava in Shachris or Musaf, he forgets complete Musaf. Instead of Musaf, he says At Chonan a week Shemona Esrei. If he's in a tzibur, he doesn't repeat Shemona Esrei because he could be yotze from the Shnei tzibur, and he himself is going to repeat Yalav Yava later on at Mincha. But if he's davening b'yichidus, he should repeat Shemona Esrei. If a person forgets Yalav Yava by Ma'ariv, Rav Ashi says you never repeat Ma'ariv with Yalav Yava. Why? Because Rosh Chodesh is mekudesh in the daytime, not at night. So there's not enough dusha in order for us to make him repeat Yalav Yava. However, Amemar says that's only in a 2-day Rosh Chodesh where you could say Yalav Yava in the second night of Rosh Chodesh. But in a 1-day Rosh Chodesh, you do repeat Shemona Esrei. The person must repeat Shemona Esrei because he forgot Yalav Yava. Or he's davening Musaf immediately after Shachris. He must wait enough time for him to walk Dalet Amos. I would say that's approximately 2 to 3 seconds. And with that, we finish the 4th perek of Tfilas HaShachar. King comes over to you to speak to you while you're down in Shemona Esrei, you're not allowed to answer him. If a snake wraps itself around your foot, and we're going to discuss what kind of snake, you don't move. The Gemara says, you don't learn from Chana that it says by her, Yimaras Nefesh, she had a bitter heart. Chana is different. She couldn't have children. You don't learn from David HaMelech. It says, Vani Broi Chaz B'chol B'Secha, Eshtacha B'Chaz B'Secha B'Yira Secha, B'Yira, meaning with fear. David HaMelech is different. He knows that he worked extremely hard on himself to be fearful of his Baruch Hu. Perhaps you can learn from the puzzle by Hadras Kodesh. Sometimes the Hey and the Ches can be interchangeable, so it will be the Hadras Kodesh. You should have fear of the Kodesh. So you want to know, we could just read it simply. Hadras Kodesh, meaning you should wear beautiful clothing.
Motherfuckers!
Glory. You should wear nice clothing when you daven. So where do we learn this concept that you have to be with Kovid Rosh? It says in the pasuk, if you do as Hashem b'yira, you should serve Hashem with fear. The continuation of the pasuk is the gidul b'ra'ada. You should be joyful, but with trepidation. What does that mean? That anytime you are joyful and happy, on the other hand, you should have that fear. The Gemara tells us, Rabbi asked Abaye, why are you so joyful? It says in the pasuk, gidul b'ra'ada. You have to be fearful. He says, don't worry about it. I'm wearing tefillin. That will keep me in check. Similar stories. Reb Zera said to Reb Yirmiyah, "B'chol etzev yeh moiser." I'm a Litvak, so I could allow myself to say this. This is probably the Litvak's most favorite pasuk. To be sad, you get sachar for being sad. At least that's what the Hasidim would say about the Litvak. The point you see from the pasuk, you should be fearful of Hashem. Don't run around laughing and being joyful. Says Reb Zera, I'm wearing tefillin. It's okay. That's a sign for me. Keep me in check. Have a wonderful day. The Gemara tells us that you have to have a balance between Gila and Ra'ada, between being joyful and being in fear of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara tells us 2 stories that are identical. Margaret, Ravina, and Rav Ashi were both at weddings at different times, and we saw that the crowd was very joyful. They took extremely expensive glass dishes and they broke them. This is the minute to break the glass by a chuppah. but they put everybody in their place. Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan holds, he says, only then, when Mashiach comes, can you have a full smile and be completely happy. The Shlokish was his comment at the time. He heard this, and from that day on, he never smiled completely. The halacha is that when you daven Shemona Esrei, you shouldn't daven right after you have a din, or after you learn a real halacha. That will take away from your concentration. It has to be halacha psuka. Halacha that there's no argument on. For instance, the Gemara says, the Bnei Yisrael, they accept upon themselves that even if they see dam the size of a mustard seed, they have to wait 7 clean days. Because with the rice, you don't have to wait 7 clean days. You have dam all throughout the 7 days and go to the mikvah on the 7th day. Another halacha. With the rice, if you bring food into your house, you take wheat into the house, through the back door with chaff on, you put it from nicer. Because the halacha is you have to bring it through the front door and you have to do miruah, it has to be smooth, the pipe. So if you do that, you bring it with your shaft, with the shaft of the wheat in, you can give it to your animal, because that's achilas haroy and not achilas keva. Another halacha. If you let blood out of an animal, you draw blood, you're not allowed to use it if that animal was a carbon. If you shaft an animal that's a carbon, you can use that blood, there's no me'ilah. If you didn't shaft it, you are chayav b'milah, and you have to bring a carbon to be mechaper. Rabbanan said the halacha is that when you daven Shemona Esrei, you have to be chayav roish, with sincerity. And Rashi says the halacha is that right before you say Shemona Esrei, you should say halacha psuka. You don't daven Shemona Esrei when you're sad, when you're extremely happy and joyful, when you just finish a great conversation, run the kalim. It has to be within simcha of imyat. Same with halacha applies. When you say goodbye to your friend, it shouldn't be the callous roish and run the kalim. The best thing is to give him a great vart that he can think about and remember you after he leaves. The reason what Tanina says that the only places that are inhabited today in this on earth are places that other Marishain said at the time this should be inhabited. Therefore, if you see a tree growing, that means that back then other Marishain said there should be trees in that place. An amazing concept the Gemara says that Rabbi Kiva, when he davened to himself, if you start out in one corner of the house, you end up in another corner, you do all these kriyos and shtachavos, you bow. Yet when he davened with Tzibur, he was mindful of the other people around him, and he davened a really quick Shemona Esrei, so you don't have to wait for him. From Daniel, they wanted to kill Daniel, and they threw him into the lions, and as you know, and he said, look, he doesn't listen to Daryavish, he asks his bakashes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The raya is because he had windows in his house, he used to daven towards Yerushalayim. So you see that when you daven, you have to have windows, and you have to daven towards Yerushalayim, and you daven 3 times a day. Maybe, perhaps, you take all those 3 sins, you daven in one shot. That is not from David HaMelech, it has to be Erev, Boidim, and Tzarayim. The way we daven Shemona Esrei, it's set up. You say 3 brachas in the beginning that are Shvach HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There are 13 brachas that we ask for our needs. Why? Because Shlomo HaMelech says, Elorina, first comes Rina, then Tefillah. One should ask his needs in the bracha of Shema Tefillah. If he really wants to ask for a lot and talk a lot about his Baruch Hu, he should do that all the way at the end of Shemona Esrei. We know the famous story of Chana. The Gemara says amazing concepts in Tefillah. Chana was in a villa. She was married to Elkanah the Navi, and she didn't have children. She went to the Beis Hamikdash, to Shiloh, to daven, and only a Kayin, and God was there, and he thought that she was drunk. In fact, she ended up having Shmuel Hanavi. So from the words in the Psukim, many Rushim from the Psukim. It says, you see from here that one should be Machadim when he daven. Raksi for saying noise, because lips are moving, meaning that when you daven, you must move your lips. You can't just stare at the page. Even if the sound is not coming out, you must move your lips. It says, you didn't hear her voice, you didn't hear her sound, because it's also for a person to daven out loud, it disturbs people next to you, because it's gaiva. Vayav the shikara of 80 thought she's drunk, meaning that a drunk is also for daven. The person who's drunk daven says it, he was played with Avodah Zarah. And this means it's from the base, it says, Vayomer 80. As you must like the shikara, and when you're going to be drunk, in other words, you must rebuke your friend, even if it's a derabbanan. And she said, Lo yadoni. I thought if you are both Kodesh, I think you're loving, I thought you'd be down in your kaskus. I am not drunk. In other words, if somebody accuses you of something, you must tell them that they are wrong. Don't let them think that you are really doing something wrong. So he had to give her a bracha. He said, because if you're freshly B'Sherim, like the Kufa, you must give that person a bracha. Chana was the first person to ever call HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the name Tzva'is. And she used different tricks in Tefillah. She called HaKadosh Baruch Hu, if you don't give me a son, I'll pretend I'm a soita. And a soita, you have to give her my mamamar. Give her the drink of water. And it says in the pasuk, the mitzvah, the Nizra Zera, according to one man Omer, means that if she's proven not guilty, she will have a child. So of course, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will give her a child. Because the other man Omer, the Nizra Zera means that if she's proven not guilty, then she'll have easy birth if she's already pregnant. According to that man Omer, Roy Rehisa, Roy Kira is not a drush. The pasuk says, Amosecha, I'm your servant, 3 times. The Gemara, why? You can learn the word Amosecha from Lashon Nisa. Why don't you check the 3 different ways that you check other women and give them Nisa? If they weren't makir in Nida, Chala, and Alekas Haner, I am makir. Why do I deserve what you're giving me? She says that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Zera Anoshim, give me Zera Anoshim. What does that mean? A man that's above other men. So the Gemara darshans either that he, Shmuel, anointed David and Shlomo, or it means that he was as great as Moshe and Aaron together, which is amazing. Or the pshat is that she asked that he should fit in to society. He shouldn't be greater than anybody. He should be a mediocre person, not taller, not smarter, not better looking, not whiter. It says in the pasuk, I'm standing here. So you learn from here, I was standing there, she says, in other words, you learn from here, I love that if somebody's having Shmonesra next to you in Dalit Amos, you are not permitted to sit down next to them. The Gemara tells us that Eli told his people, we have to chef this bowl, go get a kain. Shmuel said you don't need a kain for shkita. You only need a kain for the other 3 avodas. Kabbalah, Elocha, and Jrika. In fact, Eli said you're right, but you shouldn't have said that. Now you are in Meira Alocha b'fnei Rabbi, you are Chayiv Nisa, and he wanted to kill him. Comes Khan and says, don't kill him. So he tells her, let me kill him because he's Chayiv Nisa, and I'll die and he'll have another kid. She told him, Elanar Hazeh, his Balam, and God for this child, spirit. He Midaberes Alibo. Aliski Libo, says the Gemara. She told him it was born from an amazing time. She said, you gave me everything you created in a human is for a purpose. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the mouth. Why do you give me the ability to nurse if I don't have a child? And finally, the Gemara says, another halacha that's not connected to Chana, that if a person sits and makes a kindness on Shabbos, Rashi explains, everybody's eating so much food and he restrains himself, that will break its din of 70 years. The problem is that he fasted on Shabbos, and that's also, he needs a kapara for that, so therefore he should fast 2 days in a row, he should fast on Sunday. If you have fast on Sunday, you should fast on a different day, have a wonderful day.
I did a few lines, you know, I mean, what the fuck, I did a few big, so it was all around.
Bracha is not Lamed Beis. I want to extend the heartfelt mazel tov to my daughter and son-in-law, Meir and Elisa Jacob, the bris of their son, Naftali Moshe. It's very apropos. Today's daf discusses the tefillah of Moshe Rabbeinu, and Rashi explains that Naftali means tefillah. It's the tefillah of Moshe Rabbeinu. The Gemara tells us that Klal Yisrael always has a good answer why they sin, because it says in the pasuk, "Ba'asher hari oisi," I'm the one HaKadosh Baruch Hu that causes you to sin. Like clay in the hand of an artisan, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the one that molds us, it's his fault that we sin. HaKadosh Baruch Hu should remove the heart of stone that he put in us. It's his fault. That's Ruchi Yatim Bikir, because I'm the one that inserts your Ruach. And then finally, Vayistalel Moshe El Hashem. Moshe down Hashem, the Gemara Darshans El is Al Hashem, which is a strong lashon, a lashon of Atocha, throwing a tefillah to Hashem like Hannah did, which is not the best thing in the world. The Dizov, what's this place? Dizov, it's the lashon of the Dizov. Enough of this gold. It's your fault, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that you gave us so much gold and silver that we sinned with the ego. Without that, we wouldn't be able to sin. The mashal is that person had a very weak cow, a bony cow, and he fed him a lot, and then the cow turns around and kicks him. Whose fault is it? It's the owner who fed him, therefore he got kicked. Like a father, another mashal that gives his son everything, he bathes him and he feeds him, and then he gives him a lot of money, he puts him by the door of the house of the Zayners. It's the father's fault that they sin. The Gemara says when you spoil somebody, spoil a kid, you fill his stomach, that causes sin. And finally, HaKadosh Baruch Hu admits to Moshe Rabbeinu, says you're right. The chesed Rebbeisi, I gave them a lot of money, a lot of silver, the zav, also a baal, and a lot of gold. And what do you do? And you made David Zar called Baal. It's my fault. The tells Moshe Rabbeinu, late rate, go down. What's this double lashon? Baruch tells Moshe Rabbeinu, I only gave you your godless, your greatness to use for Klal Yisrael. Once I don't have Klal Yisrael, give it back to me, and therefore Moshe Rabbeinu became extremely weak. Until Moshe Rabbeinu realized that it's in his hands when the Baruch said, leave me alone so I can go destroy them. Meaning, if you don't leave me alone, I can't destroy them. So Moshe Rabbeinu was mischazik b'tefillah. It's like a mashal where a king is beating up his son, and the king's best friend is watching in the corner, and he's scared to say something. And when the king tells his son, "You're lucky that my friend is here; otherwise I would have killed you," the friend realizes that he has power, and he steps in and he breaks up the fight. If the Torah wouldn't have said it before, it would be usher to say. But the Torah says that Moshe Rabbeinu held on to his Baruch and wouldn't let him go until he forgave Klal Yisrael. We say the famous passage on a kindness by Yichal Moshe. What does it mean by Yichal Moshe? It should say Moshe David by Yichal Moshe. The Lord gives us 6 options how to learn the word by Yichal. One is Yichalo. It's a lotion of Yimachzer, to be persistent in tefillah. Or Yachel, which is a lotion of a neder. A person makes a neder to need somebody else to know it. Rabbi said, I need Moshe Rabbeinu to know my neder that I'm going to destroy Klal Yisrael. Or the lashon chalal. Chalal is a body, a dead person. But Rabbeinu said, "Mecheni no mesikacha." I'm willing to give up my life for Klal Yisrael. Or it's the lashon of chal, to rest. The midas harachamim, to rest in Klal Yisrael. Or it's the lashon of chulin, sacrilegious. Moshe Rabbeinu is telling Hakadosh Baruch Hu, it doesn't make sense that you should act in such a way. And finally, a lashon of oifilu. It's a disease that heats up the bones. Moshe Rabbeinu said he davened so much that he got sick. It says in the pasuk, Hashem Baruch Hu swore bach in yourself. What does that mean? Had Hakadosh Baruch Hu sworn in the heaven and the earth, just like the heaven and the earth, he could destroy that shvuah. But since he swore in himself, just like in the king himself, Hakadosh Baruch Hu is going to last forever. So too is shvuah to Klal Yisrael that they're going to beat the Kodesh Hashemayim. It's going to last forever. But the Be'er an interesting passage. It starts off Moshe Rabbeinu speaking, and then all of a sudden it switches up to Hakadosh Baruch Hu speaking. Which one is it? It says, "But the Be'er Alim are bezarchem k'kodesh Hashemayim." That's Moshe Rabbeinu. And then it says, "The Lord says, Sharamarti." Hakadosh Baruch Hu is the one that swore, not Moshe Rabbeinu. So either you can learn that the passage in blue is Moshe Rabbeinu and the red is Hakadosh Baruch Hu, or you learn that the entire passage is Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu said, "I repeated over the Klal Yisrael what you told me to say, that you're going to give them the land, so you have to keep your word." It says in the passage, "With Hashem." It's a lashon of kavos, says the Gemara, that Moshe Rabbeinu said the nations are going to say they became weak like a woman. You're able to protect Klal Yisrael against one nation, the mitzvah, one king, and you did Moisim, B'Siamsim, etc. But against 32 nations, you can't protect them. It says, Rabbi Shalom, at the end of the day, you're right. That's what the Umm Yisrael are going to say. Solachti kidvarecha, that's what they're going to say. And while the Talmud, who is Rabbi, agrees with him, when a person davens first, he should give a shvach to Hakadosh Baruch Hu and then ask for what you need. Tefillah is more important, more powerful than good deeds, because no one is greater than Moshe Rabbeinu when it comes to good deeds. But Hakadosh Baruch Hu called him Alei L'Reish Pizga, those here to Yisrael because of his tefillah. Kindness is more powerful than tzedakah, because kindness you do with your own body, and tzedakah is with your money. And tefillah, although it comes to replace korbanos, has more power than a korban. A kohen who killed someone, that's the declaration of that pasuk. The kohen who killed another individual no longer can't do this for the rest of his life, even if he did tshuva. Once this korban abayis, the gates of tefillah were locked. It could be open, but it's difficult. The Baruch Hu put a mechitza of barzel, an iron wall between us and himself. However, the gates of tears are never locked. As Rashi points out, Hashem always sees the tears. He doesn't hear tefillah. He sees tears. You just have to be able to know that you should be metabel those tears. Rava never made a kindness on a day that was cloudy. He said, "Cloud, stop the tefillah." If a person lengthens his tefillah, as long as he does not ma'ayin in it, as long as he doesn't believe that Hashem owes him something and has to give him what he asked, then his tefillah will be in the stabel. But if he believes that his tefillah is so powerful that Hashem must answer him, he's ma'ayin in his tefillah, then he's going to end up with a heartache. And what does he have to do if he has a heartache? He has to learn Torah. If a person's tefillah wasn't answered, he should repeat his tefillah. It says twice, Kavei Hashem, Kavei Hashem. There are 4 things that a person has to strengthen himself in. Torah, tefillah, masim tovim. This one is interesting. In your job, in your profession, you have to strengthen yourself. It says in the passage about Hashem Shechifani, Hashem forgot about us. Hashem. Even if a person adds another wife, he'll never forget his original wife. So we rebelled against you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How do you forget about us? Are you crazy? I never forgot about you. There are 3.6 billion times 300 million stars in the sky. I don't know, 16 zeros, but millions of stars. And they're all for your sake. And you think I forgot about you? It says in the pasuk, well, can a woman forget about her own child? The Bible says, I'll never forget about your oilas, I'll never forget about your korbanos. However, I do sometimes lose my memory when it comes to Averis like the Egel. I'll forget that, but I won't forget your good deeds by Sinai. The Hasidim Rishon, the Mishnah says, would prepare themselves an hour before davening. The Gemara tells us that they also prepare themselves an hour after davening, and davening took them an hour. So it's 3 hours. It's 3 tefillahs a day. That's 9 hours. When did they have time for Chazer? They had to say after Shmai that they didn't forget the learning that they learned before the Tefillah. They had to say after Shmai that the Parnasa came with just doing very minimal. What the fuck? And finally, for today, if you're a middle answering, you see a king. The king says something to you, you don't answer him. That's the Jewish king. The Goyish king, you do answer him. But if you see a king coming, the Goyish king, and you're able to finish when you quick, say it quickly and run. Have a wonderful day.
I'm telling you, man. Okay, fucking was slick was funny. Alright, but when Joey doesn't like somebody, that's even funnier torture. Okay, alright. How about tell the story about how you torture my Black Jack Wilson.
Rachas Daf Lamed Gimel, the Gemara tells us a story. There's a chassid davening Shmoneh Esrei, and a non-Jewish officer walked by and said hello to him, and he refused to answer him because he was in the middle of Shmoneh Esrei. Says the officer, Reika, you're a fool. In your own Torah it says, you have to watch your soul. I can take my knife and cut your head off. What are you doing? She said, give me a moment to explain it to you. If you yourself were talking to a king and somebody said hello to you, would you stop? No. And if you did stop, what would the king do to you? The guy says, you cut my head off. Okay, I'm talking to Melech Malchei HaMelech Baruch Hu. How could I stop? We learned in the Mishnah, if a snake wraps himself around somebody's leg while he's down Shmoneh Esrei, you don't stop Shmoneh Esrei. Yet, if it's a scorpion, says the Gemara, scorpions are unpredictable, they'll attack for no reason, you must stop Shmoneh Esrei. In fact, if a person is thrown into a pit of snakes, we testify that that person is dead. Why? Because once you go into their domain and you cause them to be uncomfortable, they will attack you. However, if you're thrown into a pit of lions, you can't testify that the person is dead, because lions don't always attack unless they're very hungry, etc. If you see a bull coming towards you and you're down in Shmoneh Esrei, you must stop immediately. If it's a bull that never attacked humans, doesn't have 3 attacks against humans, then if it's within 100 feet, 50 amma, you run. And if it's a bull that attacked humans, as long as you can see it, you have to get out of there, because there's a saying in Aramaic: if you see a bull, run to the roof and take the ladder with you, because a bull will attack. He's unpredictable. Shmuel says that's only a bull in Nisan time and a black bull, because there's so much food around that he goes crazy. The famous story with Reb Chanina ben Doisa and the Aroy, some call it Arvad. There's a very special animal that's the product of a snake mating with a toad. And if it bites a human being, there's a race. Who can get to the water first? If the human gets first, then the Aroy dies. If the Aroy gets to the water first, then the human dies. And there was a Aroy causing a lot of trouble. They went to Reb Chanina ben Doisa. He said, show me where he lives. He put his foot on his hole, and the Aroy bit him. And a nace happened that there was a ma'ayan that opened up right below his feet, and there was water, and he got to the water first, and he killed Aroy. He took Aroy, put him on his shoulders, and brought him to the Beis HaMikdash, and he said, Ein Aroy meimus. The Aroy doesn't kill. It's our sins that cause us to die. And then the people said, wow, we feel bad for this Aroy that bumped into Reb Chanina ben Doisa. It says in the Mishnah, we say Mashav Ruach, where? In the bracha of Mechaya Mesim, because rain is the same thing as Tchias HaMesim. It's the same power, it's the same nace. When we say the same Talmud Matal bracha, in the Birkas Hashanim, that's the bracha of Parnasa, because having our fields with rain and food, that's our Parnasa. Havdalah comes in the bracha of Choinen Adas. You need das, you need seichel to differentiate between Chodesh and Chol, Kamei and Tar. The Chacham say it's because it's the first bracha that you say in the weekdays. Every Shemona Esrei you say 3 brachas in the beginning, 3 brachas at the end. But the first bracha of weekday is Atachem. Says the Gemara, there are 3 things, 3 words that are surrounded by the name of Hashem. One of them is Deah, Seichel. So it's a great thing to have Seichel, and to use Seichel. In fact, if you don't, a person that doesn't use Seichel, we don't have Rachmanas on him. The Beis Hamikdash is wrapped around with Hashem's name, also great. A person that uses Seichel, it's as if he built the Beis Hamikdash. Nekama, revenge, we need to explain, because revenge seems like a bad thing. Unless it's no, in fact, revenge can be a good thing, depends how it's used. If it's used against our enemies, then it's a really good thing. Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Eliezer say that the bracha of Havdalah is not inserted into Atachayim. Rabbi Kiva says it's its own bracha by itself, it's the 4th bracha of Shemona Esrei. Rabbi Eliezer says you insert it in Maidim. The question is, where does this machlokes come from? If Klal Yisrael had a tradition to make Havdalah every single Motzei Shabbos, then where can you have machlokes? We'll just look at what Anshe Knesset Gdola said to do, and that's it. The answer is because there were 3 takanas from Anshe Knesset Gdola and Chachamim, and therefore there's a lot of confusion. The first takana was to say Havdalah in Shul in Shemona Esrei, because Klal Yisrael didn't have money then to buy wine and say it over wine. Later on, when they became wealthier, they changed Havdalah. They said no more Shul, let's do it on a cup of wine. But then Klal Yisrael became poor, so they had to change it. And they said, let's, instead of changing it every other generation, let's just make one takana. We'll say it in Shul and we'll say it on wine. Whoever can't afford it will be Yoitza with Shul. And that's where the confusion came from. If a person only made Havdalah on the cup of wine, he has to say Havdalah in Shemona Esrei, because the first takana was to say it on Shemona Esrei. But what if the reverse? A person said Havdalah in Shemona Esrei. Does he repeat it at home? And we know the answer. We repeat it at home. But there's a brisa that says you don't repeat it because it's shame l'shav. It's a bracha l'vatala. You don't say Hashem's names for no reason. It says l'sisa. It's Issa d'Oraisa. According to Rabbi Yochanan, you do repeat it at home, and that's the halacha. And this brings us stomach base. You can ask a riddle. How is it if a person eats 1 kazayis of bread, it will be mechayev him in 24 brachas? And the answer is, if a person forgets to say Havdalah in Shemona Esrei, then he goes home and makes Havdalah on a cup of wine. But what if he ate a kazayis of bread before he made the Havdalah on the cup of wine? Then we penalize him and we make him say Shemona Esrei again with Havdalah, and that's Shemona Esrei, plus he has to make Birkas Hamazon, that's 24 brachas. A Motzei Shabbos that falls out on Yantiv, there's no Atachayim, so where do we insert the Havdalah? According to Rabbi Kiva, it's not a problem. According to Rabbi Eliezer, it's not a problem. They insert it in their own brachas, or in Maidim. The answer is that Rabbi Yochanan says, and there's 3 lashonos in Rabbi Yochanan, either the lashon of Maidim, which means that everybody agrees to Rabbi Eliezer, or the lashon of Matim, that we lean towards Rabbi Eliezer. We don't tell people in public that Allah is like Rabbi Eliezer, that you insert the Havdalah in Maidim. And the final lashon is Nirim. We can see Rabbi Eliezer's words. In other words, we don't tell, not in public, we don't pass it like that to an individual, but if an individual said Havdalah by himself in Maidim, we don't make him repeat Shemona Esrei. According to Rav Yosef, we say, and that's how we pass it today, we say Batvediyenu. In the middle of Atar B'Chartanu, we stop, we say Batvediyenu, which describes the Yom Tovim, and we are grateful to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for giving us all the chukim, and differentiating between Shabbos and Yantiv, because the kedusha of Shabbos is greater than Yantiv. Says the Mishnah, if somebody tries to give a shvat to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and says, look, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you even have rachmanas on birds, you made us do shiluch hakan, we tell them to be quiet. Either because that's going to create a jealousy between other animals and the birds, or because you think you understand Hashem's ways. When you do a mitzvah, you have to do the mitzvah because Hashem said to do the mitzvah, not because you understand the logic behind the mitzvah. If a person says Maidim, and he says it, repeats it again, Maidim, it looks as if he's talking to 2 different entities, and we tell him to be quiet. If a person says, I recall Hashem's great chesed, all the good that he does to me, we tell him to be quiet, because you have to thank Hashem even for the bad. Just like you thank Hashem for the good, you thank Hashem for the bad, you say Baruch Dynamis. There was a person that was sitting in front of Rabbi Chanina, and he started saying, okay, Hagadol, Hagibur, V'Hanora, Those are what we say. But he added, Ha'izus, Ha'ayam, Hanoira, Va'ayari, etc., etc. And when he finished, Rabbi Hanina said, that's all you have? That's all you got? In other words, in the Torah it says only 3 Shvachim. And Ezra only said 3. And Ashkenaz said, Leon Musakim 3. So say 3. Otherwise, it's as if you are belittling HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He has that much more. It's like saying on a person that has that much gold and you say, oh, he has a lot of silver. We know that everything is in the hands of heaven besides Yirah Shamayim. And Moshe Rabbeinu says, what does Hashem want from you? Only to do a little bit of Yirah Shamayim. It seems like it's very easy. It's very difficult. And you see that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, all he has in his Eitzar, all he has is Yirah Shamayim. In other words, he covets Yirah Shamayim. The answer is, Moshe Rabbeinu was so good at Yirah Shamayim, he didn't realize how difficult it is for everybody else. So he considered it a small thing. Have a wonderful day.
We would sit up, we knew that guy so well. We sit out there and he would be playing around. And it was before me.
Racha is daven on the ballot. If a person repeats words in Shema, he says Shema Shema, v'ahavta v'ahavta. It's really not nice. It's mekuna. But if a person repeats the entire pasuk twice, then we tell him to be quiet. That seems like he's davening to 2 different entities. We teach a person to have kavanah, and if he doesn't, says the Gemara, we take a metal hammer and give him a nice whack. Says the Mishnah, if a shliach tzibur, a chazan, makes a mistake, he can't continue further. In middle Shemona Esrei, you need to replace him immediately with another chazan. Now, typically, when somebody's asked to be a chazan, it's a 3-step process. The first time you're asked, you refuse. The second time, you start getting geared up to go, and the third time you go. However, in this emergency, there's no time for refusing, not refusing. When they ask you to get up to be the replacement, you jump and you go. A person who doesn't refuse to be a chazan at the day, when it's not an emergency, it's similar to a person who eats meat without salt. We can fix it. If a person refuses too much, that's as if he's eating food with too much salt, and that's not fixable. The replacement chazan, where does he begin? He begins from the place that the original chazan made his mistake. The typical chazan, when we get to Birkas Kahanim, he doesn't answer Amen because that will confuse him. However, nowadays, when we have Sidurim and we're not confused, the chazan should say Amen by the psukim of Yivarechecha, but not by the bracha of Birkas Kahanim. A chazan who's a kohen should typically not do Birkas Kahanim because that will confuse him, unless he's sure of himself that he won't be confused, and that's what we do nowadays. The Gemara says that there are 3 things that too much of it is no good: salt, yeast, and refusing to daven for the amen too much, declining, sarvanos. The Buddha holds that if a person makes a mistake in the first 3 brachos of Shemona Esrei, he starts from the beginning of Shemona Esrei. The last 3 brachos of Shemona Esrei, he starts from the beginning of the last 3 brachos of Shemona Esrei. He'd say, a person makes a mistake in the 13 middle brachos, and it begins from the beginning of the 13 middle brachos, which is at the time that we hold the Buddha, that all 13 brachos are considered one. The Rabbi holds that the middle brachos don't have an order. According to Rashi, that means that you can say any one in any order you want. If you make a mistake, just repeat from the end. According to Taisus, you have to go back to the place that he made the mistake in its original place. The Gemara describes the way Shemona Esrei works. The first 3 brachos is like a servant setting up praise for his master. Once he praises him, then he goes in the 13 middle brachos and asks for his needs, and finally the 3 last brachos are thanks to his master. Hamid came to Rabbi Eliezer and said, this chazan is no good. For long as he's davening, so Rabbi Eliezer told him, what's the big deal? Moshe Rabbeinu was davening for 40 days. He said about another chazan. The chazan is way too quick. What's the big deal? Moshe Rabbeinu was also very quick. Kill Allah, Rifan Allah. He davened for Miriam, it was a very short tefillah. In this passage we learn that if a person davens for a friend, it's not necessary to mention the name, because Moshe Rabbeinu didn't mention Miriam's name. You know, when we daven Shemona Esrei, we've been there. We bow forward, we shofar. We do this 3 times actually 4 times in Shemona Esrei. 2 in the first bracha, right when we start Shemona Esrei, and Magen Avraham is the end of the first bracha. And then we do it once by Magen, and the end of Magen, which is the Kol Shimcha L'Fan Elohim. If one wants to add extra shchiyos, he cannot do so. A couple of reasons. It looks like haughtiness, etc. Now, if you're a kohen gadol, you bow by every single bracha at the end of the bracha. If you're a king, you bow at every single bracha in the beginning of the bracha and at the end of the bracha. According to Shmuel Levi, if you're a king, you bow once at the beginning of Shemona Esrei, and you remain in that position for the entire Shemona Esrei. There's three types of bow. There's one called kila. Kila means you put your head forward until it reaches the ground. You do that by Yetzilas HaKayim, by Tachman. Not in nowadays. Kriya is where you get on your knees and you put your head forward. The Shtachava is to lay flat out on the ground, hands and feet. Rabbi and Rava would only do Yetzilas HaKayim with Tachman. You lay on the ground, but you be on your side, not to have your face towards the stone. And nowadays, we just put our hand and we put our head on top of our hand like that. Says the Mishnah, if a person makes a mistake in Shemona Esrei, that's a really bad sign for him. And if he's the chazan and he makes a mistake, that's a bad sign for the whole congregation because it's time to get shliach shalom to Moshe. Rava saw that Rav Nachman and Rav Sheshes bowed twice by Moedim, one at the beginning of Moedim, one at the end of Moedim. The Bryce that says you should not bow by Moedim is referring to the Moedim to Brit Samazah. Moedim will tell you don't bow there, you don't bow during Hallel. But people would come to ask for Kalina Ben Daisa for a bracha for somebody that's sick. He would tell them whether they was live or die. Based on the flow of his words, if it came out nicely and smoothly, he knew that they would live. We say that if a person makes a mistake, it's a bad sign for him. Some say that means in the first bracha. Some say that the first bracha is referring to if you can't have kavanah, you should have kavanah at least in the first bracha. There is a machlokes word Rabbi Yochanan says in regard to nevuah. Nevuah, which is a nevuah of good things that are going to happen in Chumim, says Rabbi Yochanan is referring to a person who marries off his daughter to a Talmid Chacham, or does business for a Talmid Chacham instead of the Talmid Chacham and gives him the profit, or somebody who gives the Talmid Chacham from his own. But the Talmid Chacham himself, we can't comprehend what lays in store for him. Another member named Rabbi Yochanan is that the nevuah is for the time of Mashiach. That's the Rabbi, which is different than the time of Mashiach. Nobody can comprehend. According to Shmuel, the time of Mashiach in our days is identical. You're going to have the same homes, the same cars. You're not going to have Shidim Alpiyos. You won't have Yim Golos. You have Beis Hamikdash. It will be the same. And another pshat is that the nevuah was given to the Bali Tshuva, that tzaddikim who are greater than Bali Tshuva. We can't comprehend what their sechar will be. According to Rabbi, it's the opposite. Bali Tshuva are greater than tzaddikim. But Bali Tshuva oindim ain't tzaddikim gurim u'chelim lamad. The pasuk says, "Ayin lo yira'asa," and eye has never seen. What is it referring to? The wine that's there from the 6 days of creation, or it's referring to Eden, which no one has ever seen. Adam Arishan has seen Gan, the garden, but he's never seen Eden. When Rav Gamliel's son was ill, he went to Rav Chanina ben Daisa and said, "Please down for him." He put his head between his knees and he davened, and he said he's okay. And in fact, he was. And when he told Rav Gamliel says, "Even if I daven all day long, nobody will answer me." And his wife said, "But are you greater than Rav Chanina?" "Yes, I'm greater than him. But I'm like the general. I'm not like the slave, the servant that walks around in the king's house in Chanina ben Daisa who has bigger pull than I do." The Gemara says that a person is considered a chatzot for two things. If a person davens in the open field, and if a person enumerates his sins and he talks about his sins in the open and tells people about it, that's considered chutzpah, having wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Lamed Hey. Renu Perik Ketan Mevarchim, which discusses the brachas that we make on food. We all know that the fruit of a tree you make bar create. Besides, on wine, which is bar priagafen. The fruit of the ground, vegetables, you make bar priadama. Besides, on bread, which you make on mitzvah lechem and aretz. Rabbi Yehuda says that if they are greens, the yerakos, like cabbage, lettuce, you make bar minei dishan. Where do we know the concept of brachas? How do you know that you have to make a bracha? Then the Gemara, the Maskana is that it's a svara, it's logic. It's also to benefit from this world without making a bracha. You might think that you learn it out from the same pasuk that Rabbi Akiva learns it out. You know, there's a concept called arla. The first 3 years of fruit, you cannot benefit from the fruit. On the 4th year, it's called neter revai. We treat it exactly like we treat meiser sheni. That is, if you want to eat your fruit, you must bring it up to Yerushalayim. If you don't want to bring it up to Yerushalayim, you machal the fruit on money. You be concentrated on money. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Akiva holds, it says in the pasuk, Chodesh hilulim laHashem. You make 2 hallows, 2 praises to Hashem. One before you eat the fruit, and one after you eat the fruit. Yet, we know that according to everybody, you need one of those hilulim to teach us the concept that you machal the fruit on money. Now we're left with one. Now, the second hilul, you might need it to teach us that the pasuk is talking about grapes. Even if you say that the pasuk is talking about all fruit, not the revah, not the terem revah, or even if you have another limud of the Gzeir Shava, so that leaves us just with one bracha. I would use that for Birkas Hamazon. Birkas Hamazon D'Oraisa, so I would say, the Torah is telling us you have to make Birkas Hamazon. And how do I know you have to make a bracha before you eat? It will be Kal V'chomer. If I make a bracha after I'm satiated, so certainly when I'm hungry I should make a bracha. The problem is, where do I learn brachas for all other fruits? And if I say, let's learn from grapes, grapes have something special. They have something called oilos. Oilos, I'm mechuyev to give it to the poor person, and therefore I have to make a bracha. Perhaps I should learn it from bread. Bread has a concept of challah, so maybe that's why I make a bracha. Maybe combine the two, learn from both of them together. Well, the two of them are special, bread and wine, because they go on in this bayah. Learn it out from the Shiva Minim. Shiva Minim, you have to make a bracha. No, Shiva Minim have bikurim, where other food doesn't. And besides, according to the Manor that says, neter revai, how does he know foods that don't grow in the ground, such as meat, eggs, and fish? Therefore, we have to come on to the logic. Svara tells me that it's usher to benefit from this world without making a bracha, and whoever benefits from this world without making a bracha, it's as if he did Nehila. He's stealing from his Baruch Hu, he's stealing from Knesset Yisrael. And he's in this company of Yerabim ben Avad, which is the symbol of Rishus. Not only does he sin, Yerabim ben Avad was a king, but it's caused Chai Yisrael to sin as well, and therefore one should go to a Chacham before he eats, and he should learn the brachas of food. It says in the pasuk, "Hashem haaretz malayo." The entire land belongs to Hashem. On the other hand, it says, "Haaretz nasal bnei adam." Hashem gave us the land. So which one is it? Well, before you make a bracha, Hashem owns it. Once you make a bracha, you buy it off Hashem. You have permission to use it. And this brings us from the base. It says in the pasuk, "Vasafta digancha," and then it says, "V'lakachta digani." On the one hand, it's the gancha, it's our grain. On the other hand, it's Hashem's grain. Which one is it? When we do Hashem's will, it's our grain. When we don't do Hashem's will, it remains Hashem's grain. And famous machlokes, whether a person should spend his days learning Torah or combine learning Torah with earning a living. It says in the pasuk, "Vasafta digancha," you should go out and gather your grain. In other words, you're a farmer. On the other hand, it says that you have to learn, you should learn day and night. Which one is it? It says in Shmuel you have to combine the two. You have to learn Torah, but combine it with derech eretz, with earning a living. Shimon Bar Yochai says it doesn't make sense to me that a person should waste his life plowing and working on the field and gathering the grain. Therefore, if you do Hashem's will, then his parnasa will be done through other people. If you don't do Hashem's will, not only will you have to earn a living, but you will earn a living for other people as well. It says Abaya, many people did what Rabbi Shmuel said, which is to combine earning a living with Torah and work for them. And many people tried to return by a chayzway and you could not work for them. You have to be zoicha to be on that madrega to just learn Torah all day. The first generations, learners after Maidim, they made their Torah the main part of the day, and the earning the livelihood was only a temporary part of the day, a small part of the day. They didn't try to come up with tricks to outdo the Torah and their mitzvahs. They would bring their grain right through the front door, right through the front gate, which would create a chiyuv v'maiser. And therefore, says the Gemara, their Torah stayed and their livelihood. They made a good living. But the later generations, where they made their livelihood the main part of the day, and the Torah was just a little small part of the day, and they came up with a trick how to prevent themselves from having to give meiser by bringing the food through the skylight. They didn't learn Torah, and they didn't earn a good living. On olive oil, you don't make the bracha boired pre 8 zayis because you don't become satiated from olive oil. Wine, which satiates you and also makes you happy, you make boired pre agafen, but you don't make birkas hamazon because no one is a kriveya, a suuda on wine, and if you do, you butler daiteks haladam, you're different. Unless Anobi will come and tell us that that's how you make a suuda. You don't make a bracha on oil because it damages the body. But if you put oil with your bread, you dip your bread in oil, like in those Israeli restaurants, the oil becomes a puffle to the bread, and the main thing is the bread, so you don't make a bracha on oil. If you put shemen, oil, in an igarai, which is a certain mixture with beet soup, you put oil, olive oil into beet soup, over there, the oil is a puffle, and you don't make a bracha on oil. However, if you're throwing it and you're eating the olive oil in the garlic because you want the olive oil because it's going to smooth out the throat, so then you do make a bracha, very free hates on the olive oil. The Kiddush is that even though you're doing it for medicine, you still have to make a bracha. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is daf lamed vav. We're continuing with different foods and what's the proper bracha to make on them. People plant olive trees for the olive oil, the final product, and therefore, if you were to drink olive oil as is, in a way where it doesn't harm your body, the bracha would be boired priya eitz. When it comes to flour, if you take grain itself is a hadama. But once you grind it and you make flour out of it, according to Shmuel or Rabbi Yochanan, you continue to make a hadama. According to Rabbi Nachman, since it's not its final stage, you make a shahakol. Flour from barley is different. Since it causes harm to the body, these worms, yet on the other hand, it does give the body some sustenance, it's carbs, therefore you make a shahakol on it. Salt or salt water, you also make a shahakol, because there are people that sometimes taste it and they eat it, and therefore it's a shahakol. The Gemara discusses kaira. Kaira is something that comes out of a palm tree. Some say it's some shoot that comes out. Eventually, it becomes part of the tree, becomes hard and part of the tree. The question is, right now that it's edible, what bracha do you make? Rabbi Yehuda says you make boired pri ha'adama because it's a fruit, and according to Shmuel, you make a shahakol because eventually it hardens up. Shmuel tells his student, Rabbi Yehuda, Shinana, you're the sharp one. You know, I can prove it to you. From a turnip. Turnips, even though they become hard, right now they are ha'adama. The Gemara says it's not a good raya because turnips, people plant it for eating it now when it's moist, and therefore it's a ha'adama. But nevertheless, the halacha is like Shmuel, that the halacha is you make a shahakol. The Gemara discusses at great length slav, which are caper berries. Caper berries have 4 parts to them. You have the actual berry, and you have the husk that is around the berry, falls off before you have a chance to take the berry. In addition to that, you have the leaf, and you have dates, which seem like to be small seeds that grow on the leaf. The halacha is, says the Gemara, that since you plant the caper berry through all 4 of these, therefore you have to make a bracha on everything, and you make 8 on the berry itself and on the husk that surrounds the berry, and on the leaf and on the date you make a ha'adama. We know that arla, the first 3 years of a tree, are midaraisa. You can't have any benefit from it. Midaraisa. In Chutz La'aretz, it's the Rabbanan. And we have a concept that we go in Chutz La'aretz like the most lenient position in Eretz Yisrael. Who's the most lenient in Eretz Yisrael? That would be Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva holds by Meiser, when it comes to a caper berry, you only take Meiser from 1 out of 4 things. You take Meiser from the berry itself, and not from the husk, not from the leaf, and not from the date. Therefore, when it comes to arla in Chutz La'aretz, we only are chayiv on arla on the berry itself. Now, there's a shita that's even more makel than Rabbi Akiva, but we ignore that shita. That's that of Beis Shammai. Beis Shammai hold that a caper berry is a suffix tree and suffix vegetable. Therefore, there's an issue to do klei akarim with caper berry. Klei akarim means to take grapes and plant them together with other vegetables. Since Beis Shammai think that perhaps a caper berry is a vegetable, they say it's awesome. If there's a suffix, now it's a suffix arla, and a suffix arla, you can go to someone who is not market on arla and buy caper berries from them as long as you don't look. Maybe he's taking from a caper berry tree that's 5 years old, maybe he's taking from a 2-year-old. You ignore it, you just don't look. So that's even more lenient than Rabbi Akiva, and the reason why we don't go on the Shammai Shita is because when the Shammai argue with Basil, it's as if they don't exist. We ignore their Shita completely. Now, the question is, why isn't the husk of the caper berry a shomer, a protector to the berry? And if it's a shomer, protector to the berry, it should be chayav barley, it should be over and isra if you eat the husk. And the answer is, the Maskenas HaGemara, that a protector is only considered something that actually protects the fruit. If you were to remove the protector, the peel, and the fruit remains to exist and it doesn't spoil, then it's not a protector. The caper berry, if you remove its husk, it remains a caper berry. It doesn't go to waste, and therefore the husk is not a true protector in a chayav and arla. When it comes to a pomegranate, it has a crown, and inside the crown you have something that's called a nates, according to one shot. These small flowers that grow out of it. Underneath that is a pittum. Inside, right there, is a pittum. That, the Gemara says, is considered a shomer. It's a protector to the fruit, and it's also included in the shear of tumah. Because in order for a fruit to be tameh, you have to have a kibetza. And if you can only have a kibetza with the pittum, it's considered tumah. The nate, on the other hand, is not mitzvah to the fruit for tumah, because it's a shomer to a shomer. It's a protector to a protector to the second layer. Yet, when it comes to arla, the nate is also usher in arla, and the reason is because it's still considered a shomer, it's a protector, even though it falls off early on in its growth. There's an isser to cut trees in Shemitah if they have fruit on them. You have to eat fruit on Shemitah and not destroy them. What's the shear? The Gemara goes through the whole shear. According to the Shammai, it's once the fruit starts growing. According to the Sil, depends what the fruit is. If it's carrots, it's when it becomes like a chain, small pieces of fruit. But Geffen is you grow. According to Rabbi, that's poiser. It's the same shear as pula love and a type of bean. Olive is once it grows nates, flowers, and all the other trees according to the Sil are once they start growing. What about black pepper? Peppercorn. The halacha is that you are chayiv in arla. In other words, it would seem like they are fruit, because the Torah says, eitz machol, that if you have a tree that its fruit has the same flavor, like a black pepper, it's chayiv in arla. And you also learn from that pasuk that Eretz Yisrael is not missing any fruit that even have pepper. However, if you eat them on Yom Kippur, it's machlokes. According to Rav Sheshes, you're chayiv paris.
Yeah, finally, dog.
And the bracha on it would be machlokes rishonim if it's ha'etz or ha'adama. But if it's dry, like we have today, dry black pepper is a shahaka. According to Rabbi, if it's moist, you're chayiv paris. But if it's dry, you're not chayiv paris. You don't make a bracha at all. Ginger, which is dry, says Rabbi, on your Kippur, you cut if you eat it. However, if it's part of a particular food that comes from Kush, Rashi says it's Ethiopia, others say it's India. The point is, it's very heavy on ginger. So first of all, we're not marking on Bishul Akum because it's mostly fresh ginger, yet the bracha would be ha'adama. And the Gemara finally talks about daisa, some sort of oatmeal. If you eat it as is, just the oatmeal or the oats or one of the chamish taminim, the bracha would be mezainis. But if you add a lot of honey to it, it's machlokes. According to Rabbi Yehuda, the main part is the honey, and therefore you make a shahako. And according to Rav Kahana, since it has one of the 5 minim, one of the 5 grains, the bracha is mezainis. This points out, even if you have the 5 grains, if the 5 grains are in there to bind the item, such as, let's say, licorice, we say that there's a lot of flour in it just to keep it together, but acts as glue, then the bracha would be shahako. Have a wonderful day.
So yeah, we are having a reunion. I think it's Thanksgiving week, which is weird. I don't keep it to anybody. One guy.
Where are you from? Okay.
Debo.
Bracha is daf lamed zayin. If a person eats a mixture that includes one of the 5 grains, you have to make a very many mizonos. Unless, like we said the other day, Tosis brings down that if the 5 grains act as a binder, then it's a shahakol. Now we're going to be discussing the sugya of pas oirez and pas doichan, bread of oirez and doichan. What is oirez? Rashi says oirez is millet and doichan is panic grass. But many other Rishonim on the Flug Rashi has brought down la halacha that oirez is what we call today rice, and in Israel oirez is rice. So what bracha do you make if you eat rice bread, and what bracha achrona do you make? It's a 4-way machlokes. Rab and Shmuel hold that you make a shahakol, and afterwards you make a bar nefashos. And this will come as a very big surprise to a lot of people. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri holds on the other end that you make a hamaitzi and a birkas hamazon on rice bread. For Banan, and this is how we pass it today, you make a mezainos and a bar nefashos. The real holds you make a mezainos and ala mifya. But once we mention bar nefashos, we have to mention Taisus. Taisus explains what the words of bar nefashos means. It's beautiful Taisus. Taisus says, bar nefashos rabbis v'chesronim. What does v'chesronim mean? It means what's essential to life. Bread and water. So we thank Hashem for bread and water. Says Taisus, it means all the luxuries that are not essential to life. Imagine if HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us just bread and water. All we eat all day long is bread and water. How boring. But Hashem gave us steaks and chocolate and candy and pizza. All the great stuff. What about oatmeal? What bracha do you make on oatmeal porridge? According to Rabbanan, you make a mezainos. That's what we do today. And you make a al-michya. But according to Gamliel, and this is a huge kiddush, you make a birkas hamazon when you're done eating oatmeal. If somebody chews grain, you make a bar priya adama. But if you ground it and baked it and cooked it, it depends. If it remains as a bread, it looks like a bread, you make a maitzi, and if it doesn't look like bread, you make a mezainos. According to Rabbi Yehuda, who says you have to be more specific when it comes to bar priya adama. So in the Mishnah he says that if you're eating cabbage or lettuce, you have to make bar minei b'shayim. Over here he holds that if you chew grain, you have to make bar minei zirayim. What if you chew rice? You make also bar priya adama. And if you ground it, baked it, and cooked it, and it remains looking like rice bread, you make a mezainos. According to Gamliel, all shivas haminim, pomegranates, dates, etc. You have to make a birkas hamazon when you're done eating it. It's unbelievable. The Gemara tells us a story that Rabbi Gamliel and Rabbi Kiva, they were eating dates. And Gamliel told Rabbi Kiva, you say the bracha achrona. Rabbi Kiva jumped ahead and made a halamichya. Rabbi Gamliel was upset. I'm the Rebbe, you know I hold that it's birkas hamazon. So Rabbi Kiva told Gamliel, but you yourself paskin that you should go by the Rav. And Rav hold that you make on dates, you make ala michya. The Gemara brings different types of food. One of them is a chavitza, which is almost like challah kugel, let's say. It's a tafshil that has bread in it. Says the Gemara, if the size of the bread is a kazayis, then you would have to make a maitzi. If it's less than a kazayis, it's a mezainos. And we learned this from when a Yisrael brings his mincha, and he hasn't brought one in a very long time, according to Rashi, he makes a shechiyah. If the kohen eats from the mincha, he makes a maitzi, provided that the pieces are kazayis. So you see that you need a kazayis in order to make a maitzi. There's a brayz that says that if somebody gathered crumbs from the mincha, and he eats the crumbs in a chatzi pras, in a shiur of a chatzi pras, meaning he ate 4 kibbetzim in 3 to 9 minutes. So he could be yaitza the matzah. Because matzah is like money, and this is really poor bread. But he's also chayiv on chametz, if it's chametz. We must say that it's talking about a situation where these crumbs come from a larger bread that's still in existence, and therefore these crumbs have chashivos. La'alacha, chavitza that has crumbs that are less than a kazayis, you make a hamaitzi if you could see
Debo.
These crumbs come from bread. They are bread. It has a tzura than a hama. Now, if the crumbs are larger than a kazayis, even if you can't tell
Debo
that they
Sanders
are
Jr.
bread, you still
Come on,
make
dog.
Places holds, and this is how we paskin, that we're not talking about.
Go! Yes! Touchdown! Give it to me, baby! 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 17. Put that motherfucking. Yes!
And
yes!
also in that situation, you need kazayis.
That's what I'm talking about. Why didn't you give him the fucking ball 3 quarters ago? That's what I'm talking about.
Even without binding them together,
fuck yeah.
It's definitely amoitzi. There's something called truknin, the Gemara says, which is also
Debo,
known as
you're the man.
It's a very liquidy dough, maybe perhaps something like pancake dough, and you put it in the oven.
Yeah. Give it to Debo.
Says the Gemara that according to Rabbi, it's chai
Give it to
v'chala,
Debo.
and according to Rabbi Yochanan, it's pater from chala.
Debo.
Teresa. What is Teresa? There are 3 explanations. One is that it's a very, very thin batter, maybe something like a blintz batter. Another shot is it's Indian bread. It's dough that's on a spit, and you turn it around and you put some oil on it and eggs. Or it's what's known as kuta.
That's all right. I'll take that shit. Debo, you were looking so bad.
Things, whatever the shot is,
they weren't giving you the ball. I have faith in you. They put the ball in your hand, you get 10 yards every fucking time.
So you must say that.
Look at fucking Jaden Daniels. You be sneaking.
Make it as bread. You see, he went through the effort. He made a nice design, a nice shape. That's chai b'chala. But if you just do it down, and it looks like
are you happy?
A plain
Dog,
board,
get a touchdown.
that would be pater from chala.
That made my fucking night.
That was not you. You had no backup plan. No, there's no backup
Bracha is daf lamed ches. We're continuing with kuba de ara. You take flour, you mix it with water, and it's a liquidy dough, and you put it on the bottom of the oven. According to the Tanakh, it's considered bread, and therefore you make hamaitzi and birkas hamazon. According to Rabbi Yosef, it's considered dough that has a little crust to it, and it's a mezainos and alamichra. Mar Zutra says that this is considered regular bread, and he'd make a whole meal out of it, and therefore you made hamaitzi and birkas hamazon. Mar Baravash, on the other hand, says that this is considered a poor man's bread, and you can make matzah out of this. We have a machlokes, fundamental machlokes about juices that come out of fruit. Is it only grapes and olives that if you squeeze them and you take out juice, that the juice has the same halacha as the fruit itself, and make a special bracha on it? What about apple vinegar? What about honey that comes out of a date? What bracha do you make on that? One man that says that all juices are considered like the fruit, and therefore, when it comes to truma, for instance, if somebody drinks truma juice, any juice, apple juice, whatever it is, he'd be chayiv to pay hegdish back a terrible chaimish because it's as if he took from truma, and therefore the bracha would be very priya on the juice. According to other mandomar, if you took truma juice by mistake, you don't pay terrible chaimish because it's not considered free, and therefore you make a shahakol on the juice. There's a concept called truma. You take fruit and you mash it slightly. The halacha is that by truma, you're not allowed to destroy the fruit. You can't even make beer out of truma fruit because it's considered destroying the fruit. Yet, you're allowed to mash the fruit, and therefore, it's considered truma, and it retains its original bracha that you made originally, and that would be hoyer priyait. Shasisa is when you take grain kernels and you dry them out in the oven. They're sweet, you add some oil to it, so it depends. If they're thick, then you make a mezainos on them, and if they're very thin, that would be for medicine purposes, and you make a shahakal. Yet on Shabbos, you're allowed to mix it, and you're not allowed to mix medicine on Shabbos. The answer is because you're eating it for food. It just so happens to be there's a side benefit that it acts as a medicine as well. There's a chiddush here that even if you have kavanah to eat it as medicine, since it gives sustenance to the body, you must leave to make a bracha on it, as we mentioned the other day, that any medicine that's medicine plus it gives you sustenance, you're supposed to make a bracha. The bracha of Hamaitzi, you have to make a bracha about the past. That the Baruch Hu took out the wheat from the ground. So what lashon did we make? We make Maitzi. Does that mean the past or Hamaitzi? Well, we know halacha. We say Hamaitzi means the past. The Gemara goes through a whole discussion whether Maitzi, different psukim, mean in the past, or perhaps Hamaitzi means in the past. There's one person that says that Hamaitzi is from the Silas, means in the future. The Gemara tells us that Barav Zvid was known as a great person and a big baki in the halachas of brothers, and they were telling Reb Zera how great he was. Reb Zera said, "Bring him over, I want to test him." He came over and he gave him bread, and Barav Zvid said, "Hamaitzi." And Reb Zera was upset. Why did he say Maitzi and take us out of our speakers and explain to us the child and possible? But like he said, the halacha is that we say today Hamaitzi, which means
love
in the
Jacob's
past, before we put out the wheat in the past.
crap. I'm so glad I didn't play.
One goes into the whole discussion about cooked vegetables. What's the halacha? The Gemara brings different Amoraim that say that it's Hadama or Shahata. But Chizda says that there are fruit, there are vegetables that are great when they're raw and great when they're cooked, such as carrots, etc. But there are vegetables that start out not that good, like cabbage, pumpkins, beets. The bracha would be, if they are raw, they would be shahata. Only after you cook them and you take out the flavor from them, they become flavorful, then they are bar priyadama. On the other hand, you have vegetables like garlic and meat that as is, they have flavor. But once you cook them, they lose their flavor. Places says, we know that if you put garlic in the food, it tastes great. Places says, it only tastes great because it absorbs salt and chicken and different things from whatever food you put it into. But if you just take garlic and put it into water, you destroy its flavor. And therefore, it starts out as a bar priyadama, but once you put it into the water and you cook it, it turns into a shahata. Gemara says, do not compare this to the machlokes we have by matzah. Everybody agrees that your yaitza in a matzah that was soaked in water, in fact, that becomes a lechem oilik to 4 man's bread. This is machlokes whether you cook it. Could be yaitza matzah. Gemara says, over there the machlokes would be whether the flavor of the matzah remains in the matzah, and that's the machlokes. But it could be that in our sukkah, cooked vegetables, everybody might agree that the bracha would be ha'adam. Gemara brings that Rabbi Yamin Bar Yefes said in the name of Rabbi Yochanan that cooked vegetables are shahata. On the other hand, the Gemara brings Rabbi Bar Abba, who says Rabbi Yochanan said that cooked vegetables are ha'adam. The Gemara says there's no comparison between Rabbi Yamin Bar Yefes to Rabbi Bar Abba. Rabbi Bar Yefes wasn't the dike as much as Rabbi Bar Abba. Rabbi Bar Abba was very exact in the way he repeated over from Rabbi Yochanan. In fact, the Gemara says he would say over everything he learned from Rabbi Yochanan in the past 30 days. Every 30 days he would repeat everything. Another third writing Gemara brings that this turmus, type of a bean that you cook 7 times, and Rabbi Yochanan said a hadam on it. You see that even after you cook it, the original bracha remains. This is Rabbi Bar Abba saw Rabbi Yochanan say a bracha on a salted olive. And a salted olive has halacha as a cooked olive. Salt is like cooking. He's done a bracha before and a bracha after. There's no rice anymore because perhaps he made a shahaka before and a boyer in the fashas. And finally, marar, you yaitza with the stalk of the marar. But if you cook the marar or you pickle the marar, you're not yaitza the marar. Why? Because the marar loses its marar flavor. Having wonderful catch.
That's what I'm talking about.
Bracha is the Aflamates, continuing with the story that Rabbi Yochanan ate a very salty olive. The question is, how did you make a bracha achrona? In order to make a bracha achrona, you have to eat a shear of an olive size. But every olive has a shear, and therefore that olive that he ate was less than a shear.
Give it to him again.
You're talking about a very large olive. The shear of a kazayis is a medium olive. So even without the pit, it still has a shear of a medium olive. If you have 2 foods in front of you, one is a hadama and one is a shahaka, you make the bracha of a hadama first. Let's say they're both hadama in front of you. If you like one of them more than the other, you must make the bracha on the one you like more. It says in the Gemara's story, there were 2 Tanoim, 2 Talmidim that were sitting in front of the Bar Kapara in the middle of the meal, and they brought out in front of them cooked cabbage. And now we had the whole discussion yesterday. What's the bracha on cooked cabbage? Is it a shahakal or adam? He brought in front of them kargiyot, which is hard-ridged bird, the meat of a bird, and also dumaskin, which is mountain spinach. And like the Torah told one of the Talmidim, go ahead and be mitzios with the bracha. So he went ahead, he jumped ahead without asking questions, and he made the bracha on the meat. So his friend laughed at him. But Kapara was very upset at both of them. He said, I'm upset at you for laughing at your friend. Your friend did it because he likes meat more than anything else. And I'm upset at you for making the bracha on the meat. You should have asked me. I'm older than you. The Gemara says, in fact, both of these Tanoim were nifter that year. The Gemara says, but don't prove from this story that there's a machlokes what the halacha is in regard to cooked cabbage, which is cooked vegetables. It's possible to say that everybody holds that cooked cabbage is a shahakal. There's another question here. The machlokes between these two Tanoim was, when you have a situation, you have two foods in front of you. One, you both have the same bracha.
Mr. Chris, how are you?
Have the same bracha. But one you like more, you like the meat more, and one is more filling. The cabbage is more filling. Which one should you make the bracha on? The one to make the bracha on the meat, he held.
Can you hear me?
That he loved more.
Mr. Aquarius. Hello, how are you? I'm lovely. Just enjoying Thursday night. Are you ready?
I gotta get on the app. Hold on, I gotta get on the app.
All right, girl.
I gotta get on the app. I'm ready to go.
All right.
There we go.
Just one moment. All right. You should have an invitation.
Yeah, there goes it. That's it.
Nice spare.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get these two. Get it.
Yes, okay. Come on, Rabbi. Look at that. Just get it.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. Look at your strike. That was beautiful. High five. Now this is not good. This is not good at all. Get it. Oh, how didn't that get it? Invisible pin. Boo. That was perfect.
Come on. Okay, we got it. Come on, Rabbi.
Get it? That's what I'm talking about.
Hey.
Now that is what I'm talking about. That was phenomenal. All right.
Oh, Rabbi, go. I missed it.
Yes, I did. I can't
All
believe
right,
it.
you on.
All right, I'll take it. All right, here we go. Miss Aquarius. Get it, girl. You gonna win now? You always win.
I hope so.
You win, I win.
Yeah, we always win. Let's win, Rabbi. Come
I'm
on.
gonna try. Get it, girl.
Stop it. Lock it down.
Get this one.
There we go. All right.
Oh, one of my worst throws of all time. I can't believe it was that bad. Get this. No. That's not how I wanted to start. Get it, Miss Aquarius.
Your finger slip. It's okay. You got it. All right, I got this. Yay.
Good spare. Get it. Get it. This is not good. Oh, that was a beautiful strike, Miss Aquarius. That might be the nail in the coffin. Come on. Let's get this. Oh, wow. Oh, almost.
Okay, you got this, Rabbi.
Not good. Not good at all. You got it, Miss Aquarius. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I win, you win. You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship.
Yeah.
Yay is right. Good job.
I got to in the morning.
Oh boy, that's fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit painful because I split my toe. I don't know how I did it though, but I split my middle toe, my middle toe, this little toe. It's like it's split or whatever, and I put an aspirin on it and everything, so hopefully I don't get too painful.
Yeah, hopefully they can fix it.
Yeah, hope so.
Good girl.
I
Well,
hope so.
best wishes with that. And
Thank you.
sweet dreams. And we'll see you in the morning, God willing.
All right, see you in the morning. Hope they do fix it. Hope they just put some glue on it and let it be. We'll see. I don't think I have to go to my doctor because it's not bleeding. I don't think so. Hey.
But that's good.
I hope I don't have to go to my doctor, but we'll see. It's not slow, so they probably can fix it.
Let's hope.
Alright.
Sweet dreams.
Alright. Well, God's willing.
God willing. Take care.
Alright, you too.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, it would have been nice to know that when you made your application. You did not tell me that, sir. I received the application, and you have appeared before this court and been able to testify verbally. In the past, you have gone to my clerk's office and held verbal conversations with our staff for over 30 minutes. Okay? I don't appreciate being misled. So either you are suffering from an ailment that prevents you from being able to articulate, or you don't. You are not going to use this courtroom as a launch for your business, sir. So if you are able to shut that off, if you want to have total argument time, please stand up and do this.
They smash down a double smash. seen this in my life. I don't even know what to say. Gerard, where are you? Why are you not here? Fix the toilet. It's fucking. Something called diamond, Gerard. Gerard, something.
Shout out to Fumbles. Happy birthday, girl. You can get it. You can always got it.
Listen, Golden, on this week's Food Truck Diaries, we booked him really short notice, so we couldn't give him a food truck. So I went and picked up chicken sandwiches and we got him out the truck in my car. This week's Food Truck Diaries is Francis and Golden. My Francis is called Food Truck Diaries because we put you on short notice. Not all food trucks can do it on days' notice. So I went and picked the food up for you. This is my ride. I think you'll be able to afford it. About 30 of these after your next deal. And I got you better, man. You'll fit in it, man. I'm a huge guy and I got you. But I think you did. Some chicken sandwiches to celebrate this big win. We're in here. It's tasty. You're gonna put it down like this knee, so I feel it in your chow. That's just to hold it up while it gets melted. Then we feed you the foods inside. It's gonna be tasty. It's eating, it's Jesse. Yeah, right. I got you. Right, still. We feed you the champion's meal. Big baby. Big baby. Oh, your brothers and sisters. Bro, I didn't you were like a loser. Yeah, like a loser. And people were like, hey man, get out of here. Extra behind the scenes content like Chin going on fishing trip using one of my trucks. I asked the cat, I got 90 pound fish from the store. So 200. I said, is this the biggest outlet? Oh, no. I've got a 340 pounds. They did it. Oh, yeah. Show me the picture. It looked like a Photoshop. Bring up Big Al. It was the size of that wall. I go, how long did it take us? Extra behind the scenes content like Chin going on fishing trip using one of my trucks. I asked the cat, I got 90 pound fish from the store. So 200. I said, is this the biggest outlet? Oh, no. Oh, dude, let's get to our Patreon. Dude, I just did the first fan Q&A. The first fan Q&A and a lot of great questions for Patreon. And you gotta do the next one. All right, I'm on. If you haven't seen the Patreon, it's lit, dude, and it's me extra lit because we're gonna bring up Mr. Hands video. We're gonna bring up guys put peanut butter on their wieners, other JJs. That's what we get. Maybe my Patreon. You never know. It's patreon.com/TFATK. You get every show ad-free plus extended episodes. Twice a month fan questions. I just did it. Extra behind the scenes content like Chin going on fishing trip using one of my trucks. It's only $5 a month. You can find the kid ad-free, shop show ad-free, safe environment to have some fun. Am I ready for questions? Am I allowed to show my balls on Patreon? Oh yeah, it's a tricky territory. If I just had my balls sitting out like this for no reason, because I'm trying to air them out, is that illegal on Patreon? I'm gonna ask our Patreon that, but I'm also gonna. I think it's worth just doing. Why does it not take this Patreon take it down? If they ask before, especially my balls. What we would do is that clip that we have of Brian pulling out his net where it was pulled out. I think we just upload that clip on set. I don't think we still have the raw of that. Hey, good. My balls are way better now. Yeah. You know, we get bigger with time. Yeah. Just a little picture of nuts. This is what we're doing. It'd be good to just show my whole set so we can see what we're doing. Yeah, so I'm going to ask about the balls thing. Yeah, let's not just upload it and then Zeb publish the picture. I mean, they're not going to do it from the get-go, but however, I'm with you. Awesome. So, and how to enforce them. I think we should be good with that. Yeah. All right. Well, let's go to.
Before I left the Enterprise, do you remember our showing in Marine Prime? Waterfalls?
I know this is a weird thing to say, and I just sometimes I get cravings, and I have a craving. I want well, no. Okay, I never had a craving for that. I will say though, I was just on the ship last night, and Gordon Ryan and GSP were in the green room, and Tony Hinchcliffe comes up and goes, and Ed Rogan was there, and so it's who's who. And Tony Hinchcliffe goes, I can always tell where Brian will be when there are muscular men in a room right next to them, practically feeling their muscles. And I went, Tony, you know me too well, because anytime there's a room full of people, if there are really hot girls over there and really big, strong, muscular guys with cauliflower ear, or if they're Navy SEALs, you know you're going to find good old Brian saddled up to that. Did you talk to Mr. Jesby? What a sweetheart. He's such a good guy. And he's still in Montreal. And he's out here training with them. Yeah, he comes out here to train some Gordon Ryan. Because he went there, he was good. He was thinking about coming out to Arctic boxing. And I said, you come to Arctic? He said, I was, but you know, I'm going to go over there and just play around with those guys because the way they treat me is, it's always humbling. He lets me go a little bit, and then it brings me back. I think I'm going to get out. So I'm Gordon Ryan. I think I'm going to get out. It gives me some space, and then I'm back to square one. It's unpaid. I'm like, well, that's what happens. So he likes to train. I don't know if people understand how much better Gordon Ryan is than everybody. I know jiu-jitsu people do. We do. But you're not in the area that goes that much. It's just unbelievable. Especially if you're just doing straight jiu-jitsu. Anyway, but so there was that. So that's my one craving, which is of course muscular guys. But I want a donkey. See, when you're doing a podcast, you've been doing this long time, you can easily start forgetting what's, like, did I hear that on a podcast and internalize it? Do I do it? Like, I'm getting to an age where, like, maybe I'll say something and maybe it didn't even happen. Although I don't do that. You're doing the Bruce Willis. Yeah. Hey, dude, I forget people's names, and Faces. I know you do. Faces. No faces. I did not look for you. I remember faces, but I'm saying it's not the names. If I remember faces, I don't know where I know them from. So back, remember we were like I met people who were a fan, but if it's I met people I met. I was users on Reddit noticed that despite her high follow account, she received very few likes on each photo, leading to initial suspicions that she might have purchased some of her followers. The unassuming thread, which was titled "A Discussion with Lily Jean," began by stating that her engagement is a little more than suspicious, for going on to explain that she averages anywhere from 112,000 likes per post, implying that almost all of her 1 million followers were completely inactive. The website flanks.com, which stores Instagram engagement data, states that on average, accounts with more than 1 million followers have an engagement rate of 1.97%, meaning that an account with 1 million followers should be receiving approximately 19,700 likes per post, highlighting Lily Jean's maximum of 1,000 likes per post as suspicious.
I have to read this. 35. Your comments are truly commendable. I must applaud you for the fantastic work you're doing. I was introduced to your profile this week, and I genuinely appreciate and to run brief and question. I eagerly await the opportunity to see more of you. You're not the worst. And eventually you can continue to produce successful content. All the rest of you.
I've never been to Paris. I've done some layover there once. Have you noticed? Great city. Great city. I've noticed actually. I sent you guys a text message chain today. Talk to that young kid, the Muay Thai kid. There's a very good card there. Great card, especially who's allowing this to happen. And what's the end? Did you see the new thing? It's a very country that you're immigrating into. Well, that's the music. It's a country and your race. Yeah. Steve on Tony. Was it that fight? That could be anything. That doesn't look great though. How about Tony got a run with the back? He's good. I heard his staff doesn't come from America, comes from the person here. What's up, Jamie? Oh, that is staff. That's staff. Oh, that's he is the guy with the tattoos. Yeah. So Paris didn't our friends didn't even have MMA until recently. 10 years now. Is he at the mothership? That's a good fight. Diego Lopez. So that's next week. Loki and Jones is the co-main next. Nice. That's what I'm looking for. Me too. Feed me with love.
That's what the key is. The guy with the tattoos. Yeah. So Paris didn't, our friends didn't even have MMA until recently. 10 years ago, yeah. Was he at the mothership? That's a good fight. Lopez, dude. Weston, guys. Weston coming for some Weston. Weston is up in the hotel. So, guys, I need some relationship advice. I'm serious. When I get this, because you have those locks right here. At least what you have here. What do you do when you have a great personality? You get it great. Yeah, I'm a PSO. Yeah, it's a car seat in the back. Babies are in it. What do you do when you're trying to get a girl and you can get them? Your personality, your looks. When you're wearing a hat. So you take that hat off. Gang, gang. Buzz, buzz. Gang, gang, ball, ball. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I know some bull fucking dudes are slinging dick out. You get Dana White, Logan. It's tough, man. It's definitely Jordan. Most black guys, black dudes don't count. That's a style for them. And white people, it is an affliction. Not good. It's not good. It's not good. Let's just be real. It's not good when you're bald. Yeah. So, it's like our diabetes. I'm saying no. It's like it's like something that's frowned upon. Well, it's milling around, and if it happens, it's like very frowned. It's just sleeping with many women. Not meaning he is sleeping with many women. Slinging dick could be slinging dick to your wife. It could be just, in general, kicking ass. It was a good ad for television, right? Because it's visuals and I got a little success, and I think people like, they would ask Jay, why do you have Karen Tuck on like every month? And Jay would like, Kiddo sports have officially started. So we're glorified if we're driving instead of just.
Yo, how are you? How's your day going, Smoke? Smoke, can you hear me?
Yo.
What's good, son? How'd you find out about me?
You followed me on Twitch?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I love you. Dude, you're the man. Oh, dude, shout out to Smoke. Oh, my word. Dog. Yeah. Oh, can I tell you what I did?
What?
Okay, so, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, and I just do everything I can to just, tell people about what I do. And I created a robot on Twitch, and I'm like, there's no way this is going to work. And within, hours, you come in. Dude, you made my fucking week, Smoke. How's your day going, my man? So, do you mind if I tell you about myself? Okay, excellent. So as I was saying, I stream my life for world peace. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen. Hello, you good-looking motherfucker. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If you didn't know this, data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived than any person ever. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 data had overtaken petroleum as the #1 resource, and that may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all exceptionally wealthy so that you have independent wealth if you don't already have it, that you're able to have generational wealth, and most importantly, be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Yeah.
Excellent. So did you get an email that I had followed you, or did you get a notification in Twitch?
I got both.
That's amazing, dog. Dude, you just made my fucking day. I talk about some other things. Go ahead.
I usually try to follow everybody back and join their Discord since they have Discord, so that's how I ended up here.
You're like the nicest person ever. Well, excellent. I talk about other things that are important to the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
They're good. I actually have a little bit of Ethereum myself.
Oh, you're the man. You're going to be rich beyond your wildest dreams, even without my help.
Not very much, but just a bit.
That's all right. All right, so have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's what I do. And I'm live right now on 20 different YouTube streams, so you can watch my life in 360 degrees whenever you want.
That's crazy.
Word, dog. I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the most archived individual ever.
Yeah, no, I just started this Twitch thing like 4 weeks ago, maybe.
Well, you're the man. Okay, so tell me about your journey. Do you multi-stream?
I tried to, but right now I only got a PS5, so I'm working my way to get a laptop.
Okay, definitely, man. I understand that. Are you excited for Grand Theft Auto to come out in less than 9 months?
Yeah.
Okay, good on you. Excellent. Okay, so you've got
more Battlefield 6, but...
Okay, when's that come out? Oh, tight. Okay, so you stream on a PS5. So you're able to just basically stream on Twitch. Do you get a lot of people who follow you?
Nah, I get like, you were my first, well, not my first follower, but the latest follower in like a week.
Okay, well, don't feel bad about that. That's just how Twitch is. Unless you're like a giant follower and buy followers, a giant streamer and buy followers. That's just how it is. All right, well, very well. Do you like sports?
Yeah.
Excellent. Did you watch a Thursday night football game?
No, I didn't. I worked a lot.
Okay. Okay, excellent. What do you like to make, or what do you make at work?
I work at ABC's cafe, the diner.
Very well. Do you enjoy it?
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
I'm streaming right now. I'm playing Call of Duty.
Oh, tight, man. Okay, so let me watch you. Just one moment, and I'll check you out on Twitch. What is your username?
I'm smoking 421 as well.
Oh, you're amazing. Okay. Do you like to smoke?
Yes, sir.
That's excellent. Okay, so are we talking...
Highly 420 friend.
Okay, tight. Yeah, same here, man. I am an advocate for decriminalization of marijuana. Okay, so I'm going to get you another follow. That's with my main account. And...
I'm trying to do, not like, just trying to put that, like,
there are stoners that out there that do stream.
100%.
You do care about other things other than smoking weed.
Absolutely, definitely, man. Oh, you're so cool. I'm like, dude, you can't see the smile on my face, or if you can't, it's ear to ear. You're amazing. All right, so I see you right now. You've got a weapon. Now you're on a rooftop. You just went down some stairs. All right, you're gonna snipe some people. Maybe, maybe. Are you good? Up the stairs. Clearing the room. Oh, baby. All right, all right. That was good. You got a guy or two. Excellent. Dude, Smoke King 421. You're gonna get sick of me. You're the man. Oh, you're. It wasn't on my main account, but that's absolutely fine. I am so happy, dog. You have no idea. Do you do fantasy sports?
I try to, but I do a lot of gambling on Call of Duty, like Players Lounge with the app.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm up like almost 200 right now.
$200?
Yeah, $200.
Good on you, man.
But I'm trying to make a living out of this. I don't want to cook anymore, dog.
Dude, absolutely. We're gonna make sure that you never have to work again. Like within the year. The fact that I just started this bot and already got one person in here, that tells me it's working. And you have no idea how many bots I build. And to just, I've gotten like 1,900 people in here, which is great. That's not easy. But that's been like a year of work just with bots. And so to get one person in here within a couple hours is like phenomenal. It just tells me if one person came in, then the other people are seeing what I've done. And you must have been like, what is this name? Like Google Rabbi Rothschild Discord or whatever, Google Rothschild Discord. It's a unique name, but it's just like when somebody gets it in an email, I want them to Google Rothschild Discord, because if they do, then they'll check out what I'm doing. Did you see my profile, perhaps?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So then,
I read the description and everything. That's how I got this one.
Dude, you're the man. You're absolutely the man.
I joined straight from the link.
Dude, that's phenomenal. Excellent. Okay, so that's super cool. So that works. And yeah, not everybody's going to put their driver's license in there as their profile picture, but I want people to know who I am and I'm the real deal. All right, so I'm watching you right now. So you're up $200 in Players Lounge. Do you ever have people bet on you?
Yeah, but right now I'm going through some things right now with the app. They like shadow ban me, so I can't do that.
F that, dude. I hate the practice of shadow banning. I feel like it should be illegal.
Yeah, I can't bet and nobody can bet on me anymore. I just found that out today when I logged it on to bet today.
No way. Okay. Dog, Twitch it just went to commercial, so if you're wondering why I'm not watching you, that's right. Twitch is inundated with commercials. It makes it really annoying. I mean, like, I have things on the computer to make it so that I can watch without advertising free, but it's more difficult on a phone, especially if you use their app. Sometimes I'll get in and it's like 15 ads at once. It's just like, wow. All right, we're back. Okay, so this is Call of Duty?
Yeah. Okay. I'm not very good at it.
No, you're good with that. Rolling through the lobby, Stone Soldier Road to 100. Call of Duty. Just playing and chilling. I'm going to check out your profile right now.
You check the clips out. I got a goat. Put the goat on the stream.
Dude, you got a goat? Like an animal?
Yeah.
Oh, goats are amazing. They're one of my favorite animals. Okay. What a goat. LMAO. Oh, what a sweetie. Oh, what a beautiful animal. What's his name or her name?
Willow.
Boy or girl?
Boy.
Oh, is he stubborn or is he kind?
He's a little both.
Okay. I understand. Dude, he's beautiful. Dude, you've got a sweet setup. And a goat? That's amazing. Does he ever headbutt you?
No.
Okay, that's good. Oh, Willow's sweet. What does Willow eat?
But he's on bottles too.
No way, so he drinks milk?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Like milk that you get at the store?
Yeah, like regular milk.
Yeah, do you give him like whole milk or 2% or skim?
Whole milk.
Oh, nice. So do you have a farm?
Not yet.
He just lives in like a yard or something?
Yeah, I have a backyard.
Oh, tight. And that's enough space for him?
Yeah, well, he's actually inside right now because he's still a baby and I live in the middle of the desert, so at least.
Oh, okay, yeah, definitely. So like what happens if he has to go to the bathroom?
He goes outside. He's outside right now, but I'll bring him in when he goes to bed.
Oh, that's really sweet. And do you guys cuddle?
No.
Oh, okay, so that's all right. Wow, you must really love animals. Do you have a dog? It's okay if you are busy.
But I'm gonna get back to this game.
Absolutely, my friend. Hey,
Just thought I'd drop in.
thank you so much, dude. You doing this just motivated me more than I can ever tell you. Thank you so much. I'm always here if you need me, and hopefully this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Shout out to you, Smoke King 421. I'll check you out when I have time on Twitch, okay?
Yes, sir. Have a great one.
You too. Peace, buddy. Dog! That's better than Debo. Dog. No way. I did not think that thing was going to fucking work. Like, not in a million fucking years. Oh, I gotta take a piss. Dog, that motherfucker made my fucking week.
Oh, Rabbi. Rabbi. Hey, Rabbi.
How you doing, Brandon?
What do you think about the game I was saying?
It was amazing, dude. I'm so happy that Deebo Samuel caught a touchdown and made my evening. What did you think of the game?
Happy?
Yeah, dog. All right, the next games are Sunday. Well, college. I don't know if you stream college, but I watch college, so there'll be some big games this weekend.
There's some big games this weekend?
Yeah, if you want to know who's playing the big ones, I'll tell you in a second.
Who's Kentucky Wildcats playing?
I'll tell you everybody, including Kentucky. Just one moment.
What will they be streamed on?
Stream East.
Stream East?
Yeah. All right. So tomorrow night, a big game will be Colorado Houston. There's also Kansas State Arizona. Then Saturday, there's Tennessee Georgia. That's going to be like midday for you, and Kentucky is going to play Eastern Michigan. They're going to play in the evening for you.
Yeah.
And that'll be big. So yeah, there'll be a lot going on. How have you been?
Yeah, I've been calling. I called your name last night. I didn't know it was here too.
You called my name in here?
Yeah.
When? What time?
Last night around. It was in the morning.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So usually, if I'm asleep, I mute my computer because if not, people keep me up all night. I had a friend here. We were up till like 7 in the morning. We were up early. We were up like really late, but it was good. Don't ever think I'm ignoring you. I would never ignore you willfully. Just sometimes I need to sleep, so I hope you understand that.
Yeah, I understand.
Excellent. Very well. How have things been in your life?
Good.
Do you play video? Go ahead.
Going to McCracken games.
What'd you say?
Going to McCracken High School games in my state.
You went to a high school game?
A high school football game.
Oh, cool. You went there tonight or tomorrow night?
Tonight, I went to a middle school high school football game.
Oh, you're cool. Did the team win that you wanted to win?
Yep.
That's amazing. Are you happy about it?
Yep.
That's phenomenal. Well, I'm happy for you.
My
team went to McCracken High School because I'm a Governor fan of McCracken. Their high school, they won.
Are they good?
Yeah.
Well, that's
When they played, when the high school plays, I was sharing here so you can see my team.
oh cool. All right. Well, that's phenomenal, man.
Green Bay Packers, man, I'm so happy.
Oh yeah, they are. They played really well. Their defense is really good. They had a tight end who did really well. Their running back did really well. Their quarterback did really well. They look pretty unbeatable for the NFC. They've beaten the Detroit Lions and the Washington Commanders, who were the teams who were like really good in the NFC last year. They were like the two best teams in the NFC last year. Well, not two best, but pretty close to it. And then uh, their defense, Michael Parsons looked amazing. The whole squad looked really, really good. So they should be really excited about how they played.
What's Miss Aquarius doing?
Oh, she sleeps in here. She's in competition with you, a friendly competition to see who gets the most amount of streaming time. So you get a lot because you just like live in here, and she's like number 3 right or number 2 right now. I have a friend of mine who is still number 1, but she's catching up with him, and then you're catching up with both of them. So she doesn't want to lose her lead, and she just likes to be in here to just know that there are people out there who care about her and love her and want the best for her, and then she's gonna have a good day tomorrow, hopefully, and a really great weekend. So she's just chilling, just like you and I are doing.
I stream in here because I want to see the football games.
I appreciate that, man.
I don't give this some help, though.
I appreciate that. I don't want to either. I've got a fantasy football team that played. They were not playing well at all tonight, and then at the very end, Deebo Samuel did really well. So I'm very happy. And then this actually made my night. I made a robot that follows people on Twitch, and normally when I make a robot, nobody pays attention to it. But I created this one, and I already had somebody come in here, and they were really nice. And I was able to talk with them and tell them what I do. And so that's just absolutely thrilling. It really made me really happy. So that's great. I'm really.
What's your robot name?
Oh, it doesn't really have a name. I guess it does have a name. Well, it's unnamed right now, but it'll probably just be known as my Twitch follower bot.
MLB's going on right now.
Yeah, you want to know who's doing what?
Yeah, MLB. It's LAA something. Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Angels at Mariners.
Yeah, Angels and Mariners. It's the top of the 11th.
Wow.
Yeah, extra innings. That's big.
You got a 5-4.
Yes, sir. You want to watch it together?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to watch your stream. And let's see if it pulls up for me. Do you like football more? It's going to be, just go to Stream East.
You don't want to watch.
Just go to Stream East, and there'll be a link there.
STREAM
That's correct.
Sign in.
No, you don't have to sign in. You don't have to sign in.
Okay, I'm more streaming. Here you go.
Okay, excellent.
Because they're showing anything right now.
So if you go to MLB, it's the okay. So not that one. Keep scrolling down. Look for Mariners and Angels.
Mariners and Angels.
Yeah. So those are tomorrow's games. Scroll up. Scroll up. Up. Scroll up. Go up. Scroll up. All the way to the top. Okay. Let's see here. Do you see that little search box? Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, in there, type Angels, Angels. ELS.
Yes.
Okay, that's all right. So since this game is, that's all right. Okay, do you see MLB at the very top right next to Stream East? Oh, there it is. Click that. That might be tomorrow's game, though. That's okay. Click MLB. No, not login. Right next to Stream East. There you go. There you go.